Self-voicing enabled. Innsmouth 22, version 1.0.0. Made with RenPy 8.0.2.220814002. Innsmouth 22, version 1.0.0. Made with help selected. You're in your office at the university, working on your laptop, when the phone rings. Lorenzo, hello. Inspector Rossi, good morning Professor Rai, this is Inspector Rossi. How are you? Lorenzo, good, thanks. And you? Inspector Rossi, good. I wanted to ask about the report you're preparing for us. The one about the artifacts seized in Tuscany. We need to wrap up the investigation this week and would appreciate having the document as soon as possible. You suspect the artifacts are fakes. You've almost finished the report. Lorenzo, the document is almost ready. I'll send it over today, especially since I'm heading to the USA tomorrow. I don't want to leave anything hanging, especially with the Italian police. Lorenzo, ha ha ha. Inspector Rossi, you're leaving? Going on vacation? Lorenzo, no. I've been invited to a conference in Boston. I'll be in the USA for a week. Inspector Rossi, great, I think it'll be a good experience. I'll be waiting for your email this afternoon. Inspector Rossi, if I have any questions, I'll write to you. If you can, reply from the USA. Have a good trip, then. Lorenzo, thanks. Feel free to contact me if needed. I'll call you when I get back anyway. Have a good evening. After hanging up, you remember you need to call Laura, your girlfriend, who tried to reach you a couple of hours ago. Lorenzo, hey, babe, sorry I'm only calling now. Laura, don't worry, I figured you were busy with tomorrow's trip. Laura, how about dinner tonight? Lorenzo, great idea. Shall I pick you up at 8? Laura, perfect. I'll be waiting. Kisses. You briefly think back to the last email you received from Professor Tom J. Angeli, President of the New England Archaeological Society. A young and promising archaeologist, known for his many papers on the myths and legends of ancient Greece and Rome, we would be proud to have you speak at our conference. Auto forward. A young and promising archaeologist, known for his many papers on the myths and legends of ancient Greece and Rome, we would be proud to have you speak at our conference. Lorenzo, I must admit, this invitation makes me a bit proud. You get up from your desk and go to the window. Lorenzo, well, I'm already 40, but I'm starting to make a name for myself, even abroad. Dad would be proud, unfortunately, he passed away too soon. The phone rings. Lorenzo, hello. Professor Tom J. Angeli, good morning Lorenzo, this is Tom. Tom Angeli. I'm calling to make sure everything's set for your departure tomorrow. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I'm sure your presentation will be one of the most appreciated at the conference. Professor Tom J. Angeli, your reputation as a scholar has made its way here, and I believe that your approach to ancient history will blend perfectly with the informal and also, how shall I say, a bit unconventional spirit of the panels that will take place at the conference. Lorenzo, thank you very much, Tom. I'll do my best to meet the expectations. I'll try not to give an academic lecture. Lorenzo, I've read the schedule for the event, and it seems like it won't be 3 boring days among scholars. Professor Tom J. Angeli, you bet. We're all university professors and professionals at the end of our careers. We're not aiming to publish yet another scientific paper. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we want to have great conversations about the themes that have fascinated us all our lives. Professor Tom J. Angeli, have a great day. Have a safe trip and I can't wait to meet you. Lorenzo, thank you sincerely, and have a great day too. Lorenzo, the conference will focus on the importance of myths, legends, and idols of ancient civilizations, even very ancient ones preceding the Greeks and Romans. They've asked me to focus mainly on aspects not commonly covered by regular academic studies. Lorenzo, I want to get creative to make my presentation spot on. I'll add a dash of originality. Anyway, I'll be one of the last speakers, so I'll have some time to tweak my talk to match the vibe of the conference. Lorenzo, Tom also sent me the start of his talk, focused on ancient myths and rituals. I didn't quite get the era or the people he's talking about. Super intrigued though. Lorenzo, this invite kinda surprises and intrigues me. Plus, they're covering all travel, food, and lodging expenses. Never heard of the New England Archaeological Society before, but they sure knew about me. Lorenzo, true, I've been writing on international blogs for a while. They must have found me there. Guess the hustle paid off. Lorenzo, both Tom and his assistant Ellie have reached out to me loads of times. Ellie is so thoughtful, sends me 2 emails a day just to nail down all the details. Lorenzo, now I just need to focus on prepping my presentation and making sure I've got everything I need for the trip. Lorenzo, can't wait to get going. Lorenzo, by the way, it was Ellie who suggested I head out early for a couple of days of diving. Actually, I'll send her one last confirmation email, since she seemed almost anxious about my arrival. Lorenzo, dear Ellie, all confirmed. I've got a flight tomorrow from Rome at 1 p.m., landing at 3 p.m. local time. I'll pick up the rental car and head to Ipswich for 2 days of ocean diving. See you soon and thanks for everything. You are a great sea enthusiast, an expert in diving. At 17, you were able to dive to almost 100 meters deep without breathing. The sea has always been your obsession since childhood, but it was the only one among your passions that your father did not like. Your mother had died at sea when you were only 3 years old. It's been at least a year since you found the time to fully enjoy the sea, but you always keep yourself informed about the world of diving, reading articles and blogs. Moreover, since you decided to go to the conference and are looking for information about the Boston area, you find articles about diving everywhere. The magic of the web. The phone rings and disturbs your peaceful thoughts. It's Ellie, Tom's assistant. Ellie, hi Lorenzo, I just read your email and we can't wait to meet you. I was calling to see if there's anything else I can do for you. Lorenzo, hello and thank you. Everything is okay and I am ready to go. Lorenzo, is everything okay with the diving equipment? Did you have any problems booking it? Often diving centers don't have the type of snorkel I usually use. Ellie, no problem. I personally spoke with the school. They have already reserved the best available equipment for you. You'll see, the ocean is different from your seas, it gives a feeling of absolute depth. Ask Ellie where she is from. Ask Ellie if she dives. Lorenzo, Ellie, do you also dive? Ellie, I am a marine biologist and for many years I have been dealing with those seabeds. That stretch of ocean was my home. Lorenzo, so you are an expert. What are the characteristics of that stretch of sea? Ellie, it's unpredictable. There are strong currents and the weather changes quickly. Ellie, when you are offshore, you always have to look at the sky to avoid being at sea during a storm. Lorenzo, and the seabeds? Ellie, you'll see. They are very special. Depending on the weather, the seabeds change light. Sometimes, at 30 meters deep, it seemed to me that the sea around me was a living creature. Lorenzo, I can't imagine what you're telling me. I can't wait to dive. Ellie, you'll see. It will be an exciting experience. You are accompanied by a waiter to the reserved table. You don't even have time to sit down when Laura, your girlfriend, arrives immediately. Lorenzo, hi, honey. Laura, have you packed your bags for the trip? And is your report ready? Lorenzo, yes, everything is in order. I have a perfect plan. I'll arrive tomorrow evening on the coast, in Ipswich, where I'll go diving on Friday and Saturday. Lorenzo, Sunday morning I'll leisurely head to Boston, in time for the conference starting on Monday. Lorenzo, the report isn't finished, but I'll have plenty of time to refine it. Laura, what luck that this invitation is in June. Lorenzo, yes, it's really perfect. I can combine my passion for the sea with my participation in a conference that looks interesting. You suspect that Tom and Ellie know about your life. The conference seems a bit strange. Lorenzo, the conference seems a bit unusual. Some speakers don't belong to the academic field and some topics are peculiar. Auto forward. Lorenzo, auto forward. Lorenzo, the conference seems a bit unusual. Some speakers don't belong to the academic field and some topics are peculiar. Laura, what do you mean? Lorenzo, they will talk about very ancient history, but also about legends and theories not scientifically proven. Lorenzo, I hope I won't find myself among a group of nutters. Laura, but you haven't been invited by a group of crazies, have you? Lorenzo, I don't think so, The organizer and a couple of speakers have a long academic background in important universities. Laura: well, then it will just be more fun than a normal conference among boring historians. Lorenzo: hope so. Lorenzo: anyway, I'm very excited about scuba diving in the United States. Laura: well, have a good trip. I hope you can have an unforgettable adventure. I'll miss you, your blue eyes. Lorenzo: me too. The next day, you catch a cab to Rome Fiumicino Airport, all set to fly to the United States. You've got a carry-on and a briefcase containing your laptop and presentation. You're hoping to jazz it up with some fresh ideas by Monday, when the conference kicks off. You go over your schedule in your head. You'll be arriving in Ipswich on Thursday evening and so on. Airport attendant: please place your phone and laptop in the tray. Lorenzo: here they are. Taking off your jacket, you place the metal items, your laptop and phone, in the tray. Airport attendant: excuse me, sir. We need to do a routine check on your electronic devices. Lorenzo: go ahead. The staff member disappears for a few minutes, then comes back and hands over your laptop and phone with a smile. Airport attendant: sorry for the hold up, sir. Lorenzo: no problem. Have a good day. You've always wondered if these checks are random or if security gets suspicious of something or someone. But in your case, you can't quite figure out what might seem odd about you. Lorenzo: it's weird that they took my laptop and phone and kept them for that long. You plan to keep working on your speech during the flight. Lorenzo: I want to make a good impression. Lorenzo: I prepped material for at least 3 different presentations. I'm one of the last speakers, so I'll decide last minute. The flight will be long, but it's chill. The plane isn't completely full, and the seat next to you is taken by a guy around 25, not Italian. You smile at him and the guy starts chatting in English. You're reading a book about symbolism in ancient cultures. The flight attendants are super nice and friendly, and they keep checking to make sure everyone's good. After the meal, you crash into a deep sleep. You wake up to find only water above you, surrounding you in every direction. You must be over 100 meters deep, free diving, but you feel no strain. It's as if the oxygen you have could last forever. Looking up, you can see some sunlight penetrating down there. Save back. Looking up, you can see some sunlight penetrating down there. You're surrounded by big air bubbles and swarms of fish, which seem to follow a precise path. It feels like you're in a vortex, pulling you from the deep ocean to the surface, slowly spinning you around like a top. At one point, the water changes color, it turns a bright light green, and you can see everything clearly, until an arm grabs you and helps you resurface. You decide to grab the arm. You hesitate for a moment. But something, or someone, pulls you toward the seabed. You feel 3 or 4 hands pulling you deeper. And the air in your lungs is about to run out. You look down and see them. They're strange creatures, similar to Asian men, with finned feet. Their feet are very wide, and the toes are connected by some sort of membrane. They're not aggressive, almost smiling at you while some air bubbles escape from their mouths. You feel the oxygen in your lungs increase instead of decrease, as if contact with these underwater creatures gives you greater breathing capacity. They're inviting you to stay with them, at the bottom of the sea, where you've always felt wonderful. To live like a fish, in ever brighter waters. You feel a sense of happiness, you want to stay at the bottom of the sea and realize that those men want to teach you to live underwater. A hand touches you gently. You wake up and notice a very pretty flight attendant smiling at you. Hostess, we're landing in Boston soon, you've slept through most of the flight. Can I get you a coffee? Lorenzo, thank you. I really need a coffee. You dream a lot. Sometimes you remember your dreams for a long time, other times you forget them a few minutes after waking up. Sometimes, you almost feel like you receive omens in your sleep. You stretch out in your seat and lift the shade on your window. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. You check your watch. The landing is right on time. You drink your coffee and fill out the immigration forms. When the plane touches down on the runway, your legs still feel numb. You arrive in Boston Airport and head towards immigration office. There isn't much of a queue, it takes you 10 minutes. The police officer gives a quick look at your passport and at the form that you have filled out for the immigration procedures. Then he welcomes you and lets you pass. You only have carry-on luggage, luckily. After the arrival gate, you look for the car rental counters. They're right there, in plain sight. Lorenzo, good morning. I've booked a rental car until next Friday. Rental employee, good morning. Certainly, sir. You've chosen a small car. With insurance coverage for both damage to you and to third parties. Is that right? Would this one be suitable for you? The attendant shows you a picture of a small car. Lorenzo, perfect. Rental employee, great. Here's the key. Do you know how the rental works? Lorenzo, fairly well. I have to return the car with a full tank and without any damage. By the way, can you tell me where to find the parking lot? It's my first time at Boston Airport. Rental employee, it's very easy. When you exit onto the street, there's a big parking lot in front of you. On the ground floor, you'll see all the rent-a-car signs. In our parking lot, you should look for spot 125, where you'll find the car. Rental employee, I wish you a pleasant stay. Have a nice trip. Lorenzo, thank you. You easily find the car. It has automatic transmission, but you get used to it quickly. You leave the airport parking lot and head slowly towards the highways. Your final destination is the town of Ipswich, where Ellie's Book Sub-Center is located. It is located north of Boston, a couple of hours drive away. The navigator on your phone directs you north. You take one of the many highways and after a while you see signs for Ipswich. Lorenzo, finally, I can spend a couple of days at sea. It's been so long since I've gone diving. Lorenzo, I wonder what it's like to dive in the ocean. You drive along the coast and admire the scenery, it's very green and there are woods everywhere. Every now and then, the road passes near a stretch of coast and you catch a glimpse of the sea. You immerse yourself in your thoughts as you drive on the wide American roads. You arrive in town around 6 p.m. The sun is still high. Lorenzo, here it gets dark later than in Rome. Lorenzo, there is a bright, but warm atmosphere. The summer sun is not as blinding as in Italy. Ellie has booked a room in a small hotel. There are no better ones around, and Elliot's Inn is located near the port. It's convenient for going to the diving school and they gave us a good price, we know the owners, she said. You arrive in Ipswich and drive for about 3 kilometers along wide roads surrounded by American-style white two-story houses with gardens and cars parked in front of each house. Then, when you reach a roundabout, you turn right again and catch a glimpse of the sea in the distance. Lorenzo, the direction is right. The sea is just about 2 kilometers away. You immediately notice a change in the landscape. Now you are in a slightly run-down neighborhood, with dilapidated houses all painted gray. They are almost attached to each other, having small windows through which the light barely shines. The streets are narrow and the intersections have no traffic lights. Lorenzo, there are fewer people around and very little car traffic. It feels like you are in an abandoned neighborhood. The navigator provides you with unclear directions and keeps recalculating the route several times. You can't figure out where you need to go. You look around and see a group of bikers coming. Stopped at the traffic light, you are approached by an old pickup truck with 3 guys. You approach the surfers. Keep looking for the road by yourself. You wait for the biker group and try to ask them. Lorenzo, what's this noise? Ah. A group of bikers. About 20 Harley-Davidsons crowd around your car one after the other. They are dressed like in the movies. Leather or jeans jackets, military helmets and all the distinctive signs of American bikers. Some scrutinize you, looking at you as if you came from Mars. Others pass without giving you any notice. Lorenzo, they don't seem aggressive. But a little unsettling, I would say. I wonder which group they belong to. Biker, are you a foreigner? Lorenzo, yes. Italian. It's my first time in this area. Biker, MHH. I wonder if you'll like this place. The whole group accelerates, moving away from you. They make an unbearable noise. So, you decide to ask a passerby. You find a man around 50, dressed modestly. Lorenzo, good evening. Excuse me for bothering you, can you tell me where I am? Pedestrian, this is Innsmouth. Lorenzo, ah, thank you. I was looking for my hotel, the Elliot's Inn. Do you know where it is? Pedestrian, of course, it's on Main Street. Lorenzo, it should be not far from the port. Pedestrian, yes, Innsmouth is a port town, they are all near the port. Pedestrian, go straight and at the second street on the right, turn. You'll see it a few meters away. Pedestrian, it has a yellow sign outside, you'll get there in a couple of minutes. Lorenzo, thank you. You are very kind. Ask him about the hotel where you will be staying. Ask the passerby if there are many visitors. Lorenzo, do you see many visitors around here? Pedestrian, not many actually. Why are you here? What country are you from? Guys like you are rarely seen around here. Lorenzo, what do you mean? I'm Italian. I'm here for a couple of days of diving. Pedestrian, I see, many come for diving and surfing. Lorenzo, yes, I've been told. I hope to have 2 nice days. After a few minutes, you see the sign. That gentleman was very helpful. You park the car outside, grab your bags, and head into the hotel. You find yourself in a place that looks like a guest house, with furniture that seems a bit dated and a thick carpet covering the lobby floor. A pretty young lady is at the reception. She's just over 20 and has gorgeous blue eyes. They remind you of your mom's side of the family. Dad always said, you got 2 things from your mom, her eyes, and her love for the sea. Lorenzo, good morning, I'm Lorenzio Rai. There's a room booked for me for 3 nights. Emma, good morning, sure. Welcome to our hotel, Lorenzo, we've been expecting you. I'm Emma. Ellie spoke highly of you, did you have a good trip? Lorenzo, yes, thank you Emma. The flight was right on time, and Ellie is always so kind. Emma, here are the keys to room 22. We've already received a copy of your passport. Your room is on the 2nd floor. Unfortunately, there's no elevator. Lorenzo, no biggie. I've got light luggage. Emma, need help with your bags? Lorenzo, no, thanks. I can manage on my own. Emma, all right. Settle in at your own pace, you must be tired. If you need anything, just dial 0. I'm here until 8, then I'll head home. Emma, we don't have a night porter, but, if needed, you can call this number. Emma shows you a note pinned to the wall. Lorenzo, how do I get back into the hotel after dinner? Emma, the front door will be open and your key will be here at the reception. Ask about an ideal place for dinner. Ask how to easily get to the harbor. Lorenzo, could you tell me how I can easily get to the harbor? Emma, I'd advise against going to the harbor at night. Lorenzo, why? What happens at the harbor? Emma, nothing much. Just that cargo comes in now and then. Emma, there have been some brawls between sailors and sometimes locals get involved. Lorenzo, I'll be careful not to look too nosy if I see any suspicious cargo. Emma, good. You've got the gist of what I meant. You head up to the 2nd floor via a wooden staircase. The first room on the right is number 22. You open the door. Lorenzo, Thank goodness the receptionist, Emma, is a friendly and super nice gal. However, this room isn't quite what I was hoping for. Looks like it's stuck 50 years in the past at least. Lorenzo, the room phone rings. It's Emma. Emma, Lorenzo, do you need anything? Lorenzo, no, thanks. I'm all good. Damaged parquet and a shabby vibe. But hey, for $60 a night, it was the only available option in town, at least it seems like it. The room is big, but the bathroom is tiny. The decor includes some shabby antique furniture. There's a strong musty smell. The window has heavy curtains that block out the sunlight. Walking around the room, the floor creaks under your feet. Beside the main door, there are 2 doors on the side walls leading to other rooms. The rooms are interconnected. Lorenzo, wonder if there are any other guests. You hook up both your cell phone and laptop to the hotel's Wi-Fi and check if you've received any messages or emails. Lorenzo, good thing the Wi-Fi works well. At least I can keep working on my presentation for the conference. Let me send a message to Laura first. Lorenzo, so far so good. The flight was on time and the drive to the coast went smoothly. Lorenzo, the room isn't exactly what I expected, but it'll do for 3 nights. Lorenzo, at least I can focus on my presentation. I'm gonna miss you a lot these days, sending you a big kiss. You lie down on the bed, the mattress is soft and there are 4 pillows, way too fluffy. You lie down to rest a bit, but you're not sleepy at all. You get up from the bed and look out the window. It's a nice evening, the sky is clear and it's not too hot. You decide to go out for a walk to explore the area a bit. You're tired, but not sleepy. And you're getting hungry too. Passing through the reception, you don't see Emma. You leave the room keys on the counter and go out into the street. You walk for a few hundred meters, until you see in the distance a yellow light that looks like a sign. It's a diner, a cheap American restaurant. It's not great. The atmosphere is dark, with little light and a heavy air that envelopes the entire place. The walls are painted in an indecipherable color, between brown and eggplant, and the ceiling is low, creating an oppressive feeling. The tables are old and worn, with wooden swivel chairs that creak when someone sits down. The menu offers classic American dishes, hamburgers, French fries. You approach the counter. The waiter greets you cordially and invites you to sit at a table. Waiter, good evening. What can we prepare for you tonight? Lorenzo, good evening. I would like a hamburger, please. And also some French fries. Waiter, all right, I'll bring them to you right away. Would you like something to drink? Lorenzo, yes, a beer, please. Waiter, I'll bring you the beer right away. Your table is located near a window. The waiter brings you an American beer. You read the label, it's produced in the Boston area. You taste it, it is a little bitter, almost spicy. After about 5 minutes, the food ordered arrives. Waiter, here you go, sir. Enjoy your meal. Lorenzo, thank you. As you eat, the waiter approaches you a couple of times to make sure you enjoy your dinner. Waiter, sir, did you arrive in Innsmouth today? How do you feel about our little town? Lorenzo, I've only been here for just over an hour. I don't know the city, but it seems a bit, how to say, abandoned. Waiter, I understand. There are few people around. But I assure you it's a livelier place than it seems. Lorenzo, in what sense? Is there social life? Waiter, not much. At least not in the usual sense of the term. But you can meet special people. Waiter, everyone wants to escape from here 2 days after arriving and then end up staying for a long time. Or even for life. Lorenzo, what do you mean? What kind of people? Waiter, sailors, artists, followers of strange cults, eccentrics, kids who dropped out of school and live day by day. Lorenzo, ah well, then it's a more interesting place than it sounds. I'm glad to hear that. At least I won't be bored. Lorenzo, waiter, get bored in Innsmouth? I don't think so. Just try to understand what's beneath the surface. Lorenzo, I hope to understand more in the next 2 days. Lorenzo, now I'm tired from the journey. I would like the bill, please. Waiter, of course. I'll bring it to you right away. Did everything go well? Lorenzo, excellent, everything was good, thank you. Waiter, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Come back whenever you want. You pay, leaving a good tip and say goodbye as you go out of the restaurant. Suddenly you think back to the bikers and surfers you met recently. You decide to go back inside to ask the waiter some questions, but you notice strange phenomena in the sky. You stop and look at the sky. You ask questions about the people of Innsmouth. You stop and look at the sky. Lorenzo, what a bright sky. It seems like there are many more stars than usual. And that they move in swarms. Lorenzo, the sky seems charged with an incredible force. Some flashes foreshadow a storm during the night. The clouds are moving at an unusual speed. Strong wind is coming from the sea. You leave the diner and return to your hotel ready for a restful night's sleep. You left home in Rome 15 hours ago. Now you're sleepy and dead tired. You walk through the narrow streets of the town. The houses are almost all the same. Some are larger, with a porch at the entrance. You notice strange inscriptions on several houses, and also monstrous creatures painted next to the inscriptions. The sky is clear, starry. Swarms of stars move quickly in front of your eyes. You observe the incomprehensible symbols painted on the houses. You observe the strange paintings on the houses. You observe the strange paintings on the houses. Lorenzo, many houses have drawings on the walls. They are paintings of strange creatures. Lorenzo, the fish man, the frogman. I've never seen them anywhere else. Lorenzo, I don't remember any religions or cults that have such symbols. Lorenzo, instead, these others seem to be images of Mayan deities. Lorenzo, while on the house at the top of the street there were symbols of Native Americans, the eagle, the arrow. Lorenzo, I wonder why they painted all these symbols on the houses. Lorenzo, many have now faded colors, others seem to have been painted recently. But maybe they have been retouched. Save. Save slot 1, save slot. Lorenzo. You go into your room and get ready for bed. You turn off your phone and your PC. Lorenzo, it's better to turn off, they could call me from Italy in the middle of the night, with the 6-hour time difference. You slip under the covers and, in a few minutes, you fall asleep. You are woken up by flashes of light in the room. Your phone and laptop illuminate with messages and notifications received. You are too tired to check what it is, but out of the corner of your eye you notice some kind of inscription on the computer. You quickly sit down on the bed. With some awe, you approach the PC and look more closely. The light from your monitor casts eerie shadows on the walls of the room, creating an almost psychedelic atmosphere. Lorenzo, what the hell is this inscription? Lorenzo, does it look like something ancient? And how did it appear on the screen if I had turned off the PC and phone? You are perplexed by the inscription and try to understand what it is, but you are too tired to focus. You decide to let it go and turn off the computer again, hoping to go back to sleep. You collapse from being so tired. After a while, footsteps and creaking noises wake you up. Confused, you look at the clock, it's 1:45 in the night. Lorenzo, what's happening? Lorenzo, why are there footsteps so late? You try to turn on the light, but there is no electricity. Lorenzo, has the power been cut? You shiver with fear. The footsteps stop near the door of your room. You sit on the bed, with your heart pounding. Lorenzo, I need to know what the hell is happening. You get out of bed and approach the door. You stop for a moment to take a deep breath, then open the door slowly. But there's no one outside. Lorenzo, maybe it was just my imagination. Lorenzo, I need to relax and go back to sleep. You go towards the bed and lie down, trying to ignore the noises and focus on your breathing. After a few minutes, you finally manage to relax and go back to sleep. Then, you hear a total racket, everything vibrates very strongly, the 3 doors and the window. It seems like an earthquake. Or someone shaking the doors with all their might. Then you hear footsteps behind the side doors of your room. You go to the front door and the other 2 doors, barefoot and with your heart in your ears. You are certain that someone is behind the 2 side doors to the other rooms. Fear creeps inside you, but you force yourself to remain calm. Lorenzo, who's behind the door? Who are you? Nothing. No answer. The silence returns. Absolute, almost unnatural. You approach the desk where you had left the laptop and phone turned off. You are certain you turned them off again, but the screens are still illuminated. You move closer and see the same image on both devices, an old man staring at you with big, teary, almost white, blue eyes. The old man is motionless, he could even be dead. He looks very sad. Lorenzo, how did this image get on my phone and my PC? They were off. At that moment, the old man on the screen seems to move and you get scared. Lorenzo, oh my God, he's alive. But who are you and what do you want from me? The old man remains silent and you realize it must have been just an image. You calm down a bit but you are still shaken. The window glass starts to vibrate. First softly, then stronger. It's as if a heavy vehicle is passing by your house. The vibration becomes stronger and you want to go and see, but you are paralyzed by panic and remain motionless. Lorenzo, what's happening? Why is the window vibrating like this? Out of the corner of your eye, you notice something happening on your computer. The old man is gone, but it seems like someone is using your keyboard remotely. You approach the computer and notice that many images are scrolling on the screen. Lorenzo, what the hell is happening? At that point, you see images of a crowd of people. They are strange, the way they move and dress, and then the sea, the water, the depths. It's like people are fleeing from the earth, sinking. Lorenzo, what's happening? Who is controlling my computer? You feel overwhelmed by panic, you try to stay calm, but terror overwhelms you. Lorenzo, what's happening? Who is controlling my computer? Pay attention to the people of the sea. You think there's someone in the room. Pay attention to the people of the sea. Lorenzo, those people entering the sea. They have strange feet. Lorenzo, the toes were not divided, but united, as if they were fins. Lorenzo, I'm sure I've seen an image of people in the water with fin-like feet. Lorenzo, but I can't remember where I've seen this before. Lorenzo, on the PC it looked like a video. So they must be real images. Lorenzo, but people like that, with fin-like feet, don't exist. Then everything ends. The images disappear from the screen and the vibration of the window stops. Your computer and phone are now turned off. Lorenzo, what do I do now? I have to stay awake, at all costs. Half an hour passes, then an hour. You are very tired, but manage to stay awake. It's a huge effort not to fall asleep. At 6 in the morning it's dawning. Maybe the danger has passed. You fall asleep exhausted. You are jolted awake when there is a knock at the door. It's a polite call, almost as if the person doesn't want to disturb you. Lorenzo, who is it? Emma, it's Emma from the reception. Sorry to bother you, but you need to hurry to the harbor for the diving. Emma, it's already 9. If you don't hurry, the dive center's boat will leave without you. You hurry up, get dressed, and get ready for the day of diving. You are wearing a t-shirt and shorts, sneakers, and sunglasses. In your backpack put sunscreen, a hat, and beach towels. Equipment will be provided to you by the diving school. When you go down to the reception, Emma smiles at you. Lorenzo, what happened last night? All that noise. Emma, noise. We had a quiet night as always. What are you referring to? Lorenzo, could it have been just a nightmare? Now you have only one goal, to go out on a boat and dive into the ocean. Now you have only one goal, to go out on a boat and dive into the ocean. That is, go down to at least 50 meters deep and experience again the feeling of immensity that you feel at the bottom of the sea. Lorenzo, it doesn't matter. I have to hurry, otherwise I'll miss the boat. How long does it take to get to the port? Emma, 10-minute walk. It's easy, walk out of the hotel and take any road to the right, they all lead to the sea. Emma, once there, you will see the entire Innsmouth Cove. The port is more or less in the center. Go to Pier 1 where the diving school is located. You insist on asking questions. You think Emma is lying. Lorenzo, it's impossible that Emma knows nothing about it. I didn't dream, I was absolutely awake. Lorenzo, now I don't want to insist with the questions. But when I come back, I want to understand well. Lorenzo, it all seems so absurd to me. The reception phone rings. Lorenzo, I don't have much time, I need to get some breakfast and then I have to hurry. Lorenzo heads to the dining room, but realizes he forgot his sunglasses on the reception desk. He goes back to get them, but they are gone. Emma is not there either. Lorenzo, Emma. Lorenzo calls her several times, but there is no answer. The whole hotel seems deserted. Lorenzo, I have to hurry up. I'll take care of the glasses tonight. Emma must have put them aside. You leave the hotel and head to the harbor on foot. The streets are empty. You leave. Lorenzo, weird place, there's no one around. The hotel is on Main Street and you start walking through those ugly gray houses you saw last night. You hit Water Street and decide to take it since it leads to the sea, just like Emma told you. You keep walking for about a mile, trying to spot if there's anyone around. Lorenzo, where is everybody? Is this a ghost town? You can't figure out where all the residents are. The whole town seems deserted. The street is silent and desolate. Lorenzo, what's going on? Where did everyone go? You walk slowly, trying to spot any signs of life. There are no sounds. All you hear is the sound of your footsteps as you get closer to the sea. Someone is living in those houses. Many windows are open, and some of the buildings have cars parked in the driveways, but there's not a soul in sight. Lorenzo, what's happening here? It's like everyone just up and left the town. You see Fish Street and decide to take it, since you saw on the map that it leads straight to the harbor. You start heading down the sloping road, and after 5 minutes, you catch a glimpse of the blue sea. Lorenzo, finally, the sea. At least I'm going in the right direction. Save. Save slot. Lorenzo, finally, the sea. At least I'm going in the right direction. You emerge onto a sort of seafront. A fairly wide area, with several trucks parked in the semi-empty lots. You see rust everywhere, and the buildings inside are damaged by the salt air. The feeling of abandonment is amplified by a strong smell of fish. There's a terrible stench everywhere. A couple hundred meters away there are a few small cargo ships and fishing boats moored at the docks. You decide to head in that direction. Lorenzo, what a dump. I hope the diving school lives up to the expectations. It looked really good on the website, with all the latest gear. You head towards the harbor, hoping to find the school. And maybe someone who can answer a few questions about this weird place. You feel uneasy. Lorenzo, let's hope this 2-day diving thing doesn't turn out to be a terrible idea. You arrive at the port and see the sign of the scuba center, Plum Island Scuba. You have finally reached the place you were looking for. Lorenzo, there they are. I finally found them. You enter the office of the scuba center and are greeted by the smile of a beautiful brunette, with long hair and stunning blue eyes. Emma, hi, are you Lorenzo? Are you the Italian who booked the dives? Lorenzo, yes. That's me. Nice to meet you. Emma, nice to meet you too, my name is Emma. We were waiting for you, you're a bit late. Lorenzo, yes, I am sorry, it took me a while to find you. Emma, you too? You're the second beautiful girl named Emma that I've met in this place. Emma, yes, I know, she's my cousin. She works at the hotel where you're staying. Emma, in our family, Emma is an important name, you know, in honor of a boat, a 2-mast sailboat, that changed the fortunes of the family forever. Lorenzo, interesting story, you can tell me more later. Emma, did you sleep well? Lorenzo, not much, I still have to adjust to the time difference and I didn't sleep a wink last night. Lorenzo, but don't worry, a nice bath will wake me up. By the way, could you prepare the equipment I requested in my mails? You carefully check the equipment, the wetsuit, fins, scuba tank, and snorkel all seem to suit you. The mask is strange, of a type you have never seen before, but you think it will be fine. Lorenzo, yes, Emma, everything seems to be in order. The size of the fins and wetsuit appears to be right. Emma, great. You have sunglasses, right? There's a very strong light at sea, and without sunglasses, You could damage your eyes. Lorenzo, I had them, but I lost them. Emma, take these. They're sunglasses with clear yellow lenses. They'll help protect your eyes from the sun. You turn the glasses in your hands, they look like 3D goggles. You have never seen sunglasses like this before. You look around, observing the harbor. You see no pleasure boats, only fishing boats and small, ramshackle cargo ships. The area seems desolate. Despite the beautiful sunny day, the calm sea has a very light color, almost wintry. The water reflects an incredible amount of light and is dazzling, almost unnatural. Lorenzo, this sea is really strange. I've never seen water of such a clear, intense, and dazzling color. Meanwhile, as Emma prepares the boat for the excursion, you wander away from school, strolling around the harbor. The stench of fish invades your nostrils again as soon as you approach the docks with the other boats or try to enter one of the small streets that lead inland to Innsmouth. Despite the stench, you enjoy watching the harbor and admiring the sea towards the horizon. Lorenzo, looking at the sea, even this dull place becomes fascinating. In the distance, you see some small islands, perhaps 2 kilometers off the coast, and a closer cliff, 700 to 800 meters from the shore. It doesn't seem artificial. It's rugged, as if it were made of natural rocks, with colors ranging from sand to very dark brown, almost black. After a few minutes, you return to the sub-school. Lorenzo, those distant islets look interesting. I would love to explore them while diving. Emma, yes, it's a nice place, full of shrimp and other crustaceans. Many divers go there to see the fish, which are searching for food. Emma, today we don't have time to stop. We'll go to the open sea, to the Orange Shoal. Lorenzo, I'm ready. Shall we leave immediately? Emma, yes, of course. The others have also arrived. Today, there are 5 of you diving. Lorenzo, great. I can't wait. Emma, perfect. Emma chats with 4 people. Then she turns to you and calls out to you. Emma, Lorenzo, can you come here? Let me introduce you to our companions. You approach and are introduced to Chris and Tom, 2 guys in their mid-20s, and to a couple in their 50s, Sarah and John. Chris, hi Lorenzo, good to meet you. Are you ready for the dive? Lorenzo, hi Chris, yes, I'm ready. I am very happy to join you. Tom, there will be lots of things to see underwater. We're all excited. Emma told us that you're a champion free diver. Emma, yes, that's true. Lorenzo dives down to 100 m depth without scuba tanks. We can't wait to explore the shoal seabed together. John, I'm glad there are several of us. We'll definitely have fun together. Emma, before we leave, would you like some coffee? There are also muffins offered by the house. Emma looks at you with a smile on her lips. Emma, you, Lorenzo, might need it. Lorenzo, thank you, Emma. I would gladly have a coffee and a muffin, if it's not a problem. Chris, sure, let's go get them together. With the group of divers and Emma, you have coffee before setting off for the dive. Emma, come on, guys, let's hurry up. Get on the boat and stow your belongings in the 2 compartments, bow and stern. Emma, we need to leave as soon as possible. It's a beautiful day, but the weather forecast warns that the weather may worsen in the afternoon. Emma, let's go to the Orange Shoal, which is about 6 miles from here. You and the group hurry to board the boat, an aluminum motorboat about 10 meters long, with 2 outboard engines of 200 horsepower each. It has a covered space for the pilot and 2 holds, one at the stern and one at the bow. Not a modern boat, maybe 20 years old. But diving schools often use boats like this. Emma, check your equipment again. If you forget something, I won't be able to help you. Emma, I only have on the boat what Lorenzo and I need. Emma, do you have sunglasses? Here sun rays reflect on the sea surface and create strange effects, even hallucinations. Emma, it can also damage your eyes. Lorenzo, I recommend you always wear the glasses I gave you. You nod and put on the glasses. Everyone settles into the boat. Emma quickly removes the moorings and starts the first engine to leave the port. You move away from the dock slowly, with only one engine at idle. Emma pilots very cautiously. You pass by the islets. Save. Save. Back. You pass by the islets. Emma, those are the plums, from which we took the name for our school. Passing by the islets, Emma accelerates using the second engine as well. The speed must be about 20 knots. The sea is very calm and sparkling. You and Emma wear the strange yellow glasses, unbranded and with a thicker frame than usual. You are at the bow and look at the bright horizon and the almost transparent water. At some point, you seem to see a long dark mass on the horizon, maybe a cliff. After a while, the color of the cliff turns green, changing from dark to light, emerald, full of light, and the cliff starts moving. Waves seem to roll around the reef. Then what looked like waves come to life. They are very long, bright green tentacles, sometimes not visible, sometimes very clear. At times they are very well distinguished. You can't speak. With your arm, you signal to Emma, pointing to the tentacles. But Emma remains calm and smiling. The other passengers, looking in the same direction, seem not to notice anything. You look again, but now the view seems blurred. You see very well up close, but on the horizon you can no longer distinguish anything, except a glare. Emma, let's go to the orange shoal. It's about 30 meters deep, we should all be able to reach the bottom. Lorenzo, Emma, did you see those tentacles? They were green and luminous, they seemed alive. Emma, oh, yes, I saw them. Don't worry, they're just a peculiarity of these waters. Many people here have hallucinations, that's also why you have to wear the glasses. Emma, but now we have to focus on the dive, a wonderful sea awaits us down at the orange shoal. You can't get that vision out of your head, but you focus on preparing your diving equipment and the next dive. Emma, Lorenzo, wear the mask, otherwise you can't see anything. You wear the mask to try it on, it is perfectly waterproof, then you take it off. You wear the mask to try it on, it is perfectly waterproof, then you take it off. Emma, okay, here we go. Emma, now we go down and follow the bottom until we reach the shoal. Emma, Lorenzo, please go down first. See if we are above the rocks or if the bottom is sandy. You keep your glasses on. You take off your yellow glasses. You keep your glasses on. You take off your yellow glasses. You take off your glasses to prepare for the dive, but decide to look at the horizon for a while. Without glasses, a blinding light prevents you from seeing well. Before putting your glasses back on, you try to look at the horizon, but your vision is blurred. Emma, Lorenzo. Without glasses, you will have vision problems tonight. Emma, some have had corneal damage. Lorenzo, yes, you're right, there's a blinding light. You nod, then dive into the water. You feel the cold water on your skin, but after a few seconds you feel comfortable. You are very focused on the dive you are about to take. As you descend, you notice that the water becomes darker and deeper, and the bottom keeps moving away. But the fins give you the right push and help you move forward without much effort. After a few minutes of descent, you finally see the Orns Reef. It's a huge rocky formation rising from the seabed, surrounded by swarms of colorful fish swimming around it. You are breathless in front of that beauty. You feel like you're in another world, far from everything, immersed in a peace and beauty you've never experienced before. And in that moment, you know you will never forget that experience. You want to reach the bottom of the reef, as you used to do as a child, and stay there admiring the beauty of nature. Then it's time for you to resurface. You have learned to start with a short dive first. Lorenzo, there's rock below. Emma, perfect. It's a nice spot, full of fish. We can stop here. Emma turns off the engines and prepares to drop anchor. We are at 6 or 7 miles from the coast. Emma, get ready, guys. We'll all jump together. And please, no unnecessary risks. You start dressing, taking turns using the holds below deck. After 5 minutes, the whole group is wearing wetsuits, tanks, has a mask on their foreheads and fins in their hands. Sarah and John are adjusting their fins. Emma already has the mouthpiece in her mouth and is making some final adjustments to her wetsuit. Emma, is everyone ready? Emma, let's go then. Emma dives first, followed by the others. The water is cold, but you feel excited and focused. You look down and see a sandy seabed not far away. You start swimming in that direction. After a few minutes of swimming, you reach the other rocks. They are very large, full of crevices and caves. You illuminate shoals of fish swimming around you. You turn around and see that Emma is following you. She is about 20 meters from you. At one point, you see a large shadow moving behind a rock. Lorenzo, Emma, look over there. You signal, pointing at the shadow. Emma turns and looks in the same direction. She signals that there are no problems. You continue to watch attentively, but you don't see anything strange anymore. You all make several dives in groups of 2. You are with Emma, and you reach the bottom of the reef, in a spot far from the others. You are on the border of the reef because you can see a much deeper seabed nearby. Emma indicates to you to go further and return to the surface. Emma, this is the border of the reef. If you go beyond, the seabed is about 80 meters deep. Do you think you can descend that far? Lorenzo, I should. I'm not very trained, but it used to be normal for me to get to those depths. Emma, all right. Let's give it a try. You swim for a few minutes, looking down. Then Emma signals you to look below, towards the seabed. There's a very bright and shimmering green light at the bottom of the sea. It's a small light but very intense. You swim. Lorenzo, what is it? Emma, it should be the wreckage of an old boat. The reflections are possibly due to something metallic. The water around here often has a strange light. Lorenzo, shall we go down to take a look? Emma, of course. You'll see it's a beautiful seabed. You try to descend about 30 meters, but then you signal to Emma indicating your tank. Your air is running out. You ascend towards the surface, and Emma follows you. Lorenzo, my tank is running out. Emma, don't worry. I'll help you with mine. Let's try to reach the green light. Lorenzo, okay, but let me do some breath holding first. I'll dive down and use the remaining air to come back up. Emma, the seabed is about 80 meters deep. You don't hear the answer because you're already immersed. You feel a huge desire to reach the green light on the seabed. Or whatever it is. You descend meter by meter until you finally see it up close. In those moments, you feel like a kid again, when you were a free diving champion. You have a diving torch on your mask, and when you turn your head to look at the seabed, you can see quite well. On the seabed there are stones arranged in a geometric shape, as if forming a pyramid. It's clearly a man-made artifact. You manage to touch the source of light. It's an object covered in algae, about 30 to 40 centimeters in size. You try to pull it towards you, but you can't extract it from a group of rocks where it's wedged. You wonder how it is possible that an object covered in algae, at a depth of 80 meters, emits light. You know you have only a few seconds left before you have to ascend. As you tug at the object, you glance around and the torch on your mask illuminates everything. The water is incredibly bright, a very bright emerald green. You think it's the algae, but then you realize that something strange is happening. The entire mass of water around the object, first for a few meters, then for tens of meters, then beyond, much beyond, is lighting up with a light green color. You hear it. At first, you don't understand what it is. Then you focus your attention and you're certain, it's a breath, slow and very deep. At a depth of 80 meters, surrounded by a brilliant light green water, you hear it again, a breath, slow and very deep. It's as if a huge creature is coming back to life. Panicked, you give one last tug to the object, pulling it towards you with all your strength. You finally manage to tear it from the rocks holding it. You're just in time to ascend. You search among the rocks to see if there is more. You remain to listen to the breath at the bottom of the sea. Lorenzo, among the rocks there's something else. It looks like a rope with something metallic. You pull hard towards you and find yourself holding two pendants, with the cords covered in algae. You hold both the object and the pendants and return to the surface. They are two metal medallions, with leather cords. They are very worn by the salt water. But you can distinguish on each a strange fish on one side and strange characters on the other. The two medallions look the same, or very similar. You've been diving for a long time, at least 4 minutes. You return to the surface, compensating several times, and after a few dozen meters you back. You return to the surface, compensating several times, and after a few dozen meters you realize that Emma is waiting for you. She had stayed 30 or 40 meters deep, waiting for you. You ascend together until you reach the surface. You reach the surface at the same time. You are exhausted and hold up the recovered figurine. Emma immediately notices the statuette, and changes her expression. Emma, give it to me. It's ours, that statuette belongs to my family. You are very tired and take a deep breath to recover from the effort. Saying nothing, you hand her the object, throwing Emma a confused look. Her eyes have become very clear, almost white. In these moments she doesn't resemble the beautiful smiling girl from before. For a moment she remains still, as if in a trance. Then she starts swimming, first slowly, then faster, reaching the boat. She seems to have a mission to accomplish. She climbs on board and disappears into the hold for a few minutes. You followed her, but you didn't get on the boat. Confused, you think back to when you held that strange object in your hand during the ascent to the surface. You didn't have much time to look at it closely, but it seems to be a statuette depicting a man. Once resurfaced, you had time to look at it more carefully. Before Emma takes it, it's a statuette, half man and half animal, with tentacles instead of hair. It looks like stone, green, but iridescent. It has strange reflections. Then your thought goes to the incredible green light and, to the breath. You are sure. It was a breath. Emma, guys, it's time to return to the port. In the afternoon, strange currents often form and I don't want to find myself in difficulty. Let's go. One by one, you and the other 4 passengers get on the boat, take off your gear and stay in your wetsuit. You will change in the port. The sea is getting choppy, but there is a lot of air. It's not a strong wind but it's colder than in the morning. Emma seems worried and drives the boat at full speed. Entrust yourself to Emma's hands. Point out to Emma about the arrival of a storm. Entrust yourself to Emma's hands. You think Emma can handle the situation. But as the minutes passed, she did not seem to notice the sudden change in the weather. Lorenzo, Emma. The waves are getting more and more violent. Emma, don't worry Lorenzo. Usually the waves are low around here. Save. Save slot. Emma, don't worry Lorenzo. Usually the waves are low around here. Lorenzo, look. A higher wave is coming. It will hit the boat soon. The force of the wave is extremely violent. The passengers on the boat are thrown to the bottom. After the wave has passed, It takes a few minutes for the situation to calm, no one is injured. Emma resumes navigation towards the coast. You look outside the boat for a while longer, then decide to enjoy the view. You feel confused and you can't find the words to express what you feel. Actually, you don't feel like talking. After a while, Emma turns to you. Emma, Lorenzo, are you worried about something? Lorenzo, no, it's just that, it has been a strange experience save. Lorenzo, no, it's just that, it has been a strange experience we had today. Emma, I know. Emma, but you know, sometimes it's better not to try to understand everything. Things always find a way to reveal themselves. Nod slowly, getting the distinct feeling that Emma knows much more than she is saying. Lorenzo, you're right. Anyway, thanks for the day at sea. It's been a long time since I felt the sensation of getting lost in the depths. Emma smiles at you, then returns her focus to navigation. You look outside the boat for a while longer, then decide to enjoy the view. You're still confused, but you feel that you shouldn't panic. Answer: since you arrived in that weird little bat. You're still confused, but you feel that you shouldn't panic. Answers will come, sooner or later. Since you arrived in that weird little town, strange things have happened. The first night with the noises and the computer that, while turned off, started coming to life. You remember the old man on the screen. Then you saw the cliff on the horizon animated with tentacles, the statuette, the lighted water at 60 meters, and that breath. And then Emma, who transformed from a young, smiling girl into an emotionless being. You think of Laura and a mix of nostalgia and guilt for hardly ever thinking about her since you left. Lorenzo, thank goodness I'm going back home on Friday. After docking, Emma quickly moors the boat. It's clear she's a pro. Emma, Lorenzo, can you help me? Lorenzo, sure. Once the boat is moored, everyone takes turns stripping off their diving suits and gets ready to leave the port. They all thank Emma for the great trip and say their goodbyes. You get off the boat and head toward your hotel. As you walk along the harbor, you feel someone tap your shoulder. You turn around and see Emma behind you. Emma, Lorenzo, I'm sorry for how I acted, I didn't mean to be rude. Emma, but that statuette is very important to my family. Emma, I was a bit shaken when I saw it in your hands. You nod, but say nothing. Emma smiles at you. She's back to being the delightful girl from that morning. Emma, Lorenzo, the port authority called me. Bad weather is expected tomorrow. Emma, there will be strong currents. They won't allow motorboats out. Lorenzo, I get it. Anyway, today was a pretty intense day. We saw some beautiful seabeds. What's there to do here in Innsmouth? Emma, you could take a swim, just don't go too far. Maybe head over to Plum Islands. Lorenzo, sounds like a good plan. I'm still jet-lagged from the trip and need to recover. A day of relaxation will do me good. Strangely, you feel relieved about the trip being cancelled. The weird events that happened in Innsmouth come back to mind. The idea of swimming alone sounds good to you. You retrace your steps. You have a great sense of direction and easily find your way back to the hotel. You enter the hotel. The other Emma is there. Emma, hey Lorenzo. How are you? Did you have fun diving? Lorenzo, yeah, the sea was fantastic. I met your cousin. Emma, I know. Didn't I mention my family owns the diving school? My cousin's one with the sea. Emma, she's more than a cousin to me. We're like sisters, some people say we're the same person. Emma, I'm more shy, though, and less of an adventurer. You suddenly feel uneasy. This town's got a creepy vibe. You've never met such weird and mysterious folks before. But at the same time, you're intrigued. Emma, by the way, are these your sunglasses? Your sunglasses are on the table. Lorenzo, yes. They're mine. I thought I'd lost them. Where did you find them? Emma, they were here. On the reception desk. That's not true. You know it well, but prefer not to say anything. It's another oddity. You wonder why anyone would take your glasses. Emma, did you know that you can't go out to sea in boat tomorrow? What do you want to do? Stay here or head to Boston a day early? Lorenzo, I think I'll spend another day here, just chilling. I'll leave for Boston early on Sunday. Lorenzo, I'll still have the whole day to check out the city. Emma, great choice. Let me know if you need anything. Lorenzo, thanks. You're always so kind. You head to your room, take a hot shower and feel a lot better. You stand under the running water for at least 10 minutes. You're feeling more rested after the free dive, but your muscles are still sore. You're out of shape. After your shower, you notice the smell of fish is gone. You smell fresh. You put on some clean clothes for dinner. You check your emails and messages on your phone, then start replying. Quick save. Save. Save slot. Save slot. You check your emails and messages on your phone, then start replying. There are 2 messages from Laura. She misses you and asks how the dive went. You reply, everything's good, honey. Today I went over 60 meters deep. Haven't done it in years. I honestly thought I couldn't make it. But strangely, I felt like a fish. Sending you kisses. You wonder how you managed to dive down to 80 meters and pry the statuette from the rocks holding it. Lorenzo, if they had told me earlier, I wouldn't have believed it. I didn't think I was still in shape. After getting dressed, you leave the hotel and head to the restaurant where you had dinner the night before. Now it seems more welcoming, with a warm and familiar atmosphere. The shabbiness of the furnishings seems almost deliberate, in line with that strange city. You sit at a table and start looking through the menu. The waiter from the day before recognizes you and greets you warmly. The waiter from the day before recognizes you and greets you warmly. Waiter, good evening. Everything okay? Please sit down wherever you prefer. Lorenzo, good evening to you. Thank you. Waiter, do you already have an idea of what to order? Or shall I give you some time to decide? Lorenzo, MHH, my yesterday's hamburger was delicious. I'll have the same dishes as yesterday, hamburger and fries. And a nice beer. Waiter, all right. I'll bring the beer right away. While waiting for your food, you observe the other restaurant customers. There's an elderly couple holding hands, a family with children playing with the cutlery, and a group of friends laughing and joking loudly. Suddenly you hear a voice behind you. Emma, may I join you? Emma. You look at her surprised. Lorenzo, of course. With pleasure. What brings you here? Emma, I didn't feel like cooking tonight and decided to come here to eat. But I don't like eating alone. Lorenzo, please, have a seat. Emma, tonight I feel like having some fish. I'll have a clam chowder and a portion of fried calamari. Emma and you start chatting in a very friendly way, talking about your lives and passions. You tell her about your career as a professor of ancient history and your future projects, while Emma talks about her passion for the sea and her family. Lorenzo, tell me more about the statuette. Why is it so important to you? The food arrives and you start eating. Emma sure loves her calamari. Emma, that statuette means a lot for our family, it's a symbol of our past times. I enjoy talking to you. Emma, you are an interesting person and I appreciate the fact that you are not impressed by the strange things that happen to you in this little town. Lorenzo, I'm not sure if that's true, but thank you. I have to admit that I'm a little confused by everything I've seen today. Emma, I understand. It's normal. Emma, these days we are only used to what is strictly practical and real, so, a statuette with extraordinary powers seems like madness to us. Lorenzo, what powers are you talking about? Emma bursts into a loud laughter. Emma, I just wanted to scare you. But I didn't succeed. What are your plans for tomorrow? Lorenzo, in the morning I will go diving along the coast, as you suggested. Then we'll see. Emma, if you go to the islets, be careful not to enter the caves. Some can be rather dangerous, as they are tunnels. Emma, it can be difficult to get out of it. I would like to accompany you. But unfortunately I have made a commitment. Lorenzo, don't worry. I'll manage it. Emma, now excuse me, but I have to go. Emma, I need to plan some excursions next week. Lorenzo, bye Emma, I see you soon. Emma, thank you, have a good evening Lorenzo. Lorenzo, gee, I wish I had asked Emma a few more questions about what happened to me. Lorenzo, Lorenzo, I will start my own investigation. Lorenzo, where do I start? Start with the shoal of Orne. Start with the statuette. Start with the shoal of Orne. Start with the statuette. Lorenzo, I need to know more about this statuette. Lorenzo, a man with animal parts. Lorenzo, Emma's reaction was instinctive, she couldn't control herself. Lorenzo, that statuette must mean a lot to her. Lorenzo, did she already know that the statuette was in that point of the reef? Lorenzo, what if she had organized the excursion just to retrieve it? Lorenzo, after all, I was the only one able to go so deep. Lorenzo, Tom, Ellie. Lorenzo, their insistence on getting me to come to the USA. Lorenzo, their willingness to organize 2 days of diving for me. Lorenzo, actually, it was Ellie who started talking to me about diving. Lorenzo, what if I have been framed? Was it all planned? Back in the room, you lie down on the bed and close your eyes, trying to relax and surrender to sleep. But your thoughts are too turbulent to allow you to easily fall asleep. You roll onto your side and pick up the book, but you can't concentrate on the plot. You think back to the statuette, the green light and the mysterious breath at the bottom of the sea, Emma's strange attitude. What is the girl hiding? What does she know about the statuette? And why was she so determined to get it? As you get lost in these thoughts, sleep suddenly overtakes you, almost without you realizing it. You dream of swimming in crystal clear waters, searching for something. The green light guides you, but when you reach it, your face turns into Emma's, with transparent eyes and a tight mouth. You wake up suddenly, your heart racing. You look at your watch, 2 o'clock in the morning. You breathe deeply, trying to calm yourself down, you decide to get up. You look out the window, everything is peaceful, no one around. You then decide to go out, take a walk, even though it is so late. You don't want to spend another night of nightmares. You leave the hotel and walk down the streets of Innsmouth. No one is around. Save slot 5, empty. Save slot 5, 30. You leave the hotel and walk down the streets of Innsmouth. No one is around. After about 10 minutes, you reach the beach. The fresh night air is good for you, and the sight of the sea brings back the image of green light in the deep. You wonder what that light means and why it attracted you so much. and you think again about that strange breath. Did you really hear it, or is it your imagination? At a depth of 80 meters, the brain can play nasty tricks. As you walk on the sand, you see a bonfire. You decide to approach it. It's a group of about 10 young people having a party on the beach. Or rather, they're dancing awkwardly without music around the fire. They have several beer bottles and they smoke. Judging by the strong acrid smell, they're smoking joints. Boy, who are you? Lorenzo, I'm an European tourist Italian. I couldn't sleep and thought I'd take a tour. Do you mind if I stay here for a while? Boy, not at all, if you don't mind witnessing our magical dance, we are evoking a god. Everyone bursts into laughter. Lorenzo, what do you mean? Girl, nothing much, there are ancient stories that are told here in Innsmouth. Lorenzo, legends. Boy, I think they refer to the period when sailors, merchants, and slaves from Africa, especially, came here from all over the world, at the time when Innsmouth was an important trading port. Boy, those were surely some wild times, to say the least. Lorenzo, okay. I'll stay here for a while. I hope your dance will calm me a bit so I can go back to sleep. Everyone laughs. You ask a boy what the symbol on the pendant around his neck is. You continue to ask about the strange rituals. You ask a boy what the symbol on the pendant around his neck is. Lorenzo, nice pendant you have. Can I see it? Boy, of course. It's the image of the sacred fish. In my family, we have passed it down for generations as a symbol of good luck and very long life. Boy, my grandmother gave it to me, urging me never to take it off. Boy, it seems to bring good luck and can prolong the life of those who always carry it with them. Boy, in fact, some people have the image of the sacred fish tattooed. Boy, on the back of the medallion, there is a piece of the map. Lorenzo, the pendant is very similar to the one I found among the rocks at the bottom of the sea. Lorenzo, what map? Boy, according to legend, there are several similar medallions. Boy, together, the medallions allow you to discover the location where a treasure is kept. Boy, that is, if you can interpret these characters, which no one knows. The boy laughs. Lorenzo, okay. Thanks for the chat. Now I say goodbye. I'm going to sleep. Good night. You're on your way to the hotel. Roaming the streets of Innsmouth at night. Drawn by the eerie and mysterious vibe of the town, you spot a faint light coming from a small chapel hidden among the run-down buildings. You ignore the light and go to the hotel. You decide to get closer. Sneaking closer, you peek through a dirty window. What you see takes your breath away. Inside the chapel, a group of hooded figures stands around an altar lit by flickering candles. The hooded individuals chant in a monotonous tone in an unknown language. Meanwhile, in the center of the altar, a taller, imposing person performs ritual gestures holding a mysterious marine relic. You wonder, Lorenzo, who are these people? And what are they doing? Your heart pounds in your chest as the air around the chapel seems to grow more oppressive. You feel trapped between terror and curiosity, eager to learn more but at the same time scared of being discovered. In your mind, thoughts chase each other in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. This town hides so many secrets. You think, trying to figure out what this dark ritual could mean. As you lean in for a better look, you knock over some timber debris and make noise. You decide to run away. You stay there and watch, hoping no one heard you. Drawn by the mysterious ceremony happening inside the small church, you cautiously approach and peek through the window to observe more closely, trying to catch every detail of the ceremony. With your eyes glued to the scene, you manage to glimpse the face of the hooded man leading the ritual. A dim light barely illuminates his figure, but you can make out the horrifying features of a fish man, with large, scaly eyes. Lorenzo, what am I seeing? That man, he almost doesn't look human. You decide to run away immediately at the sight of that horror. You head towards the hotel and reflect on what just happened. You conclude that it was just a mask and that no such creature exists. Save. Save slots. Save slots. You conclude that it was just a mask and that no such creature exists. Still slightly shaken, you return to the hotel. In the morning, you are awakened by the reflections of light passing through the window curtains. You check the time. It's 9 o'clock. You quickly get dressed and go down for breakfast. You meet Emma. Lorenzo, hi. Emma, good morning, Lorenzo. I hope you slept well. Lorenzo, yes, thank you. I crashed last night. I was exhausted. Emma, I believe you, the time difference, the immersion. What do you plan to do this morning?
Lorenzo, I think I'll take a nice bath.
Maybe I'll get to the islets. How's the weather?
Emma, I don't think it will rain.
It's a bit cloudy. But I think you'll enjoy getting to the plums. However, you don't have the equipment. You may want to ask Emma about it.
Lorenzo, I don't need it. Yesterday, I went snorkeling for quite a while, and I realized I'm still in good shape. I was afraid it would be worse.
Lorenzo, it's been at least a year since I went diving. I'll use the mask I brought from Italy. It's not great, but it'll do for today.
Emma, great.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
Lorenzo, thank you.
You go up to your room to get ready. You put on your swimsuit, a t-shirt, and pack a towel and sunscreen in your bag. You leave the hotel, waving goodbye to Emma. You pass the port and stop on the beach where the night before you had met the guys around the bonfire. There's no one there. You undress and stay in your swimsuit. You only have a mask, but you're a great swimmer. Even without fins, you should have no problems. The small islands lie about a mile from the shore. Between them and the shore, about halfway down, there is a dark rock cliff. The sea is calm, although the sky is gray. Occasional rays of sunshine penetrate the clouds and make the water sparkle. In those fleeting moments, you feel the sun on your skin, experiencing a nice sensation. You enter the water. After a few steps, you dive and start swimming. The water is cool, pleasant. Every couple of minutes, you stop to rest. You look around. It's not a bad day. It's probably not going to rain, you think. After about half an hour of swimming, you begin to see the rocky bottom. By now you are close to the islets, about 200 meters away. You stop to rest. You begin the breathing that precedes the dive. You go down. You descend to the bottom, about 15 meters deep. From there you see the islands and rocks all around. You come back up. You prepare for a new, longer dive. This time near the plums. You want to see the caves that Emmett told you about. You prepare for a few minutes and dive. In front of you, you see rocks and caves. The sea is dark, but at times it lights up when the sun's rays pass through the clouds. There are many fish. You approach until you touch the rocks. The surface is uneven, but strangely smooth. You ascend every 2 or 3 minutes. You stay for about 10 minutes on the surface and then dive. The bottom is about 50 feet. For someone as experienced as you are, it's a piece of cake. You're not tired and you really enjoy exploring the rocks, surrounded by a multitude of fish. At some point you come across an almost vertical rocky wall. Immediately you realize that it is different from the others, because the color of the rock is darker. You look closer. It is an historiated wall. You see many geometric lines and strange characters. There are carvings. You want to understand what they represent, but you have to go up. You take a breath and go back down. Suddenly a lot of light penetrates. The sun rays are filtering through the water. For a moment you see the whole wall clearly. It is about 30 meters long and 2 meters high, completely carved. The sun rays come and go, depending on how much they are obscured by the clouds. Underwater, the effect is as if the wall with the inscriptions is flashing, it lights up and darkens every few seconds. For a few moments you can see well, indecipherable symbols, stylized fish repeated in many places, and monstrous creatures. You can't distinguish them well, they are half fish and half human, sometimes winged, and have monstrous faces of snakes, frogs, and fish. Too bad you don't have fins and scuba tanks. You would have liked to look at the inscriptions more carefully. You have to go back to the surface. You have been diving for a few minutes. In a few seconds, you take a breath. The weather is getting worse. It seems like a storm is about to come. You remember Emma's words about sudden weather changes. You decide to dive one more time before returning to shore. You decide to return to the shore and reflect on the carved figures. You decide to dive one more time before returning to shore. When you are about 5 meters deep, a much more violent wave than the others crashes against the decorated wall. At a point you haven't noticed. You only see it for a moment. Lorenzo, but that is the image of the statuette, the winged man with the octopus head. It is carved on the wall. The wave drags you and prevents you from looking closely. You have a swim of almost a mile ahead of you and you start feeling tired. The strong currents take you further away, you have to make double effort to swim towards the shore. The sea is getting rough. Occasionally, a wave higher than the others forms. You struggle, but you are an excellent swimmer. Save slot 5. Save slot. The sea is getting rough. Occasionally, a wave higher than the others forms. You struggle, but you are an excellent swimmer. At a certain point, you turn around and see a fairly high wave coming towards you. You stop to wait for it to pass, but at 10 meters from you, the wave loses power. It passes over you without violence. You can gather your strength and return to shore now. On the beach you find your bag, you take off your mask, take the towels and dry yourself. The sky is cloudy again with glimpses of sun from time to time. But it doesn't seem like it's going to rain. You're happy with the day of free diving. Sometimes you feel the sun's rays on your skin. It's a very pleasant feeling. You close your eyes and look up towards the sun.
Hello, Lorenzo. You turn around and see Emma. Emma, I've been looking for you for a while. You've been in the water for quite some time. Lorenzo, almost 3 hours. I went to the islets and did a lot of dives there. Lorenzo, I'm glad I went. I found some inscriptions on the rocks. Emma, oh, yes, the plums are full of engraved stones, made more than 100 years ago. Can you still see them? Emma, I thought the water and the algae might have erased them. Lorenzo, no. They are clearly distinguishable. Who made them? Emma, I don't know. Emma, I've heard several times that slaves who came from Africa made them,
These Africans remained in Innsmouth for a while before being sold to landowners as farm workers. Emma, Innsmouth was an important port a long time ago. Lorenzo, interesting, so they would be the work of a different culture. Emma, I think so, now I need to leave you. I have work to do. See you later. Lorenzo, have a good day, Emma. You stay a little longer to dry yourself well. You put on your shirt and decide to head back to the port. As you walk, you think of Emma. Lorenzo, what a strange girl, she is very nice and kind, but when you ask her some questions about strange things happening here, she is always evasive. Lorenzo, I have a feeling she knows a lot more than she is saying, and I feel she is controlling me. "3 hours in the water made you hungry. You decide to grab a coffee and a sandwich at a cafe you spotted this morning near the harbor. It's small inside, but there are a few tables on the outside porch with an ocean view. You walk in and are greeted by a smiling, chubby, bearded man around 60. Bartender, welcome. Come on in and make yourself comfortable. I'll be right with you. Save slot 5. Save slot. Bartender, welcome. Come on in and make yourself comfortable. I'll be right with you. You take a seat. Lorenzo, thanks. Bartender, so. What can I get you? We serve brunch on weekends. Lorenzo, what's in your brunch? Bartender, eggs, bacon, coffee, orange juice, and fresh cheese. But if you've got any special request, we'd be happy to accommodate you. Lorenzo, sounds perfect as it is, maybe I'd also like a banana, if possible. Lorenzo, between yesterday and today, I've really worn myself out diving and I need some vitamins. Bartender, sure, I'll bring you a banana. If you want, we also have apples and oranges. Lorenzo, sounds great. You feel a strange sense of fulfillment and realize this trip is doing you a lot of good. It feels ironic, but regardless of the experience you had, you're glad to be in Innsmouth. A nondescript ocean port, somewhat shabby and abandoned, yet, it feels familiar. The bartender brings your brunch. Bartender, here you go, hope you like it. Lorenzo, no worries. I'll eat it all. I'm really hungry. Can I ask you something? Bartender, of course. Lorenzo, this place. Innsmouth. Save. Save. Lorenzo, this place. Innsmouth. Bartender, I get it. You're intrigued by the oddities of this ugly little seaside town. Lorenzo, exactly. I'm from Italy and, around Boston, I expected to find more modern cities. Bartender, well. Innsmouth is now part of Ipswich, but they used to be two separate towns. Bartender, Ipswich was less significant while Innsmouth, until about 1950, was one of the East Coast's commercial ports. Bartender, thanks to some local families, the Marshes, the Elliots, the Gilmans, and the Orns, Innsmouth became a thriving port around 1850. Bartender, all sorts of goods arrived here, but also African slaves, opium, rum, and illegal immigrants. Bartender, the families I mentioned managed the sea trades, owned ships, and were all related to each other. Bartender, they decided everything around here. It seems they became very wealthy from the trades. Lorenzo, legal trades. Bartender, perhaps they weren't always legal, there's talk of quite a bit of smuggling. Bartender, for a long time, desperate people from everywhere came to Innsmouth, often bringing their customs and a few strange religious rites. Bartender, they say the last slaves arrived here long after the abolition of slavery. Bartender, but that's just hearsay, no one can tell you for sure. Lorenzo, what kind of rights are you talking about? Bartender, I don't know much, but it's no secret that Innsmouth was home to some cults, which weren't just the voodoo rites of the slaves. Bartender, as I said, I don't know much even though I've lived here forever. Lorenzo, and then what happened? Bartender, with the end of these trades, and the decline of the Innsmouth families, the place became gloomy and abandoned. Fewer and fewer people lived here, which makes sense, since there aren't any jobs. Lorenzo, but I've noticed quite a few young people around. Bartender, it's been repopulating for the last 20 years or so, mostly because a house here costs less than half what it would cost in Ipswich. Bartender, it's almost becoming trendy among alternative young people and Ipswich families. They buy a place here but only come to sleep. Bartender, also some artists have moved to the area. Lorenzo, I see. Thanks for the explanation. Do you know the diving school? Bartender, sure. They're descendants of the Elliots. The two girls are very skilled and are reviving the family business. Bartender, one has turned the shipping company into a diving school, the other runs the hotel, the Gilman House, which is now called something else. Bartender, I can't remember the new name, because everyone still uses the old one. Lorenzo, Elliott's Inn. I'm staying there. Bartender, oh yes, the Elliott's Inn, even though the girls have different last names because their mothers were Elliots. Old Elliot had 4 daughters. Lorenzo, the port's still up and running, saw a few cargo ships docked. Bartender, yeah, it's working. It's busier than it looks. Especially since the SNA guys showed up. Lorenzo, who are they? Bartender, they're folks from out of town who originally got menial jobs at the port. Bartender, then they got organized, formed their own crew, and now they run everything. Some folks don't like them because they can be bullies sometimes. Lorenzo, meaning? Bartender, well, let's just say they pushed a few of the local old-timers to sell them their businesses. Bartender, nothing violent, though. Those who aren't fans call them a gang. Maybe because a couple of them used to be bikers. To me, they're just good customers. Ask about the SNA group. Ask about the slaves. Lorenzo, what were you saying about the slaves? Bartender, there are so many rumors. Bartender, they say even after slavery was abolished, slaves still arrived in Innsmouth. Bartender, not just from Africa but also from areas of the Pacific Ocean. It was all illegal. Bartender, it's said that many stayed here in town to work for the Elliots, the Orns. Bartender, for the powerful families, basically. Bartender, and that they brought over their rituals, even satanic cults. Bartender, it's said they were the ones who painted and sculpted mysterious images all over town. Bartender, and that their rituals still take place around here. Lorenzo, are you saying they did the frescoed wall at the Plums? Bartender, apparently, yes. Lorenzo, and there are still followers of these rituals? Bartender, seems like it. Lorenzo, what about the Native American and Mayan deities symbols? Lorenzo, there are tons of them painted next to other mysterious symbols and monstrous creatures. Bartender, yeah. I don't know much about that. Bartender, quite a few natives came to Innsmouth from the reservations looking for luck. Maybe it's their doing. Quick save. Save. Save slot 4. Bartender, quite a few natives came to Innsmouth from the reservations looking for luck. Maybe it's their doing. You pay the bill. Lorenzo, got it? Thanks for everything. The great brunch and the chat. Bartender, thank you. You get up and leave the bar. After lunch, you leave the bar and look at the harbor. It's quiet. You hear the noise of many seagulls flying around, landing here and there in search of food. Hey, stranger. You hear? You turn around and see an elderly gentleman, aged between 70 and 75. He is dressed in a pair of work pants and an old shirt. He has a stern expression. Lorenzo, good morning. Jim Zadok, good morning to you. I'm Jim Zadok. Who are you? Lorenzo, my name is Lorenzio Rai and I am an Italian tourist, here for a couple of days. Jim Zadok, tourist. There are few of them around here. What have you come here for? Lorenzo, 2 days of diving. Jim Zadok, ah, I see. You went to sea with Emma. Lorenzo, yes. Do you know her? Save slot 5. Lorenzo, yes. Do you know her? Jim Zadok, yes, I see her around. I know her family well, the Elliots. I also worked with them as a young man. In the canned fish factory. Lorenzo, what do you do now? Jim Zadok, I live on my pension and spend my days at the port. If I see someone new, I talk to them as I did with you. Lorenzo, Jim, have you always lived here in Innsmouth? Jim Zadok, I was born here. The Zadoks were one of the most prominent families around here, although we never had much money. Jim Zadok, my ancestors were fearless sailors and often went to sea in very risky situations. Lorenzo, what kind of risks? Jim Zadok, 3 or 4 times a year they would leave with a ship, for special trades, in some remote place in the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. Jim Zadok, most of them would return, but someone from the crew would always die. It was a time when piracy still existed. Innsmouth. My grandfather also used to tell me about incredible stories that took place here in Innsmouth, about pagan rituals, about parties, about group hypnosis. Innsmouth. When a ship full of desperate people arrived, from some Caribbean island or even from Africa, they would hide them, because they were not registered. Innsmouth. Sometimes, when the police raided, the irregulars would take refuge wherever they could, even in the water, near the Plum Islands. Innsmouth. Once they had to stay there for 2 days, always in the water, with very little food and water. Innsmouth. Then it all ended. Innsmouth became a place forgotten by God and men. Innsmouth. But I feel that there is still something evil around the city. And even at sea. Innsmouth. Here you cannot walk around freely everywhere, they do not want you to go to some forbidden places. Innsmouth. It is said that there are many hidden things, even of great value. Innsmouth. Some are looking for treasures accumulated by adventurous sailors. You want to make this old oddball talk, you don't know if he's saying true things or just fantasy. Lorenzo, what do you mean? Who doesn't want people to roam freely? What are the forbidden places? Innsmouth. I can't talk about it. I have to go now. You notice a couple of guys approaching, they look like dock workers. They're wearing blue shirts with yellow lettering that reads SNA. Innsmouth hurried toward one of the many comb-like streets leading from the port to the center of Innsmouth. It almost seemed like he was spooked by the arrival of the two guys. You head toward the hotel. You keep wandering around. While exploring the city, you come across a museum. You decide to enter. You walk through the door of the Innsmouth Museum and are greeted by the smell of dust and antiquity. The old caretaker smiles at you, but there's a hint of mischief in his scrutinizing eyes. Museum keeper, welcome, traveler, to the hidden depths of Innsmouth. Save slot 5. Save slot. Museum keeper, welcome, traveler, to the hidden depths of Innsmouth. Museum keeper, here, history intertwines with mystery and legend. You thank him and tell him you're there to explore the rich history of this mysterious town. Lorenzo, thanks. I'm here to dive into the history of this town. You venture among the display cases filled with ancient artifacts and relics, looking for clues about the legends surrounding Innsmouth. Save slot. You venture among the display cases. As you look closely, you feel a chill down your spine, as if something is watching you from somewhere in the shadows. There seem to be many secrets hidden here. You pause in front of a showcase displaying old yellowed scrolls and strange marine relics. The feeling of being watched intensifies, and you shake your head to dispel the sense of oppression. Lorenzo, this museum is really creepy. It almost feels like the artifacts could come to life at any moment. You move away from the showcase and approach a series of old photographs on the wall depicting ghostly figures and nighttime landscapes of Innsmouth. Your mind begins to wander, imagining the stories behind each image. Museum keeper, I see your curiosity is insatiable. Let your instincts guide you as you explore the depths of our museum. You decide to look at relics of an ancient cult. You decide to look at an engraved stone tablet. You decide to look at a photograph of some submerged ruins. You decide to look at an ancient nautical map. You decide to look at relics of an ancient cult. You remain where you are to look at ancient relics belonging to an unknown marine cult, including sacrificial knives, engraved amulets, and ritual figurines. The relics emanate an aura of power and mystery, suggesting that the cult had a strong presence in the history of Innsmouth. Museum keeper, the objects you see only tell part of the story. There's much more hidden in the folds of Innsmouth's past. You realize there are hidden answers behind those objects, but you're not sure you're ready to discover the truth. Museum keeper, take your time, traveler. The truth can only reveal itself to those who are ready to face the depths of the mystery. With a shiver of excitement and fear running down your spine, you realize that you've been in the museum for almost 2 hours and it's time to head back to your hotel room. You decide to head back to the hotel. By now, you know the way. As you climb the narrow streets of Innsmouth, you notice the houses. They're all similar cottages, but some have a patio at the entrance, almost always decorated. You think back to the submerged decorated wall. How did they manage to carve it over 100 years ago 5 meters underwater? As you reflect and observe a painting of a half-fish man, you get the feeling that the creature's tail is moving. You get closer to take a better look. It's just your imagination. You head toward the hotel. You observe the symbols of Native Americans. You observe the paintings of Maya deities. Lorenzo, that's the serpent god, one of the most important deities in the Maya religion. It was worshipped in Mexico. Lorenzo, this is the third or fourth house I've seen that has a facade over which they painted it. Lorenzo, I wonder why. What's a seaside village near Boston got to do with the Maya? Lorenzo, hi Emma. Emma, good morning, Lorenzo. How was your day? Lorenzo, very good. I swam to the Plum Islands and did a lot of diving among the rocks. Then I spent some time on the beach, where I saw your cousin. Lorenzo, I had lunch at the port bar and then had a chat with a certain Jim Zodok. Emma, old Jim. He's a strange guy, nobody knows if he's crazy or just eccentric. Emma, what did he tell you? Is Innsmouth the home of 1,000 satanic cults? He's been saying that forever. Save. Save slot 6. Save. Pref selected. Help. Help selected. Enter, advances dialogue and activates the interface. Mouse. Left click, advances dialogue and activates the interface. Middle click, hides the user. Emma, what did he tell you? Is Innsmouth the home of 1,000 satanic cults? He's been saying that forever. Lorenzo, more or less. All made up? Save slot. Lorenzo. Emma laughs loudly. Emma, I don't know about these things, but I would say that Innsmouth is too boring a place to be the devil's home. Nothing ever happens here. Lorenzo, I heard that your family, the Elliots, are an institution around here. Emma, this is true. The Elliots are my mother's family and her sisters. They were important when the port was thriving and there was a lot of commerce here. Not anymore today. Save slot. Emma, this. Lorenzo, okay, Emma, I'm going to my room to work for a bit. I have to leave tomorrow morning, and I want to prepare myself well. Emma, that seems fair. See you later. You take the key and go up to your room. You lie down on the bed, feeling the need to chill for a bit. It's 5 o'clock. You'll head out to dinner in a couple of hours. You close your eyes. You're tired, you start to doze off, but you're not sleeping. It's as if you're daydreaming. The deep layers of your memory are unlocking, waking up your subconscious. Lorenzo, weird feeling. Like something old and buried is coming back to the surface. What's happening here is tied to something from my past that I have to remember. Lorenzo, I was a kid, 5 or 6, living in a nice house with a garden. It was always so sunny. Lorenzo, Dad would take me to the beach. He wanted me to play on the sand, but I was always in the water. I loved to fill my lungs with air and swim underwater, for as long as I could. Lorenzo, in the evening, after dinner, Dad would work and I'd play in the living room, listening to Grandpa chat with my old uncles. Lorenzo, they always talked about Grandma Helen, who came over from America to settle in Liguria. Lorenzo, foreign wife. They talked about her beauty and her connection to the sea. She'd swim underwater for hours, almost like she was a fish. Lorenzo, a long time ago she swept Grandpa off his feet. She seemed to like living in Italy, but at some point, she started to get sad she wasn't happy anymore. Lorenzo, she also developed health issues, and said she needed to go back home for a while. Lorenzo, then she vanished into thin air, along with Mom. They were never seen again. You feel a deep pain, one you had forgotten about. You're overwhelmed by your emotions and memories flooding your mind, unintentionally. You're exhausted, both from a day of diving under the sun and the strain of the previous day. You don't feel like thinking and rationalizing the events that happened in Innsmouth over the past 2 days. You work on your presentation for an hour, then ponder whether to go out for a bite. But you're not hungry, you just feel like getting some fresh air. The streets are empty. There are big clouds in the sky, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain. There's a full moon, so the sky is still bright. As you walk, you see a group of guys carrying heavy boxes into a house. You gradually get closer as you walk on the opposite side of the street and pass by them. A guy stares at you for a moment and you pretend not to care. On the facade of the house, you see the stylized snake you've seen several times before on other houses and on the storied wall at the Plums. Back in the room after dinner, you collapse on the bed. You have a strange dream. The sky is pitch black, and you can't see the stars. After a storm that lasted for days, your boat, a 30-meter schooner, is at the mercy of the angry sea. Ten-meter-high waves have been replaced by seemingly manageable swells, but they're lashed by fierce winds and currents. The Sumatra Queen, that's your boat, looks like a wounded animal. The sea boils with anger and turns a bright green, unlike anything you've ever seen, lit by the full moon whenever it's not obscured by clouds. In the distance, you spot a kind of pinnacle, rising about 30 meters out of the water. It looks like an ancient obelisk, with a square base. When the Sumatra Queen reaches it, it's morning. The storm has passed and the sea is calm. The boat approaches the obelisk and you and 2 others dive into the water to reach it. The water around the obelisk follows strong currents, like a vortex that prevents you from reaching it. It seems alive, like the tentacles of a gigantic octopus. You manage to swim toward the obelisk, the water suddenly opens a path for you. The base of the obelisk is a platform 20 or 30 meters wide, and there's a staircase leading to it from the sea, winding around the platform. Originally, the entire sculpture must have been a natural islet, a rock in the middle of the ocean. Someone carved the platform and the obelisk and all the designs that adorned it. At the base of the obelisk, there's a stone door, carved, about 2 meters wide and at least 3 meters high. You know nothing about it, but you have a sense, you're almost certain that it leads to something terrible. Despite the fear, you try to open it. You remember only a few details of the dream. But you are sure it is not a new story, you have heard it told by someone before. You don't have much time to think about it now. You have to hurry. Lorenzo, the dream of the obelisk in the middle of the ocean. Lorenzo, I woke up when the sailors tried to open the door in the rock. Lorenzo, in reality, the three will find precious stones and meet a group of natives. Lorenzo, but how do I know the continuation of that story if I woke up? After a few minutes, you go downstairs for breakfast. Emma is downstairs, smiling as always. She accompanies you to the breakfast room. You have an American breakfast, with eggs, ham, and 2 cups of coffee. Finally, after a good half hour, you finish my breakfast with an apple. You pay the bill, go upstairs to get your bag, and put it in the car. Emma goes out on the street to say goodbye to you. Emma, I hope you had a good time. We were very pleased to meet you. We hope to see you again. Lorenzo, thank you, Emma, you are very kind. You get in the car and leave. You have set the navigator to go to Boston, to the address of the hotel booked for you by Ellie. But while driving, you also look at the road signs to understand where you are. That place, Innsmouth, now seems familiar to you. As if you had already been there in the past, and even several times. Leaving the city, you carefully look at the houses. Ugly, gray, and decadent, but with something fascinating. You see industrial plants that you had never noticed. They seem abandoned. Finally, you find the directions for the road that, along the coast, will take you to Boston. The navigator confirms the direction. The drive lasts 2 hours, at 60 miles per hour, the road is narrower than Italian ones and, above all, less straight and full of curves. It seems different from the one on the way there. When you arrive in Boston, the navigator directs you to a real city highway, made of long overpasses. In about 20 minutes, you find the exit you are looking for. It is a beautiful day, sunny and windy. You are happy. The hotel, equipped with internal parking, is a 5-story building with dark red brick, probably built around 1930. At the reception, there is a very kind boy who welcomes you courteously. Liam, Professor Rai, good morning. Welcome, I was waiting for you. Liam, my name is Liam. First time in Boston? Here is the key to your apartment, and there is a letter from the New England Archaeological Society for you. Lorenzo, thank you, Liam. Yes. It's my first time here in Boston. Liam, the room is number 13, on the first floor. For any needs, contact me. You have to press 0. Lorenzo, thanks again. You make your way to the elevator. Your room is very nice, bright, and cozy. You drop your bag on the bed and open the letter. Dear Lorenzo, welcome to Boston, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Your participation is very important to us. We hope, Ellie and I, that your 2 days of diving were enjoyable and that you had a great time in Innsmouth. We'll be waiting for you on Monday morning at 8 o'clock at the reception to accompany you to our offices, which are located nearby. See you tomorrow. Tom J. Angeli. You receive a phone call from Italy. Lorenzo, hello, darling, it's so nice to hear from you. Laura, I'm fine, but I'd be better if you remembered me. Lorenzo, you are right. You know how I am. But you also know that I miss you very much. Laura, I miss you too. What are your plans for today? Are you going for a walk around Boston? Lorenzo, yes, I feel like taking a long walk around the city. I'll be going out soon. What about you? Laura, I spend the weekend at my parents'. You didn't tell me anything about the 2 days of diving, how did it go? Lorenzo, good. Strange, I would say. Laura, strange. What do you mean? Lorenzo, the first night I had a kind of nightmare. The first day of diving, I went down to over 80 meters, and I recovered an ancient artifact. Lorenzo, and there was a medallion. Lorenzo, the next day I came across a historiated underwater wall. The small town was a bit seedy and very mysterious. Laura laughs. Laura, but weren't they supposed to be 2 days of relaxation? Lorenzo, well, there wasn't much relaxation. Laura, I guess you'll have to tell me about it when you get back. Have fun in Boston, kisses. Lorenzo, have a good time, too. Say hello to your parents for me. I kiss you. You can't wait to visit Boston. A few minutes after leaving the hotel. Save. File page 2 selected. File. Save. Save. You can't wait to visit Boston. A few minutes after leaving the hotel. You can't wait. You feel like walking all day, exploring the city from top to bottom? Head towards the old port. Have something to eat on the go for lunch. Visit a museum in the afternoon. Around 7 p.m., you get terribly hungry. You see a steakhouse and decide to treat yourself to a nice meat dinner. You enter and are greeted by a beautiful girl who escorts you to your table. Waiter, please, have a seat. Lorenzo, thank you. Can I sit there? You point to a table. Waiter, of course, if you'd like. This is the menu. Lorenzo, I'd like a ribeye steak and a baked potato. To drink, a beer, and for dessert, chocolate and strawberry ice cream. The waitress has Mediterranean features. Her name is Federica, according to the name tag on her blouse. Lorenzo, Federica, Italian. Federica, yes, from Milan. Are you Italian too? Lorenzo, yes, from Rome. Do you live here? Federica, for another 2 years. I'm doing a PhD in biology. I work on weekends to support myself. What about you? Lorenzo, just a few days in Boston for a conference. I'm a historian. I teach at the university. Federica laughs. Federica, a professor. I must treat you especially well, then. You eat everything with appetite. The food is great. Every now and then, Federica comes to make sure everything is going well. Once you're done, you pay and exchange a few words with Federica. Federica, when did you arrive? Lorenzo, 3 days ago. I took the opportunity to do a couple of dives on the coast near Ipswich before a conference starting tomorrow. Federica, I've been there. We went with university colleagues to do some tests on marine flora and fauna. We rented a boat in an old port nearby. Lorenzo, Innsmouth. Federica, I think so. Lorenzo, and what did you find out? Federica, that the sea is full of strange algae and shrimp that shouldn't be here for climatic reasons. Federica, they are usually found in the Caribbean or in Australia, where the sea temperature is much warmer. Federica, it's a particular algae, green, which reflects light and therefore illuminates the sea water. Federica, the laboratory is completing all the analyses. We'll know more soon. Lorenzo, interesting. It must be because of climate change. Federica, maybe. But we couldn't explain how they could have gotten there. File page 6. Save slot 2. Save slot. Federica, maybe. But we couldn't explain how they could have gotten there. Federica, someone must have brought them there. They wouldn't have survived a natural migration. You laugh. Lorenzo, that place has many mysteries. Federica, maybe. Have a good night, Professor, and thanks for the tip. You smile. You go back to the hotel to go over your presentation. You go to bed at 11 p.m. after a hot shower. Walking around Boston all day has tired you out. You fall asleep within minutes. You dream all night long. You continue the mysterious dream from the other night, but this time you experience it from the outside. The three sailors circle around a column. It's covered of inscriptions in incomprehensible characters. The rock is covered with many carvings, sun, fish, boats, and monstrous creatures. Obed Marsh, Matt Elliott, and Bill Gilman are trying to figure out what it means. Obed Marsh, look. The door seems to be fake, it's been carved into the rock, but it's part of it. Matt Elliott, actually, this sculpture was carved from a natural rock that emerged, about 20 or save. Matt Elliott, actually, this sculpture was carved from a natural rock that emerged, about 20 or 30 meters high. Bill Gilman, the natives who pointed us in this direction insisted that we came here. From the Sumatra Queen, anchored about 200 meters away, the three see other crew members shouting and waving at them, as if to warn them of something. But they can't hear. After about 10 minutes, they see some natives approaching them in a canoe. They are the same ones who brought fish and fruit to the crew of the Sumatra Queen in the past few days. They probably live on the many small islands scattered in that stretch of sea. Two natives get out of the canoe, one of whom is clearly the chief, judging by the ornaments he is wearing. They speak an unintelligible language. At one point, the chief approaches the column, touches many inscriptions while singing a sort of ritual chant. Then he pulls out a knife and begins to carve around a point depicting a fish, surrounded by some characters. After 2 or 3 rounds around the point where there was the fish, the three see that it's a block of stone separated from the rest of the obelisk. Obed Marsh, look. He is trying to lift that block. Maybe he wants to show us something. Bill Gilman, yeah, I think so too. The three approach. After a while, the native stops digging and pushes forcefully on one side of the block to lift the other side. The stone is moving. The other native helps the chief remove it from the obelisk. It's an itch. The chief pulls out a statuette. It depicts a figure of some sort of man with tentacles on his head. The chief lifts it to the sky and recites a prayer. The other native kneels. Then he hands the statuette to Obed. When he takes it in his hands, Obed feels a vibration. Obed Marsh, what a strange stone, green with black and gold streaks, never seen. Matt Elliott, Matt Elliott. Obed Marsh, what a strange stone, green with black and gold streaks, never seen anything like it. It depicts a man, with the tentacles of an octopus, small wings, and fin feet. Matt Elliott, it must be sacred, judging by the way they handle it. Bill Gilman, I wonder why they gave it to us. Then the native pulls out from the niche 2 heads, the size of a hand. They are unrefined and green. Bill Gilman, but those are 2 colossal-sized emeralds. Matt Elliott, how can you tell? Bill Gilman, I can recognize them. They're worth a fortune. More than you can imagine. The native hands the 2 heads to Obed. The other native takes out a myriad of green pebbles from the niche. Bill Gilman, look. More emeralds. They're huge. The 3 signal their ship to come pick them up. After a few minutes, a rowboat with 2 sailors leaves the ship to approach the column. They board the rowboat. Obed Marsh holds the statuette, treating it with instinctive respect. Matt Elliott has a bag full of small emeralds, while Bill Gilman holds the 2 gigantic emeralds. He seems insane. He's staring at the 2 stones as if he's possessed by madness. The 2 natives look at him with disapproval. As the rowboat heads back to the ship, a wave approaches. The sea is choppy, and they barely notice the wave, small, about a couple of meters high, approaching the rowboat. It seems harmless. But the wave has an unexpected violence, it submerges them. When it passes, Bill Gilman is gone. The 2 gigantic emeralds lie at the bottom of the rowboat. For an hour they search in vain for their friend but find no trace of his body. Having lost all hope, the Sumatra Queen lifts its anchors to head back home. There are also a dozen natives on board. Their chief is with them. They have decided to escort the symbols of their god to the unknown lands of the white navigators. During the journey many white men, including Marsh and Elliott, suffered from high fever and delirium. Sometimes it seems like they're having the same nightmare. They invoke the statuette, amid screams and bouts of vomiting. At this point you wake up and think. More memories of your childhood come back to you. Memories of when you were 7 or 8 years old and your father told you the tale of the obelisk in the middle of the ocean. Save slot. Memories of when you were 7 or 8 years old and your father told you the tale of the obelisk in the middle of the ocean. But you also see yourself as much younger, at 3 years old, with 2 beautiful women telling you the same story. Your mother and your grandmother. Quick. Think back to the tattoo your grandmother used to show you. Think back to your mother's words. Think back to the tattoo your grandmother used to show you. Lorenzo, Mom was always with another woman, who smiled at me and caressed me. Lorenzo, she was very kind, always giving me candies and Lorenzo, she always showed me the drawings she had on her body. Yes. Tattoos of strange symbols and a fish. Despite the turbulent night, you feel rested. The memory of the obelisk and the crypt relaxes you, though you don't know why. Suddenly you hear a knock at the door. Liam, Lorenzo. Professor. It's 7:30 and at 8 o'clock they pick you up. Lorenzo, thank you Liam. I'll get ready and come down. Think back to the two sailors' dreams and they seem familiar. Lorenzo, I really don't remember seeing a movie like that. And it's not the type of movie I would watch. Lorenzo, years ago, I read a paper by a group of archaeologists regarding obelisks carved from rocks in the middle of the ocean. Lorenzo, apparently, they were temples used by the peoples of New Caledonia for religious rites. Lorenzo, after so long, I dream about that story. The human mind is truly mysterious. After a few minutes, you go downstairs to have breakfast. But you are not hungry and just drink a save. Save slot 4, After a few minutes, you go downstairs to have breakfast. But you are not hungry and just drink a cup of coffee. It's 8 o'clock sharp. You're sitting in an armchair at the reception, when a lady in her 40s walks into the lobby and comes up to you with a smile. Ellie, good morning, Lorenzo. I'm Ellie. Nice to finally meet you. How are you? Lorenzo, good, thanks, Ellie. What about you? Ellie, I'm great. We're all really excited to have you with us for the conference. Ellie, let's go. The others are probably already in the meeting room. Say, Ellie, let's go. The others are probably already in the meeting room. Lorenzo, Ellie, thank you for helping me organizing the trip. In Innsmouth, I had a couple of very thrilling days. Ellie smiles. After a 3-minute walk, you reach a building similar to the hotel, with red bricks, and you enter. The third floor is occupied by the New England Archaeological Society. You enter and find yourself among about 30 people enjoying a welcome coffee. Many seem American, but some are Latino or Asian. A tall, smiling man, around 65, warmly greets you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo. Good day to you. I'm Tom. Tom Angeli. Nice to meet you. How? Professor Tom J. Angeli, we'll have time to chat later. Back. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo. Good day to you. I'm Tom. Tom Angeli. Nice to meet you. How are you? Professor Tom J. Angeli, we'll have time to chat later. Now we need to start the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's head to the conference room. Everyone quickly leaves their cup on a buffet table at the entrance and follows Angeli into the large meeting room, where there's a table for speakers and about 50 chairs for the audience. Professor Tom J. Angeli, welcome, everyone. Dear friends, I'm so happy to see you all here, in our offices. It's been a while since we've last seen each other. Professor Tom J. Angeli, the pandemic has put our lives and thoughts on hold for a couple of years. Now it's time to get back to our previous lives. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I believe these 3 days of meetings will be very useful to share our thoughts on the topics we've dedicated our lives to. Professor Tom J. Angeli, as you know, I don't have an academic approach, even though I've spent my life in a university. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I've always liked nonconformists because they notice seemingly minor, but often crucial, aspects. Professor Tom J. Angeli, here's the key topic of our meetings. Professor Tom J. Angeli, reflection on the origin of mankind, its subconscious, the meaning of ancient myths, and the historical truth hidden within the rites and legends of ancient, long-lost civilizations. Professor Tom J. Angeli, many of you already know each other. However, I'd like to give a special shout out to Professor Lorenço Риги from the University of Rome. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo teaches Roman history, but he's also keen on the mythological and esoteric world applied to ancient times. Professor Tom J. Angeli, he's also a great diver, a champion of free diving. In short, like all of us, he's used to going deep into things. Everyone laughs. The attendees greet you with a smile, realizing you're the guest star of the conference. You also catch the gaze of Professor Angeli, noticing his deep blue eyes. Lorenzo, thank you, everyone. And thank you, Tom, for the kind invitation. Professor Tom J. Angeli, thank you for coming, Lorenzo, and welcome again. Professor Tom J. Angeli, so, I'll leave the stand to our first speaker, Phil Cosby, Professor Emeritus of Paleontology and Anthropology at Harvard, and a great friend of mine. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we all know philosophy. Come on Phil, it's your turn. A gentleman about 70 years old, short and round, stands up and walks to the table to start his presentation. Phil Cosby, friends and colleagues, I've spent 50 years studying Homo sapiens and their ancestors. Phil Cosby, today, I want to pitch a theory you won't find in scientific journals. Phil Cosby, humans have been on Earth for several million years. We're used to thinking of our evolution as a sequence of different stages of a single human species. Phil Cosby, but it's not quite like that in the DNA of some tribes that remained isolated in various parts of the world. Phil Cosby, traces of non-human DNA have been found, meaning part of their genetic heritage is shared with other types of hominids. Phil Cosby, or, better, humanoids, because we don't really know who they were. Phil Cosby, millions of years ago, there wasn't just one human race on Earth but many different races, now extinct or mixed with us. Don't ask anything. Ask if those humanoids were intelligent. Lorenzo, were these humanoids intelligent? Phil Cosby, great question. According to some theories, the mysterious humanoids were much smarter than Homo sapiens. Phil Cosby, but they were defeated because they weren't fierce enough. Phil Cosby, indeed, the early Homo sapiens were predators, exclusively carnivorous. Phil Cosby, constantly migrating, even from one continent to another. Phil Cosby, besides being fierce, they also had extremely sharp senses, much more than us. Phil Cosby, their senses were almost like superpowers. Phil Cosby, their skin was a sensitive organ and they had strong animal instincts. Phil Cosby, necessary to defend against a hostile nature and fierce beasts. Phil Cosby, this is my message, deep down we are not as we appear. We remain predators, endowed with animal instincts and extrasensory abilities. Phil Cosby, but we ignore that we are like this because we haven't used these components for thousands of years. Our rationality shields our deep soul. Everyone applauded warmly. Some went to shake the old professor's hand. Lorenzo really liked what Phil had said. Professor Tom J. Angeli, dear Phil, I thank you on behalf of all of us. As always, your contributions are enlightening. Save slot. Professor Tom J. Angeli, dear Phil, I thank you on behalf of all of us. As always, your contributions are enlightening. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I now pass the floor to John Armijo. John is a Navajo as well as a doctor. He comes from a family of chiefs and shamans. Professor Tom J. Angeli, he has always lived among his people, near Albuquerque. He is an expert in traditional medicine and Native American history. John was a very tall man in his 50s with long black hair. He looked shy and awkward. He began to talk about the myths of his tribe. John Armijo, historical facts tell us that about 13,000 years ago, the migration of Asian peoples to the American continent began. John Armijo, through the land bridge that connected present-day Russia with Alaska at that time. John Armijo, the traveling people knew nothing about the new land, which was extremely rich but also extremely dangerous. John Armijo, taking the wrong path for a few days was enough for thousands of people to die of hunger and cold. Ask about the influence of symbols for traveling peoples. Don't ask anything. Ask about the influence of symbols for traveling peoples. Lorenzo, is it possible that people had trails to follow? John Armijo, yet the land we now call America was not uninhabited. John Armijo, someone had already made that long journey before the Indian people and littered the huge territory with symbols. Save slot. John Armijo, someone had already made that long journey before the Indian people and littered the huge territory with symbols. John Armijo, the shamans took some time to understand that the signs were meant to indicate the safest path for anyone who arrived later. John Armijo, every morning, groups of warriors were sent ahead to find the signs drawn on the rocks. John Armijo, there was no war for the territory. John Armijo, the old and new inhabitants decided to coexist and merge into one great nation. John Armijo, the shamans and warriors dreamt dreams of peace and not of war. This is what the Great Spirit wanted. John shows the eagle, the bison, the arrow, the sun, and the moon. John Armijo, these are the symbols that our people use every day to find the right path. Lorenzo, these are the same symbols I saw on the houses in Innsmouth. After speaking, John smiled at those who applauded him. Then he looked up and gazed upward, as if to give thanks. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's now give the floor to Father Joe. Besides being a priest, he is an anthropologist and also. File page 9. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's now give the floor to Father Joe. Besides being a priest, he is an anthropologist and also deals with exorcism. Right, Joe? It's your turn. Father Joe, hello folks, thanks for the invite. I'm really glad to be here. Father Joe, Tom asked me to talk to you about animist rituals, which I know well because my family, who's very Catholic, comes from Benin. Father Joe, ever since I was born, I've been part of Voodoo community celebrations, happy to be part of a community of fervent believers who have faith in God and many other forces of nature. Father Joe, these rituals are mostly peaceful and ancient. Father Joe, these rituals are mostly peaceful and ancient. Father Joe, but some are violent. They summon the devil and degenerate into orgies and group delusions. Father Joe, for instance, around 1850, in Haiti, thousands of people danced all night like maniacs. Father Joe, they slaughtered hundreds of men, women, and other animals in the streets, giving in to every kind of violence. Prefs. Save. Father Joe, the police were afraid to step in during such a frenzy of collective madness. Father Joe, they only did so the next morning, when the tumult had already died down. Father Joe, in the morning, they counted over 500 dead, thousands injured and arrested. Listen in silence. Ask what caused the collective madness. Lorenzo, what caused that collective madness? Father Joe, it was said that night of uncontrolled violence was caused by a huge brawl among slaves. Father Joe, coming from New Caledonia. Father Joe, groups of natives, belonging to tribes that had been deadly rivals for centuries in their homelands. Father Joe, accidentally came into contact in the city's big market during a big voodoo festival. Father Joe, no one could stop their furious reaction. Father Joe, the day after, the police arrested about 100 of them. They were hanged that same day. As soon as Father Joe finishes speaking, he looks intensely at the audience and puts a hand on the crucifix around his neck. After Father Joe, Maria Jesus, a Mexican woman in her 40s, very friendly and smiling, takes the floor. Maria Jesus, the god of the storm, enters paradise. That's what is written on a frieze from the Maya era in Tikal, Guatemala. Maria Jesus, the inscriptions speak of the mysterious disappearance of a people. Maria Jesus, the pyramids of the moon and the sun are still visible near Mexico City. Maria Jesus, they were built about 2,000 years ago, in the Maya era, buried for many centuries, and rediscovered by the Aztecs several centuries later. Maria Jesus, it is still a mystery why they were abandoned. You see again a monstrous creature that you had seen painted in Innsmouth. Ask about how ancient peoples disappeared. Quick say. Ask about how ancient peoples disappeared. You see again a monstrous creature that you had seen painted in Innsmouth. Ask about how ancient peoples disappeared. Lorenzo, how did the ancient peoples disappear? Maria Jesus, the popular songs and legends told among the indigenous peoples of Mexico say that the pyramids were originally four. Maria Jesus, there were also those of the sea and the sky, considered the progenitor elements of the sun and the moon. Maria Jesus, at every full moon, the pyramids were covered with fragrant herbs and then with dry shrubs, which were set on fire to illuminate the night during sacrificial killings. Maria Jesus, while the faithful sang and danced in long human chains around the pyramids, like long serpents. Maria Jesus, they would have been built by a mysteriously disappeared people, who worshipped the serpent god. Maria Jesus, for some reason, they would have buried the pyramids and left their territory. Maria Jesus, or they were exterminated, and their killers erased every sign of their presence. At lunch, you approach the buffet and take some meat with a side of cabbage and boiled potatoes. While you eat, Phil approaches. Phil Cosby, Lorenzo, so you teach in Rome. Wonderful city. I have been there several times, both as a tourist and for work. A series of conferences. Lorenzo, I teach at the Department of Ancient History. Congratulations on your presentation. I found it very interesting. Phil Cosby, thank you. You are kind. Do you know that I have studied Roman history for a long time? I have always found it interesting how the ancient Romans created their empire. Lorenzo, yes, it's a fascinating story. I found your hypothesis that reason clipped the wings of the precious ancestral instincts of human beings very interesting. Phil Cosby, thank you. I am glad you did not find my presentation boring. After about 20 minutes, they serve dessert and coffee, which you enjoy, also to counteract some tiredness. Ellie and a girl approach. Ellie, sorry to disturb you. Lorenzo, I would like to introduce you to Mary Jones. She also studies Roman history here in Boston. Lorenzo, nice to meet you, Mary. Mary Jones, my pleasure. She is a woman of about 35 years old, of Asian origin. Mary Jones, I am very curious to hear your presentation. When I saw your name among the speakers, I looked for your publications. They are very interesting. Congratulations. Lorenzo, thank you. You are kind. And what part of Roman history are you interested in? Mary Jones, I have published some research on the origins of Rome, on how it went from a simple village to one of the nerve centers of the world. Father Joe approaches Phil Cosby. Father Joe, Phil, tell me more about the research on non-human DNA parts you mentioned in your talk. Phil Cosby, I was referring to some studies that are not widely covered in the media, but are scientifically extraordinary. Phil Cosby, DNA sequences incompatible with the human species were found in a group of indigenous people who lived in isolation on a few islands off the coast of India. Phil Cosby, and it seems there are other cases like this in just about every corner of the earth. Father Joe, do the foreign sequences belong to beings similar to us? I wonder if this could also be possible with sequences from other animal species. Phil Cosby, are you asking if there could be humans with DNA sequences, for example, from other mammals? Professor Tom J. Angeli, yes, or even from other kinds of species. Phil Cosby, I really don't think so. It would be absurd, but no one knows for sure. This research opens up scenarios never imagined before. Professor Tom J. Angeli, do these studies make assumptions about the characteristics of the original owners of the DNA being discussed? Phil Cosby, in the research, they define those beings as humanoids in the sense that they are similar to hominids, but very different from the ones we know. Father Joe, it's amazing. Phil Cosby, indeed. It's new information that changes our perspective on many things. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, shall we meet just the two of us? I'd like to have a chat. Lorenzo, certainly, I'd be happy to. You move to Tom's office. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, I hope you enjoyed your stay in Innsmouth. The girls told me about it. Lorenzo, the two Emmas. You know them? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I do, we're relatives. They're my cousin's daughters, but I almost consider them my daughters. Save slot. Save slot. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I do, we're relatives. They're my cousin's daughters, but I almost consider them my daughters. I grew up with their mothers. They're delightful, aren't they? Lorenzo, yes, they're very nice. Professor Tom J. Angeli, our family has lived in Innsmouth since around 1850. Even today, I have many distant relatives from that area. Lorenzo, now I see why Ellie knows everyone in town. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Ellie, besides being my assistant, is my wife. Angeli receives a message on his cell phone. He reads it with displeasure. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, sorry but I have an unexpected issue. I need to run off urgently. Can we meet tomorrow morning? Lorenzo, sure. See you tomorrow. You leave the offices. The first day of the conference is over. You head to the hotel. It's a beautiful day, and it's still too early to head back to your room. You decide to take a stroll and have dinner at the Old Port. While walking, you get curious about an exhibit on ancient artifacts from Native American tribes. After paying for the ticket, you're stopped by a cop. Police officer, good morning. Can I check your ID? Lorenzo, yes, but why? You take your passport out of the pocket of your jacket and hand it over. Police officer, nothing. Just a routine check. Italian. Here for tourism. Lorenzo, no, for a conference. I teach at the university. In Rome. Police officer, I've been there, many years ago. Beautiful city. Professor, when are you leaving? Lorenzo, Thursday evening. The cop moves away and calls someone while holding your passport. He stays on the phone for a few minutes, flipping through its pages. The cop returns your passport. Police officer, thank you, and sorry for the inconvenience. Lorenzo, no problem. Good evening. You reflect on what happened. Lorenzo, weird that they asked for my documents. The police rarely do that. And who was the cop talking to when he disappeared? Back at the hotel, you start working on your presentation for the next day. You decide to change some aspects to take into account what the other speakers have presented. You work for a couple of hours, but around 11 p.m. you start feeling tired and decide to go to sleep. You fall asleep almost immediately. In the middle of the night, you wake up suddenly because of some noises and the lights coming from the phone that light up for the messages received. You remain numb for a couple of seconds, but then you get up suddenly. Lorenzo, what the hell is going on? You take the phone and see it. You had forgotten about it? On your phone screen, there's a picture of the old man, the same one you saw in Innsmouth. You turn on your laptop, and he's there too. He's about 70, with deep-set eyes and white hair. There's a sad, frozen expression on his face, almost as if he's petrified. After 30 seconds, slow tears start streaming down your face, while his eyes become very light, pale, almost white. You hear a bunch of noises. You crank up the volume and it's total chaos, doors slamming and windows flinging open. It's a noisy mess that reminds you of what you heard during your first night in Innsmouth. This time, however, it's clear that it's a storm with rain, lightning, and thunder. The image shifts, like someone's pulled the camera back. You see a big room with furniture that looks familiar. The old man is stroking a little kid's head, about 3 years old. And as he does, you stop crying. You feel a strong sense of tenderness toward the little one. Suddenly, the images on both screens become blurry, and within moments, both the laptop and the phone stop showing any activity. You have goosebumps and are shaking. The initial terror has been replaced by a sense of emptiness and great sadness, as if that scene means something tragic for you too. Save slot 2, empty, save. You have goosebumps and are shaking. The initial terror has been replaced by a sense of emptiness and great sadness, as if that scene means something tragic for you too. You seem to remember the room you saw. Incredibly, you see the storm, the dark sky, the lightning, and the strong wind shaking the house. And you feel a fear already experienced. You stay awake for a long time. But when the alarm goes off at 7, you are fast asleep. The ring makes you jump. Your first thought is the presentation you have to do, but immediately you remember the images of the old man, and you are once again overwhelmed by the feeling of emptiness. You lie in bed for a while, deep in thought. Then you hurry to wash so as not to be late. You grab a quick breakfast, then head off to the foundation offices, deep in thought, to do your presentation, which is the first of the day. Federica, hi. Listen. Lorenzo, oh hey, Federica. What brings you here? Federica, I've got some errands to run in town this morning. Lorenzo, it's good to see you. I'm going to the conference. I have to do a presentation. Save. Lorenzo. Federica, break a leg, professor. Oh. By the way, remember that story about the algae I was telling you about? Federica, we got the final test results. It's a special kind of algae, usually found in New Caledonia. Federica, no one has a clue how it ended up on these shores. Save. Federica, Lorenzo, thanks for the info. Federica, but there's more. The chemical analysis of the seawater showed an unusual concentration of antimony 10,000 times more than the normal level. Lorenzo, antimony. What's that? Federica, it's a very rare kind of metal with some really unique shiny reflections. Federica, the only plausible explanation is that there's a deposit of that material somewhere deep in the sea. Weird that no one knows about it though. Lorenzo, thanks for the info. Gotta run now, or I'll be late. Wish you all the best in completing your studies successfully. Federica smiles. When you arrive at the office, everyone welcomes you warmly. Professor Tom J. Angeli, guys, I'm handing the floor over to our Italian friend, Professor Lorenzio Rai. Save. Professor Tom J. Angeli, guys, I'm handing the floor over to our Italian friend, Professor Lorenzio Rai. Lorenzo, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Lorenzo, today we'll chat about myths and legends that have stood the test of time and continue to influence our culture. Lorenzo, the myths of ancient Greece, in particular, are an endless source of inspiration and wisdom. Save slot. Lorenzo, they are like a mirror through which we can observe the complexities of the human condition and the dynamics that have shaped our civilization. Lorenzo, last night, I tweaked my presentation a bit, to reflect the interesting thoughts I heard yesterday. Lorenzo, the ability the ancient Greeks had to explore the human soul is just mind-blowing. Lorenzo, without a doubt, it's one of the most fascinating creations sprung from the human imagination. Lorenzo, Odysseus, Perseus, Jason, Orpheus, Narcissus, and many others are the stars of amazing stories. Lorenzo, Jason, a prince ousted by his brother, sets off on the ship Argo with a bunch of adventurous young folks, the Argonauts, in search of the Golden Fleece. Lorenzo, a ram's skin covered in gold, symbolizing ambition and wealth. Lorenzo, they are brave sailors who have to overcome many challenges but love their adventurous life. Lorenzo, Jason meets Medea, a sorceress, falls in love and has 2 children with her, but then betrays her, so Medea kills his lover and her own children. Lorenzo, the great adventurous journey ends in tragedy when Jason gets foolishly struck by a wave while on his ship. Lorenzo, that's the moral of the story, heroes can't act petty and betray their cause, or they'll meet a trivial ruin. Professor Tom J. Angeli, thank you, Lorenzo. Your presentation was beautiful. I'm sure everyone appreciated it. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I have a question. Why, among many, did you choose the myth of Jason? You chose a story about the value of obsession. You were inspired by the stories heard in Innsmouth. Lorenzo, I was undecided about which to choose. Lorenzo, during the 2 days before our meetings, I spent a lot of time at sea, and someone told me an old story. Lorenzo, about a group of young and adventurous sailors. It reminded me of this myth. Lorenzo, it inspired me. Lorenzo, before the conference, I spent a couple of days diving in the ocean. Lorenzo, the seaside village that hosted me was once an important port thanks to this group of guys. Lorenzo, until then, they were reckless, obsessed with the desire for adventure. Professor Tom J. Angeli, sure. The boys from Innsmouth, one of them is my family's ancestor. You're right, their story echoes the ancient Greek myth you told us. Professor Tom J. Angeli, thanks again, Lorenzo. Professor Tom J. Angeli, friends, I now give the floor to Priya Lamay, PhD in Computer Science at Stanford. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Priya is an expert in artificial intelligence and not a boring historian like many of us. But she also has a master's degree in psychoanalysis. Professor Tom J. Angeli, and she comes from a land rich in spirituality, India. Professor Tom J. Angeli, she is the right person to explain to us what impact the era of artificial intelligence will have on the profound aspects of the human soul. Priya is a 40-year-old Indian of exotic and refined beauty. She wears a very simple, dark green traditional dress. She begins her presentation in a calm tone. Priya Lamay, thank you, Tom, for the introduction. I listened to your presentations with great interest. Priya Lamay, many of you have referred to the ultrasensory abilities, dreams, myths, and imagination of human beings. Do not comment. Ask what artificial intelligence can do. Lorenzo, what can artificial intelligence do? Priya Lamay, already today, artificial intelligence is able to enhance the power of the 5 senses. Priya Lamay, some special units of the army have helmets that make sight and hearing much sharper. Priya Lamay, and these technologies are also being experimented with in the medical field. Soon we will not only have super sight and super hearing, but all the senses will be amplified, and even physical strength. Priya Lamay, but that's not all. Thanks to artificial intelligence, we can also delve into the psyche. Priya Lamay, we all know that augmented reality is already capable of making what is actually only virtual perceived as absolutely real. Priya Lamay, just connect a human being to a visor, a cell phone, or a computer, and the game is done. Priya Lamay, and by giving them a simple and harmless neurological drug, the effect can be multiplied hundreds of times. The day is going well. There's lunch, then the question session. At 4 p.m., you return to your hotel. Throughout the day, you manage not to think about what happened the previous night, but as soon as the day of meetings is over, the face of the old man with sad eyes comes back to your mind. Save slot 4. Throughout the day, you decide to take a long walk. You're not hungry, and you stop at a bar for a beer. You walk absorbed in your thoughts for a couple of hours. You think, Lorenzo, could there be a rational explanation for all the strangeness that has happened to me since I arrived in the USA? Lorenzo, cell phone and PC turning on by themselves and displaying unknown people. A situation in the room similar to an earthquake, that no one else felt. Lorenzo, an island on the horizon coming to life, with huge tentacles. 80 meters deep in the seabed and over 4 minutes apnea without effort. Lorenzo, the sea lighting up, the breath and heartbeats of some mysterious creature. Lorenzo, a submerged wall painted over 100 years ago, not to mention the dreams I'm having. Lorenzo, speaking of all this together, I get scared, and to think that these things really happened to me. Lorenzo, or at least, that's what it seems, may all that be a hallucination. You think Innsmouth is a cursed place. You analyze any rational explanations. Lorenzo, Innsmouth is a cursed place. It could be the home of sex and mysterious cults. Maybe even Satanism. Lorenzo, there must be something hidden. Maybe the rumors about the treasure are true and there are many people looking for it. Lorenzo, all those hooligans around, you don't understand why they go to live in such a desolate place. Lorenzo, and then the constantly changing weather. I've never seen so much electricity in the sky. Lorenzo, and the sea, with that unreal brightness. And then the breath in the depths. I feel panicky again just thinking about it. These thoughts put you in a bad mood. At 9 p.m., you return to your room. In Italy, it's still night. You would like to call your girlfriend, whom, honestly, you've thought about very little these days. You turn on the TV and spend an hour watching some sports without really focusing. You go to bed and fall asleep shortly after. A jingling sound wakes you up in the middle of the night. Your phone has received a message. You fumble around the nightstand in the dark to find it and grab it. The old man is on the screen. This time, someone is talking to him. It's two other elderly folks. Old man, they must have drowned. Going out to sea in this weather was a crazy idea. I don't get the obsession with the sea. Hopefully they found shelter on a beach. Second old man, they didn't go to sea. Old man, how can you be so sure? Second old man, the statuette is gone. Helen would never have left without it. If she were at sea, the statuette would still be in its place. She left with your daughter. Old man, Helen, Isabella, I guess making the papers disappear didn't work, She always said those old sketches were very important to her family. Second old man, apparently, that wasn't enough. They left without them. The shot widens. The child from the night before appears. Always from the back, so you only see his black hair. He's close to the old man, caressing him while he sits on the ground, playing. Then the child turns around, disheartened. Child, Mom, Mom. You start panicking, feeling like the floor is vanishing beneath your feet. You're dizzy. Seeing yourself as a child, not even 3 years old, on your phone screen. Provi un dolore atroce arrivare una scena che non capisci, ma che senti far parte della tua vita. Come è possibile che sul tuo cellulare scorra una scena della tua infanzia? You start to remember everything. Think about the house you lived as a child. Think about your mother. Lorenzo, Mom had a wonderful scent. When she picked me up and held me tight, I was truly happy. Lorenzo, she was beautiful with her long hair, and she always smiled at me. My mother. Lorenzo, I didn't know I remembered her. I thought I had no memories, but now I see her. It's like she's here with me. The next morning, you do everything you can to keep cool, but you can't stop thinking about what happened last night. You get to the meeting right on time, greet everyone with a smile, and take your usual seat. However, you don't talk to anyone. Tom Angeli kicks off the session. He's up first this morning. Professor Tom J. Angeli, my friends, as you know, I've been an archaeologist for 40 years. I specialize in prehistoric civilizations. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we're used to thinking of early humans as savages, but we have evidence that tells us otherwise, as there were already advanced civilizations 10,000 or 20,000 years ago, now extinct. Professor Tom J. Angeli, they were capable of building cities in lagoons and underground that today only live in legends. Professor Tom J. Angeli, many peoples who had reached a significant level of civilization for their time have mysteriously vanished and we don't know why. Professor Tom J. Angeli, believing that nature hides devastating forces unknown to us isn't crazy. The symbols of these inexplicable forces become idols, often older than human history itself. At that point, Angeli pulls out a dark green statuette from a bag, made of a strange stone. It's not natural rock, but it has almost geometric black and gold streaks. You recognize it right away, even though it's now shiny and not covered in algae. It's anthropomorphic, animal-like, with octopus tentacles falling from the head, small wings, and large claws on the feet. Professor Tom J. Angeli, this is a religious idol from an ancient and now unknown animistic ritual. For the faithful, it holds immense, absolute power because it represents their god. It dates back to about 20,000 years ago. Professor Tom J. Angeli, according to the myth, 3 statuettes were made to depict this deity, using different, very rare stones, and no one is allowed to carve another one. Their place is in the sea. Professor Tom J. Angeli, it's a strange, extremely violent ritual, and evidence suggests it had followers in far-flung regions. It was practiced in the Arctic, as well as Haiti, parts of Africa and the seas of New Caledonia. Professor Tom J. Angeli, the myth refers to an ancient people, now disappeared, driven from their land and forced to live in the sea. Professor Tom J. Angeli, their homeland was originally a thriving lagoon city, built on 1,000 islets in the Pacific Ocean. Professor Tom J. Angeli, some inscriptions tell of a group of sea nomads who gradually submerged their remaining land, forcing them to endure hardship and live as fish-like people. Professor Tom J. Angeli, they got their food by diving 60 to 70 meters deep and holding their breath for over 10 minutes. Professor Tom J. Angeli, the god's malevolence is driven by his desire for revenge against those who wronged his people. Professor Tom J. Angeli, the statuettes must be moved by the faithful from one continent to another, so that the power of the deity can extend over all the seas. Someone in the audience asks Tom. Conference attendee, Tom, how did you get it? Professor Tom J. Angeli, it's been in my family for about 150 years. It's made, as you can see, of a very particular stone. Professor Tom J. Angeli, the shiny reflections are due to the antimony in the stone. Father Joe intervenes, excited. Father Joe, antimony. The raw material of the philosopher's stone. That statue represents the devil. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Joe. Philosopher's stone, devil. I don't think so. Actually, it's probably from a meteorite. Professor Tom J. Angeli, it was recovered recently, but for the last 30 years, it's been underwater, at the bottom of the sea. Save. Professor Tom, you notice that Tom's blue eyes seem lighter, now a pale sky blue. Professor Tom J. Angeli, according to the legend, every 33 years, for 50 days after the summer solstice, the 3 statues can be brought to the surface and stay away from the sea. Professor Tom J. Angeli, but only the faithful who are pure of heart, that is, free of greed and personal ambition, will be able to take them without dying and release the Great Spirit, which lies in darkness, hidden from humans. Professor Tom J. Angeli, this year is precisely the 33rd year. Father Joe intervenes again, sounding worried. He points to the statuette. Father Joe, Tom, this ritual is the same one that has caused violence and death wherever it has taken root. The group delusions of its followers always end in bloodbaths. Father Joe, I thought that was old news, done and over with. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Joe, as far as I know, there are still small groups of believers scattered around the globe. I haven't heard of the problems you're talking about. Professor Tom J. Angeli, it's one of many forms of animism, and its rituals are peaceful. You get the clear feeling that Tom Angeli's response is evasive. You ask Tom a few questions. You let your body succumb to the feeling of discomfort. Save slot 2. Save slot. You ask Tom a few questions. Lorenzo, Tom, as you know, I retrieved that idol from a depth of 80 meters. Lorenzo, I was wondering who could have placed it so carefully that deep among a pile of rocks. Lorenzo, it must not have been easy. Professor Tom J. Angeli, good question. I don't have an answer for you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, maybe one of my ancestors was capable, like you, of swimming that deep. Lorenzo, I've been wondering about it since I found the statue. Lorenzo, placing it among the rocks, in a way that currents wouldn't free it, must have taken quite some time. Lorenzo, even using tanks, it must have been a feat. Tom laughs in response. Professor Tom J. Angeli, who knows? Maybe it was the gods' followers, the fish people with finned feet. Everyone laughs. The morning of presentations goes by quickly with 3 more speeches. As usual, there is the lunch break, during which Tom approaches you with Priya. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, are you okay? I was talking to Priya about the extraordinary powers of augmented reality, and we came up with the idea of doing an experiment with someone from our friends here at the conference. Professor Tom J. Angeli, would you like to do it? You are caught off guard, but you are curious. Lorenzo, why not? Gladly. Professor Tom J. Angeli, perfect. Let's let everyone go, so we can do the test calmly. Ellie joins you. Ellie, Priya, you are a very charming woman, and coming from another woman, it's a great compliment. Which part of India are you from? Priya Lamay, thank you. You are very kind. I was born in Ladakh, which is a small region at the foothills of the Himalayas. Lorenzo, I've heard about it. They say it's a beautiful and very spiritual place. Priya Lamay, I think so. Everyone around there has done meditation exercises, including me, since childhood.
Priglashen, at 15, I won math competitions and, a couple of years later, a scholarship here in the USA to study computer science at university. Save. File. Save. Priglashen, at 15, I won math competitions and, a couple of years later, a scholarship here in the USA to study computer science at university. Priglashen, despite my scientific studies, I have always kept alive my interest in spirituality and the human soul, so I graduated in psychology 13 years ago. Ellie, it's extraordinary. I said you are a very fascinating woman. Everyone laughs. Lorenzo, what kind of experiment do you intend to do on me? Priglashen, the one on layered memory that I described during my talk. Tom told me about you, and you seem like an interesting guinea pig. At 4 p.m., everyone leaves the meeting room. That leaves you, Tom, Ellie and Priya. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's go to my office. Priya inizia a dispor sul tavolo I sui treze. Ha un PCR portatile, un casco con un visore e specie di guanti per le mani. Priglashen, Lorenzo, you should wear the helmet and gloves. Then check if the radio connections are working. Lorenzo, what does the experiment consist of? Priglashen, augmented reality is used to awaken layers of lost memory. Lorenzo, Tom said you are also a psychoanalyst. Priglashen, yes, I am qualified as an analyst, but I don't practice. Psychoanalysis is useful for my work on artificial intelligence. Priglashen, I use it for a series of studies and experiments on dreams, stimulating imagination, layered memory, etc. Everything is ready. Tom is next to you. Ellie stays further away. Someone turns off the light. Images of a small town start appearing on the computer screen. It looks European, perhaps Italian, by the sea, very sunny. You remember living there when you were a kid. You recall the big two-story house with a yard and a sea view. The sunny days and the rainy ones, with the wind slamming rain against the window panes. Then an old man appears. It's the same guy you saw on the computer, and now you're with a younger man and some other elderly folks. You start feeling a bit tense. Professor Tom J. Angeli, this is your grandfather, and the other man is your dad.
Lorenzo, what? Lorenzo, how do you know them? Lorenzo, did you study my family history? Lorenzo, you're blinded by anger. Lorenzo, how does Tom know who they are? He owes me an explanation. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I can explain everything. Lorenzo, I. Lorenzo, what are you up to? Why did you bring me here? Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, calm down. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's take this one step at a time. Professor Tom J. Angeli, remember the night of the storm? The one when your grandma Helen and your mom Isabella disappeared? You feel a sharp pain. You're annoyed by Tom's lack of sensitivity in bringing up such painful memories. Lorenzo, how do you know all this? Lorenzo, anyway, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Lorenzo, Tom, why are you doing this to me? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I promise everything will make sense in due time. Professor Tom J. Angeli, now try to think. Lorenzo, I don't know anything about that night, I already told you. Dad has always told me that Mom died, and he moved to Rome with me to move on. He never wanted to go back to the house in Liguria. Professor Tom J. Angeli, okay. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's try something else. Professor Tom J. Angeli, think hard, Lorenzo. Professor Tom J. Angeli, you were there in Liguria before your mom left. Lorenzo, who the hell are you? Lorenzo, how do you know all this? Lorenzo, I'm calling the cops. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, Helen was my mom's cousin. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it was necessary for you to try to remember on your own. Lorenzo, Lorenzo, why didn't you tell me right away? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I have my reasons, I'm sure you'll understand. Lorenzo, Tom, why did my mom and grandma leave? Professor Tom J. Angeli, it was very important that they returned to America. Lorenzo, he seems evasive on the subject. Professor Tom J. Angeli, now, Lorenzo, what do you see? Can you remember? What did Grandpa and the uncle say about the statuette? And what about the rest of Helen's stuff? You're clearly reliving those moments. Lorenzo, they said the statuette had disappeared, but all the other items were left untouched. Professor Tom J. Angeli, have you ever seen those items? Do you know where they are? Lorenzo, something. I vaguely remember the elders taking a suitcase containing many objects. Some seemed ancient. Like inscriptions. Papers. Professor Tom J. Angeli, exactly. What happened to that stuff? When you were older, you probably saw the suitcase and the items again. Lorenzo, no. Soon after, me and my dad moved to Rome. Professor Tom J. Angeli, try to remember. Lorenzo, Tom, I'm sure of it. I've never seen them again. Tom Angeli kicks the trash can. Then he regains control. Lorenzo, Tom seems obsessed with those items. Lorenzo, I need to find out why. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, I'm sorry. I'm agitated. Come on, let's go to dinner together. We have a reservation in a nice restaurant, and you're flying back tonight. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we better have dinner early, so you have plenty of time to get ready. Regardless, we'd like to spend some time with you. Lorenzo, I don't like Tom's insistence, but the only way to find out what's going on is to accept his invitation. Lorenzo, all right, at least we'll get a chance to clear things up. Ellie picked an Italian restaurant in your honor. You would have preferred something more exotic, but you don't say anything. Once seated, you all start chatting. Lorenzo, Tom, I've got a question for you. Hope you don't find it too nosy. Professor Tom J. Angeli, go ahead. Fire away. Lorenzo, do you really believe that statuette has magical powers? Do you think the cult you spoke about is real? Professor Tom J. Angeli, good question. First off, the Elliot family has been honoring a tradition started by our ancestor Matt. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we cherish these objects, which are precious to us, although objectively, they are actually quite valuable, especially from an archaeological perspective. Professor Tom J. Angeli, so for us it's primarily sentimental because it's our family's fate to zealously preserve these artifacts. Professor Tom J. Angeli, but they're also worth a fortune. They're 20,000 years old and made of precious stones. Professor Tom J. Angeli, lastly, I gotta tell you, all of us Elliots have witnessed the unleashing of mysterious and dark natural forces related to this and the other two statuettes. Professor Tom J. Angeli, now I'm asking you, if you had experienced extraordinary natural phenomena multiple times that couldn't be explained rationally, would you believe that there are unknown forces at play? Lorenzo, what kind of phenomena are you talking about? Professor Tom J. Angeli, lots of stuff. Like sudden and deadly rogue waves, seabeds that come to life, occult forces that take over the sky, and much more. Lorenzo, so you believe there are dark natural forces that science can't explain? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I believe the world is a lot more complicated than we humans have managed to figure out. That's what I believe. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I have a favor to ask you, Lorenzo. I need you to make an extra effort. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Helen and Isabella's stuff could not have just vanished. You need to help us find it. Ellie, Tom, don't push it. Lorenzo already told you he doesn't remember. Maybe, back in Rome, he'll find a way to look through his things. Lorenzo, I'll definitely do that. The rest of the dinner is friendly, but you're quite upset all evening, even though you try to act cheerful. You think? Lorenzo, now that I think about it. Lorenzo, yes, Tom might be after the character map Dad gave me when I was 15 or 16. Lorenzo, I never paid much attention to that mysterious sequence, but now it all makes sense. Lorenzo, the last time I saw it, it was kept in a carved wooden box along with other mysterious items. Lorenzo, he told me they were very important to Grandma and Mom, and that, if they could, they would have taken them with them to America. Tom's obsession with the statuette, the map, and everything related to the supposed animistic cult seems unhealthy to you. And he's not at all concerned about the distress he's causing you by awakening very painful memories of your... You know exactly where the sequence is. History. Back. And he's not at all concerned about the distress he's causing you by awakening very painful memories of your childhood. You know exactly where the sequence is. Somewhere in your study, at home. Still in the wooden box. Your gut tells you it's still there. But you decide to keep it to yourself. You sense something evil in the statue and in Tom's attitude, and you want nothing to do with that story. The Italian restaurant turns out to be a good choice. The food is really good. All three of you order the same things, spaghetti with fish ragu, mixed grill, and a lemon sorbet. To go with it, a nice cold white wine. The owner of the restaurant is a friend of Tom's, of distant Tuscan origin. He's second generation and had only been to Italy twice. Toward the end of dinner, Tom gets a message on his cell phone. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's go. We have a surprise for you. Lorenzo, I hope it's a pleasant surprise. Please, no more twists. I don't know if I can take it. Professor Tom J. Angeli, ha ha ha. I can't promise that. This will be another big surprise. Ellie seems worried. You walk towards the hotel. You arrive in 10 minutes. In the lobby, sitting on one of the armchairs, there is a lady, maybe 70 years old, still beautiful, with short white hair and a nice face. You, Tom, and Ellie enter, and the lady stands up. She is evidently embarrassed and uncomfortable. The woman shakes your hand. Isabella, Lorenzo, I'm, Isabella. Those are the only words she says. Isabella doesn't let go of your hand, and you don't know what to say. You are overwhelmed by emotion, but above all by the memories that come to your mind. You see yourself as a child, in the scent of your mother is unique. And now you feel like you can smell it in this elderly woman, with the big blue eyes that you have already seen in Tom and the two girls from Innsmouth. They are eyes that look at you imploringly. But you can't do anything. You are shocked. Your shyness prevents you from saying anything. They are save. Save slot 2. They are eyes that look at you imploringly. But you can't do anything. You are shocked. Your shyness prevents you from saying anything. You find the strength to speak. Lorenzo, I don't know what to say. I'm stunned. Unfortunately, I have to hurry because my flight leaves in 3 hours and I still have to pack. Isabella smiles at you. Isabella, yes, of course. You have to go. I am immensely happy to have seen you again. She caresses your face. You smile and feel great compassion for her. You would have wanted to ask so many things. Your mind goes to think about your father and the pain you felt because of this woman, who reappears after 37 years, out of nowhere. You can only say these words. Lorenzo, now I need to go, I have very little time. My flight leaves in 3 hours. You know you've already said it? It's your way of getting out of a situation you don't know how to handle. You head towards the stairs to reach your room. You realize that your reaction is wrong. But you can't do anything about it. Since you were a child, you reacted like this every time something embarrassing happened. This time you felt an uncontrollable need to escape from the situation you found yourself in. As you climb the stairs to go to your room, you reflect on what happened. Your mother is alive. And for 37 years, she ignored her son. And no one ever told you anything. You feel mocked by everyone, but especially by Tom. Who invited you to Boston only for his own purposes. Who didn't care about the suffering that would have caused you to remember the painful events of your childhood. And, to top it off, he introduces you to your mother as if it were the most normal thing in the world, just a few hours before returning to Rome. Once you go up to your room, you lie down on the bed with your eyes closed, trying not to think about anything. But you have little time, and after a few minutes, you get up to quickly pack your bags. After a few minutes, you leave the room, ready to go. Before you go out, send a message to Laura. Lorenzo, Laura, my love, sorry if I don't explain now, you should go to my house, in the study, downstairs in the library, inside a drawer there should be an old rough wooden box, inlaid. Liam is waiting for you at the reception, smiling. Liam, Lorenzo, have a safe trip. We all hope to see you again soon. He hands you a small brown envelope, one of those used for commercial correspondence. Liam, the professor left it for you, asking you to open it once you're out of the USA. You take it silently and say, "Lorenzo, Liam, thank you. You are very kind. See you soon." You head to the hotel parking lot, load your luggage into the trunk of the car, and head to Boston Airport. There's not much traffic, but you can't focus on driving. You just follow the GPS directions to the airport. You're shaken up. After 37 years, you've met a woman who claims to be your mother, and you've also connected with her American family about whom you had no information until now. And it all happened as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No one asked for your opinion. You've been manipulated, from start to finish, and invited to Boston just for that setup. You think about your dad, the pain he must have felt when his wife disappeared, abandoning her 3-year-old son. He acted as both mother and father, sacrificing his life. You're mad at yourself. You weren't in the right state of mind to talk to that woman. To try to understand, to ask her all the questions that are now crowding your mind and you'd like to ask now, when it's no longer possible. You drive for about 20 minutes, following the sign with the airport symbol, without paying much attention. You enter the rent-a-car parking lot and carefully park the car in one of the assigned spots. Before getting out of the car, you think back on what's happened these past few days. The more you think about it, the less you can come up with a comprehensive answer to all the events that have happened to you. The nightmares at night, the appearances of the old man and the child, the secrets of Innsmouth, and then the sudden return of your mother. You start to think that all this can't be coincidental and that there must be an explanation for everything. Yeah, but what is it? Is it something rational and scientific, or do we have to cross into the supernatural? It's not an easy choice. Save slot 3, save slot 3. You look for a supernatural explanation. You look for a rational explanation. You look for a supernatural explanation. You look for a supernatural explanation. Lorenzo, there can't be any rational explanation for all this. Lorenzo, yes, I'm sure it's something that goes beyond logic. Lorenzo, I have to rely only on my instincts. You fall into a deep sleep without realizing it. This time you live someone else's life. Innsmouth, exactly 100 years earlier, June 1922. You're a man in your early 30s and you arrive the reception of the small hotel, the Gilman House, where you've booked a room. You're pale and wearing a cheap suit, white shirt, and tie. You look a bit awkward. Your name is Howard Lovecraft and you're a broke writer. At the reception there's a beautiful girl around 20 years old, Anne. Anne, good morning, you're the gentleman from New York, aren't you? Nice to meet you, I'm Anne. Howard Lovecraft, good morning, and nice to meet you too. I'm Howard Lovecraft. I've booked a room for 2 nights. Anne, of course. We've been expecting you. Welcome to our hotel. Is this your first time around here? Howard Lovecraft, yes. I've been to Boston a few times, but never to this part of the coast. I came to spend a couple of days by the sea. Howard Lovecraft, I had a bad case of bronchitis this winter and I've suffered from asthma since I was a boy. Howard Lovecraft, my doctor says I need some good sea air. Anne, I'm sorry about your health issues. We hope the air of Innsmouth helps you. Here's the key to room 22, on the 2nd floor. Howard Lovecraft, thank you very much, Anne. Is there a nice place to dine nearby? Anne, there's a diner 2 blocks from here. It's nothing special, but it's cheap. Otherwise, you'll need to head down towards the harbor. Anne, there are a couple of places down there that serve fish too. Howard Lovecraft, the diner will be just fine. I'm not really a fan of fish. Thanks, I'll head to my room now. Anne, if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. You smile and head towards the wooden staircase, covered with carpet, to reach your room. To the right of the staircase, on the 2nd floor, there's room 22. You enter the room. It's very big, with a small bathroom, and it's dark. The curtains block the view from the window. In addition to the entrance door, there are 2 connecting doors leading to other rooms. You check that the 2 connecting are locked. The possibility of someone entering in the middle of the night is one of your recurring fears. At least the doors are locked. The room will do. After all, it's cheap. You put your travel bag on the bed and leave the room. But at least the doors are locked. The room will do. After all, it's cheap. The bed seems comfortable and clean. You put your travel bag on the bed and leave the room. It's now 6 in the evening. Your usual dinner time. You go downstairs and, after leaving the keys at the reception, you head towards the diner. You walk for 2 blocks and immediately spot the yellow sign of the diner. It's a fairly big place, but a bit shabby. The menu is outside the door, various types of meat, vegetables, potatoes, and some desserts. You walk in and are greeted by a waiter, Peter, it says on his badge, who leads you to the table. You can sit wherever you like because the place is practically empty. There's only one other customer, alone, eating at a table near the entrance. Peter, please, take a seat wherever you like. Howard Lovecraft, this will do, as he sits at a table with a view of Innsmouth. Peter, are you ready to order? Howard Lovecraft, yes, I do. Chicken breast with a salad. Then I would like a slice of pie, if you have any. Just water to drink. Peter, we also have an excellent chocolate cake. Howard Lovecraft, perfect. I love chocolate. A couple of minutes later, Peter brings the water to the table. Peter, First time in Innsmouth? Where are you from? Howard Lovecraft, I'm from New York. It's my first time here. Seems like a very quiet town. Peter laughs. Peter, you mean a bit dead? It's in decline now, but a few years ago, it was a very busy port. Peter, people came from all over the world. Down at the port, you could meet folks of every race. Howard Lovecraft, I didn't know that Innsmouth was an important port. Peter, I know. It wasn't widely known. Wait a moment, your chicken breast is ready. I'll be right back. Peter goes to the kitchen and comes back with the plate of chicken and a bowl of salad. Peter, you see, Innsmouth was a unique place. Until the mid-1800s, it was a tiny fishing village, abandoned by both God and men. Peter, then some interesting characters, very adventurous, happened to come here. Peter, Marsh, Orne, Gilman, Eliot, and another 5 or 6 brave and somewhat unscrupulous youngsters. Peter, those who knew them said they were a force of nature. Peter, even though they had no experience at sea, they learned to navigate in the blink of an eye. Peter, and, most importantly, they knew how to trade in anything profitable. Peter, they had an eye for business, especially old Marsh. But Eliot too. Howard Lovecraft, what kind of trades? Illegal stuff? Peter, well, no one really knows. Peter, but what's certain is that, in a short amount of time, all kinds of goods and people started circulating in Innsmouth. Peter, Africans, people from the Caribbean and even from New Caledonia, which is near Australia. Peter, these foreigners were slaves, desperate and indigenous from everywhere. Peter, they came here bringing strange rituals. Voodoo or something like that. But they also brought gold, precious stones, opium. Peter, the town transformed in just a few years and became a rich and rather extraordinary place. Peter, in short, let's just say that the boys from Innsmouth were driven by a huge thirst for adventure and wealth, and they weren't exactly scrupulous. Peter, they got hold of some ramshackle ships, sailed to distant shores, and returned after 2 or 3 months with all sorts of things. Peter, their most important expedition was to New Caledonia. They came back rich, loaded with precious stones, and with a group of Kanak natives. Peter, unfortunately, Gilman died during the expedition, swept away by a freak wave. They never found him. Howard Lovecraft, were they criminals? Anyway, it's a great story. A group of young adventurers setting out from a gloomy port and traveling across the oceans. Peter, I wouldn't say so. They were reckless, maybe they had some minor issues with the law, but they weren't violent. Peter, the smartest among them invested their earnings here in Innsmouth, so their families still own many businesses in the area. Peter, Marsh became an industrialist. Gilman opened the Gilman House, later bought by Eliot. Howard Lovecraft, Gilman House? That's the hotel where I'm staying. Howard Lovecraft, Gilman House. That's the hotel where I'm staying. Peter, of course, I knew it, it's the only one in town. Peter, for many years, Innsmouth has been known for its strange rituals, rumors, and legends. Howard Lovecraft, for example? Peter continues his story laughing. Peter, of every kind. Monstrous creatures, of peoples living underwater, beyond the islets off the bay. Peter, even about people who live 100 or 200 years. Who die and then come back to town years later as if nothing happened. Peter, of course, these are just tales. Peter, there's also a rumor of a treasure. A secret place where Marsh and the others kept the goods brought here from all over the world. Peter, however, no one's ever found anything. Howard Lovecraft, I see. And what about these days? What's going on in Innsmouth now? Peter, it's not the same as it was. Ships still come in from all over, and there are still plenty of rumors. Peter, goods are still unloaded in large quantities and every now and then you still see strange people around. Peter, so, it's a bit like those days, but much less so. Peter, but I have to leave you now. Excuse me, I've got other customers. You finish your dinner. The pie is delicious. You ask for the bill, pay, and leave. As you step onto the street, you decide to take a walk around the city. It's dark now. The sky is clear and starry, but there's strange electrical activity. There are swarms of lights moving quickly in the sky. You've never seen anything like it? You wander aimlessly for half an hour and then decide to go back to the hotel. The entire time, you keep looking up at the sky. It's 9 in the evening and there's no one around anymore. You walk through the narrow streets of the town, dimly lit by lamps and starlight. Many houses have inscriptions with strange characters on the doors or on the columns of their patios. Some also have drawings or reliefs of monstrous creatures, part human, part beast, or creatures with parts of different animals. Fishman, frogman, octopusman. Monstrous fish, with tentacles along the back, a huge toad with dorsal fins. Many monstrous snakes. For a moment, you think you see the octopus tentacles of a monster move. You get closer to give it a better look. But your vision blurs when you try to focus. Strangely, if you step back a few meters, you see the monsters move, but if you get closer, your vision becomes foggy. Save slot 5, save slot 4, save slot 4. You think you're hallucinating. Observe the fish and the symbols. Howard Lovecraft, this strange fish is painted everywhere. I've already seen it on 3 or 4 houses. Howard Lovecraft, and it's always surrounded by strange symbols. Howard Lovecraft, I wonder what they mean. I've never seen anything like it. You enter the room and get ready to go to bed. You're quite tired and your health doesn't allow you to exert too much effort. Besides your lung problems, you've recently recovered from a severe nervous breakdown. You don't like to talk about it, and it's a taboo subject for your family too. It all started with occasional palpitations. But over the course of a few months, the panic attacks became almost daily, and sometimes you have hallucinations. Fortunately, things have improved a lot recently and you hope you've finally overcome the problem. You get into bed with the idea of reading a bit, but you can't focus. Your mind keeps drifting back to the travels of the boys from Innsmouth. You'd never have thought that an unremarkable commercial port could hide such mysteries. The waiter hinted that it wasn't just a bit of smuggling. Who knows what else happened here? You hold the book in your hand and try to read, but without much success. Your eyes close and occasionally the book falls from your hands. Eventually, you fall asleep. A loud noise wakes you up. You'd been sleeping deeply for a couple of hours, maybe more. It's the middle of the night. You gasp from surprise and exhaustion. You try to reach the lamp on the bedside table to get some light, but it doesn't work. You flip the switch 3 or 4 times, but nothing. Then someone starts shaking the door of the room. Howard Lovecraft, who is it? Once, twice, many times, but no one answers. Then everything in the room starts to vibrate, softly at first, then more and more intensely. The noise grows until it becomes deafening. Someone is trying to break down the doors connecting to the other rooms. Howard Lovecraft, is it an earthquake? Or am I going crazy? You have this unmistakable feeling that someone, or something, is in the room, slowly moving toward the bed, circling it. You remain still, terrified to move a foot or an arm, afraid of touching this disgusting creature that's getting closer. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of absolute, uncontrollable terror grows inside you. You've never experienced anything more horrifying. You want to run from the room, but you're petrified, unable to move, just lying there, waiting to be attacked. There's nothing you can use to defend yourself. Howard Lovecraft, I keep thinking about that strange fish painted on the houses in this cursed place. Howard Lovecraft, I don't know why, but it calms me down. I feel better. Without even realizing it, you picture the fish in your mind, surrounded by those odd symbols. This image painted on so many houses gradually erases all your fears. It's a sign of good luck. All the goodness in the world is in that fish. After a few minutes, a strange light fills the room. It's dim, faint, greenish. You can see, even in the dark. Nothing seems out of place. The bed, the desk, the chairs, and all the objects in the room are exactly where they should be. Then the noise starts to fade, slowly. After 10 very long minutes, you begin to calm down. Whatever it was, it's ending. You're still scared, but the primal terror you felt earlier is gone. You try the lamp again, and this time it lights up the room. Everything is in its place. You're sure you didn't dream it? Was it an earthquake? Or was it just a hallucination? You come to your senses, sit on the bed, and stay like that for a while, for at least half an hour. You try to lie down to sleep, but you're not sleeping. So then you decide to go out. It's 2 in the morning. Save. Save slot 5, 30. Feel the instinct to go to the sea. Think about walking out of Innsmouth. Feel the instinct to go to the sea. Howard Lovecraft, the sea is in that direction, I'll get there in 10 minutes. Howard Lovecraft, I've been warned to be careful of the people at the port. Howard Lovecraft, it sounds like they're involved in some shady dealings around here. You walk quickly, not looking at houses to avoid paintings. You've had enough of all this weirdness. You're just looking for a quiet spot to clear your head and regain some clarity. There's no one on the street. You start walking aimlessly, thinking about what happened. But then you realize that the only thing that matters right now is that you're still alive. The farther you get from the hotel, the safer you feel. You head towards the sea. You walk for 10 minutes and reach the harbor. The sky is clear, and the stars reflect on the calm sea. It's cool, almost cold, but it feels refreshing. There's no one around, though you occasionally catch a strong whiff of rotten fish. You see a light on the beach, about a kilometer from the harbor. As you get closer, you realize it's a bonfire, and a bunch of people are gathered around it. You stop about 50 meters from the bonfire. There are many people, of every race and age, including quite a few elderly ones. They dance in unison, like a long snake of people circling around the bonfire, and chant some kind of litany. They move closer and farther from the fire as they circle around it. A guy approaches you. Man, hi. How are you? Why are you out in the middle of the night? Howard Lovecraft. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd take a walk. If I'm bothering you, I'll leave. Man, not at all. Feel free to stay as long as you want. We don't mind if someone watches during our celebrations. You would have liked to ask what kind of ritual it was. But you decide not to ask any questions. You just stay and watch. You notice a strong, acrid smell, like burning spices. On the fire, strange herbs are burning, and one by one, a celebrant replenishes the bonfire from 3 separate piles of dry plants. Thick, acrid smoke rises from the bonfire, and everyone moves closer, dancing to breathe in the smoke deeply. Then the dancing stops, and some people fall to the ground, exhausted. After a few minutes, as if in a trance, everyone starts to chant an incomprehensible litany, Jprvner termite drilyo. They form a long line, holding hands, and start heading into the water. They walk slowly, singing in unison. You can't see well from this distance, but it seems like the line of people is submerging beyond their heads and continues walking in the sea without coming up for air. You look up and see massive swarms of green light in the sky. They resemble huge tentacles and move slowly. You've never seen a sky like this. A girl approaches you, smiling, and puts a pendant around your neck. It's a leather lace with a medallion depicting a fish. On the other side of the medallion are some strange characters. The girl is about 20 years old, very pretty, and smiles in a particularly captivating way. You can see her face well because the bonfire at that moment is very high and it lights her up. She's blonde, with blue eyes and has the same fish as the medallion tattooed at the base of her neck. She's stunning. Girl, this pendant is lucky. You can't even imagine how much it can help you. It's also a map to find enormous forbidden treasures. Girl, but it's better if you don't know this. She laughs. Howard Lovecraft, and why are you giving it to me? Who are you? Girl, my name is Helen. I gave you the pendant because I feel that you're pure-hearted, but you need good luck. Keep it for a while and don't lose it. I'm a believer, but one day I'll be the guardian of the ritual. Starting from tonight, you'll be a messenger of the god. Girl, it's alone, I'll take it back later. This is what the girl tells you while holding your hand. Then she leaves you and runs towards the sea to join the others. It's 3:15, you're sleepy, confused, dazed by the acrid smoke of the bonfire you breathed in, from everything that has happened and the strange words Helen told you. You feel the need to sleep for a few hours. Leaving the beach, you're bumped by people running towards the sea to dive in. You make your way back to the hotel. Passing through the harbor, you see several boats arriving at the dock. They are the lifeboats of anchored ships, unloading goods. You find it odd that goods are being unloaded at night. Maybe they're smuggled. Howard Lovecraft, what a strange place Innsmouth is. It seems abandoned, but it's actually full of life. Walking towards the hotel, you feel at peace and you can see very clearly despite the darkness, illuminated by the large green light in the sky. You feel a new strength inside you and you can breathe deeply the fresh air of the summer night. You experience the pleasure of breathing, a pleasure you lost since you were diagnosed with your lung problems. You feel that luck is turning in your favor. You touch your neck to look for the pendant, but it's gone. You must have lost it in the commotion. Instinctively, without knowing why, you start singing an unknown litany, Nedostатки. You see Helen waving at you from afar. You see a procession carrying a statuette of the octopus man. As you walk away, you see another group of about 100 people in procession towards the bonfire. They are chanting a strange litany. At the head of the group is a woman holding a statuette. She holds it prominently so that everyone can see it. It is the anthropomorphic monster, the octopus man. Save slot 6. It is the anthropomorphic monster, the octopus man. You shiver with terror. After participating in the ritual on the beach, you lock yourself in the hotel room. You don't leave for 3 days, haunted by the strange things you've seen. Howard Lovecraft, those creatures. Those chants. It can't all be real. The visions continue to torment you, showing events from the past and future. The images are so vivid that you feel an uncontrollable urge to write them all down in your diary. Howard Lovecraft, I must record everything before these images consume me alive. You grab a pen and start writing frantically in your diary, unable to stop. Howard Lovecraft, the stars. They're moving. And they're coming. From the abyss. The ancient buried cities are waking up. You fill page after page of your diary. The visions grow more intense, more real. Among flashes of historical events, there's a recurring figure that haunts you, a boy with glasses and a beard. He doesn't seem to be from your time judging by his clothes, but you know somehow he's connected to you. On the 3rd day, exhausted but determined, you decide to hide the diary. You know it's too dangerous to leave it in sight. Howard Lovecraft, it must not be found. No one must read these words. You lift a wooden board from the floor. With trembling hands, you hide the diary underneath, leaving no trace. Howard Lovecraft, it's done. Now, no one will find it. The next morning, you leave the hotel, convinced that someone is following you. Every shadow seems like an enemy, every step a warning. Howard Lovecraft, I must leave. I need get to Boston as soon as possible. With a determined stride, you head to the station. You take the train to Boston, your heart pounding in your chest, your eyes scanning every suspicious face. During the journey, you can't relax. The visions continue to hunt you, but you know you must remain with a clear mind. Howard Lovecraft, Boston. I'll be safe there. Finally, you see the lights of Boston on the horizon. A sense of relief mixed with resignation washes over you as the train approaches the city. Howard Lovecraft, I made it. But my mind. It will never be the same again. You know your visions will never leave you, but for now, you need rest and time to understand the horror you've experienced. You suddenly wake up in the car. You know exactly where to go and what to do, to the Elliott Inn to look for the diary. You're certain that Emma's hotel is the same one from your dream, you recognized the architecture and structure despite the stylistic differences. Yes, it's time to go. You can't stay away from the truth any longer. You arrive at the Elliott Inn, your heart is racing. You're terrified by the idea of uncovering dark truths, but determined to find out if your dream was real. Upon entering, you find no one at the reception. With a quick move, you take the key for room 22. Lorenzo, I need to hurry. I must know the nature of those mysterious nightmares. You walk determinedly toward the room, the corridor seems endless. When you reach the door, you slide the key into the lock and step inside. The room is eerily silent. With trembling hands, you move toward the spot on the floor that appeared in your dream. Lorenzo, it must be here. Right here. You use the lamp base to lift the wooden board. Even though you knew exactly where to look, You're still shocked and terrified to find out it was all real. Lorenzo, oh my God. How is this even possible? You take the diary, an ancient text hidden there 100 years earlier by the protagonist of your dream. You clutch it tightly to your chest, then put the board back in place. With the diary in hand, you go down the stairs, your heart racing. A shiver runs down your spine when you run into Emma. Emma, I didn't expect to see you here. Lorenzo, I was just leaving, but I forgot some documents in my room. Emma is speechless for a moment. Lorenzo, I saw no one was around, so I just helped myself to open the room. Emma, that's fine. I just stepped out for a moment to run an errand. You quickly say goodbye, trying to stay calm as you walk away with the precious diary tucked under your arm. You're sitting at the diner in Innsmouth with a steaming bowl of fish soup in front of you. You start reading Lovecraft's diary carefully. Lorenzo, this diary. The visions he had are disturbing, need to figure out what Lovecraft saw. The pages of the diary are filled with detailed descriptions of events that Lovecraft saw 100 years ago, with terrifying clarity. As you read, you start to find similarities between what is written in the diary and known historical events. Lorenzo, this description, it seems. World War II. Lovecraft described a scene of devastation and war. Howard Lovecraft, I see endless battlefields, men falling under relentless fire. Great iron machines tear through the sky, bringing fire and death. Entire cities reduced to rubble, the world enveloped in an endless conflict. You keep reading, your hand gripping the spoon as it trembles. Lorenzo, and this, seems like the attack on the Twin Towers. Howard Lovecraft, I see two steel and glass giants defying the American sky. Suddenly, metallic birds crash into them in an explosion of fire and smoke. People run screaming as the giants collapse, bringing death and destruction. The fish soup cools as you're completely immersed in reading. Lorenzo, here, he talks about the moon landing. Howard Lovecraft, I see a vast gray desert, with the distant blue earth in the black sky. A man in a white suit, with a large helmet, walks slowly. A stars and stripes flag is planted on the ground. Humanity has conquered a new world. Save. Howard Lovecraft, I see a vast gray desert, with the distant blue earth in the black sky. A man in a white suit, with a large helmet, walks slowly. A stars and stripes flag is planted on the ground. Humanity has conquered a new world. You keep flipping through the pages, finding descriptions of events that Lovecraft couldn't have witnessed at that time. Lorenzo, the rise of fascism in Italy. Howard Lovecraft, I see crowds of men marching under a symbol of power. A man with a stern face and fierce expression, speaks to an adoring mass. The nation is swept into a whirlwind of violence and authoritarianism. Lorenzo, the Berlin Wall. Howard Lovecraft, I see a city divided, separated by an imposing wall. On one side, freedom, on the other, oppression. The wall grows ever larger, separating families and friends. The tension is palpable, the fear tangible. Lorenzo, its fall. Howard Lovecraft, I see the wall collapsing, piece by piece. People dance and sing, tears of joy streaming down their faces. It's a new beginning, the end of an era of division. You close the diary for a moment, your heart racing. You can't believe what you just read. Lorenzo, Lovecraft, saw all this. How is it possible? These visions are so detailed, so accurate. You know you need to keep reading to understand more about what Lovecraft saw and the meaning behind those. You know you need to keep reading to understand more about what Lovecraft saw and the meaning behind those visions. Suddenly you read something unbelievable. Lorenzo, I can't believe what I'm reading. Why did Lovecraft see me in his visions? Lorenzo, he described my arrival in Boston and the moment I checked my phone. Lorenzo, I have to find out the truth. Howard Lovecraft, the bearded guy, is handing a strange gadget to a policeman. Lorenzo, oh, he described a scene I couldn't have seen. Lorenzo, things are starting to get interesting. Howard Lovecraft, the policeman took that device and pressed some buttons. T looks like he wants to tamper with it. Lorenzo, perhaps those night appearances were some kind of virus installed on the phone. Lorenzo, yes, it's the only possible explanation. Lorenzo, wait a second. Lorenzo, there, it all makes sense. Lorenzo, Ellie and Tom read an article in the Boston Globe about me and my collaboration with the Rome police. Lorenzo, they used that article to track me down and set up a trap. Howard Lovecraft, a woman, after reading an article in the Boston Globe, called a mysterious man. She told him that she had finally found the man they were looking for and that they can execute the plan. You close the diary trembling. You can't explain how, but Lovecraft helped you uncover the truth. Still shaken by what you discovered, you decide to book the earliest flight to Rome immediately. You need to think. The flight is very punctual, boarding is a breeze, and in no time, you're on board, sitting in your assigned seat by the window. You would have preferred an aisle seat, as usual, because you get a bit claustrophobic on flights and always feel antsy to get off the plane when you land. But you can't change the seat you were assigned. Ellie, when booking, picked a window seat and now the flight is full. When the plane takes off, you feel a sense of relief. You want to go home. Once in Rome, you promise yourself to ponder about everything that happened to you, at Innsmouth, at the conference, in the hotel with Isabella and that diary. During the flight, you just want to clear your mind, watch the clouds, read some magazines, and mostly, get some sleep. If you could, you'd love to fall asleep right away and wake up after the plane has landed on the runway at Fiumicino. You have lunch on board and drink quite a bit of red wine and a couple of cognacs. Eventually, a bit tipsy, you fall asleep. But after a while, you start looking out the window at the clouds and sky. There is a lot of turbulence, and the plane vibrates. When we left, it was a beautiful evening. Save slot 6. Save slot 6. But after a while, you start looking out the window at the clouds and sky. There is a lot of turbulence, and the plane vibrates. When we left, it was a beautiful evening. But the plane is flying through the clouds, which are white. But then they start to change color. First they turn yellow, then they take on shades between pink and violet. And then become a kind of pale green, which the sun's rays make bright at times. Suddenly a light the same color as the clouds penetrates the cabin. A huge anthropomorphic figure appears in the sky. Quickly, this monstrous creature envelopes the plane with its large tentacles. You feel like the cabin is being forcefully shaken by the figure, and you fear that the vehicle may crash, subjugated by this powerful external force. You wake up slowly, numb. The flight attendants are starting to prepare breakfast, and you smell a strong smell of coffee and oven. There is a little over an hour left until arrival. Lorenzo, I dreamed everything. I can't get rid of these nightmares anymore. You think about the brownish envelope handed to you by Liam, get up from your seat, and take it from the bag in the hat rack. Inside the envelope, there are 2 sheets. The first one is typed, the other handwritten. The typed one is from Angeli. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Dear Lorenzo, it was necessary to return you to your destiny, which has been the same as that of your entire family for 150 years. Professor Tom J. Angeli, our family is obsessed with finding what was hidden or lost by our ancestors. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we must search, find, but respect the rules that have been ordered to us. Professor Tom J. Angeli, in our family, and you are one of us, we have always pushed ourselves. Professor Tom J. Angeli, everyone, starting from our ancestors who left Innsmouth by sea, came back rich but also full of knowledge unknown to ordinary mortals. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I hope you understand and approve. We were very happy to meet you, and we are sorry that you have been away from us for so long. Professor Tom J. Angeli, you are one of us, and we expect to always have you on our side, just like everyone in the family has always been, including your grandmother and your mother. Professor Tom J. Angeli, you have to help us find the ancient map. I hug you and hope to hear from you soon. While you mutely reflect on what you have read, you open the other sheet. Isabella, Dear Lorenzo, my son, when I left you, I couldn't do otherwise, I had no choice. I would like to explain to you, and I hope you will allow me. Isabella, I'm not looking for excuses, and I understand how you may feel. Know that every day and every night of my life, I have thought of you. I kiss you tight. Your mother. Now you feel an infinite tenderness for your mother, and a great sense of guilt for not having hugged her in the hotel lobby. You have tears in your eyes. To avoid showing yourself, you turn your gaze towards the window. You cry, and you are happy about it. The plane lands at 18:10 on Friday, with an hour delay. Strangely, for the climate of Rome in June, the weather is not good, there has been a sudden drop in temperature. It must have rained heavily, and the sky is still dark gray, with the sun breaking through the clouds after the storm. The runway is still wet. Laura joins you at the arrivals. You are immensely happy to hug her again. You kiss each other passionately. Laura, so how did it go? Did you make a good impression? Lorenzo, not bad, I would say. My presentation was well received, and everyone was very nice. Laura, is that all? You're always short on words. Lorenzo, I actually have a lot to tell you. But I would like to do it over a nice plate of pasta and a glass of wine. I wouldn't want you to pass out here from shock. Lorenzo, would you like to go out to dinner? I'd like to try a restaurant near here. Laura, that much? And whatever happened to you? Anyway, that's fine. Let's talk about it later. Did you miss me? Laura, that much? And whatever happened to you? Anyway, that's fine. Let's talk about it later. Did you miss me? Lorenzo, a lot, even though I haven't been in touch much. You know how I am. By the way, did you find the wooden box I asked you to look for among my things? Laura, yes. I found an inlaid box that looks antique. Inside there were strange objects, like jewelry and small craft items, and an old document. Laura, it's a yellowed sheet of paper that looks like some kind of map. The writings are in pencil in English, but there are other larger writings and ink writings, which I have not been able to identify. Lorenzo, did you bring the box with you? Laura, no, I left it at your place, on your desk. Anyway, enough of thinking about strange finds, let's go to dinner. I've missed you so much. Lorenzo, me too. Lorenzo, you are right, however, let's have a nice evening without too much pressure. Laura, if you want to tell me something, I will gladly listen, if not, don't worry. Laura parks the car on the promenade, a few steps away from the beach and the restaurant. The sky is cloudy, with flashes of light filtering through the clouds. The sea is not rough, yet the waves are crashing violently on the shore, as if the water beneath the surface is boiling with anger. You scan the horizon, then look up at the sky. Something is worrying you. You are very scared. Then you see something that terrifies you. Lorenzo, it's coming here too. The monstrous creature followed me to Rome. Then it wasn't a nightmare. Lorenzo, I won't get rid of it anymore. You look at the sea. It's now rough, the waves are crashing forcefully along the beach. It is a majestic sight, the sea full of pink light after the storm. Then, in the distance, you seem to see something strange. Lorenzo, Laura. Look toward the horizon. Can't you see? Laura, what? Lorenzo, the sea is rising, as if it were swelling. Lorenzo, soon all that mass of water will crash on the shore. Laura, I don't see anything strange, Lorenzo, the waves are all the same. Laura, it's normal for the sea to be rough after a storm. Laura, don't worry, let's hurry up, I'm hungry. You enter the restaurant and are greeted by the owner, a smiling man of about 60, who seats you at a table at the end of the room, in a corner hidden by a series of plants. Laura, how nice, he has placed us in an intimate spot, so we are better off. Lorenzo, I really need a nice Italian dinner. I'm very hungry. I'm a bit dazed from the trip, but I feel good. Lorenzo, above all, I'm really happy to be back in Rome and to be with you. Finally. Laura, then you will tell me about your trip. I'm curious. Even though at times you scared me because I heard you worried. Laura, now let's look at the menu, so we can order. You eat the same things. Seafood risotto and grilled tuna. To drink, start with a prosecco, and then decide to continue with the same wine for the whole dinner. For dessert, you both have ice cream. Laura, so, how was Boston? Lorenzo, I met my mother. Laura looks at you in amazement. Laura, cosa? Stai scherzando? Lorenzo, cosa stai dicendo? You start telling everything, starting from the first night in Innsmouth, the dives, the statuette, and the strange stories about Innsmouth, Tom Angeli, the strange episode about Lawcraft, the diary, the recovered memory about his childhood, and, finally, Isabella. Laura, poor dear, it must have been a traumatic week. You didn't tell me anything when you were there. It's an incredible story. Lorenzo, do you think I behaved badly with her? Laura, ti preoccupi di questo. E giusto che tu ti sia comportato come ti è venuto natural. Alla fine, e lei che ti ha abbandonato. Laura, and anyway, you can always call her and talk to her. Then I don't understand Tom introducing her 3 hours before your departure. They could have done it earlier. Lorenzo, exactly. It was one of my thoughts. It's almost like they didn't want to give me time to talk and reflect. Lorenzo, anyway, you're right, I'm taking the blame, whereas I shouldn't. Laura, the rest of the story is incredible too. This legend of the statuette and the ancient rite seems surreal to me. Lorenzo, instead, I am convinced that it is terribly real, but maybe they made me believe. I don't know. Laura, what about Tom Angeli? Lorenzo, strange guy. I don't know why, but I think he didn't tell everything. Lorenzo, anyway, at 40, I had the pleasure of meeting my American, save. Lorenzo, anyway, at 40, I had the pleasure of meeting my American family. The whole story is paradoxical, but true. Laura, well. Let's go home now. Should we ask for the bill? Lorenzo, sure. Lorenzo, this restaurant was a nice discovery, the food is divine. You pay, say goodbye to the owner, and head towards Laura's car. It's 9:30 p.m., it's now night, but it's clear that the sky has cleared. Even the sea seems calm again. During the 30 kilometers by car towards home, you don't feel like talking. Returning to Rome has reassured you. You just want to be with Laura, who understandably has a lot of questions to ask you. Laura, tell me about the dives and the statuette. Lorenzo, Innsmouth has a beautiful sea. I was expecting a deep but rather boring ocean, but instead there are many rocks, caves, and small coves. Lorenzo, I found the statuette on the first day. I went free diving to over 80 meters, like I hadn't done in years. Lorenzo, and, incredibly, I didn't get too tired. It almost seemed like I still had air left. Lorenzo, of course, as soon as I surfaced, I was exhausted from the effort, but after a few minutes, I could have gone back down to the bottom of the sea. Laura, and the second day? Lorenzo, I went alone, still free diving, to the islets less than 2 kilometers from the coast. Lorenzo, I found a submerged wall about 30 meters high, all inscribed with incomprehensible writings and drawings of monstrous creatures. Laura laughs. Laura, well, nothing shocking, then. Lorenzo, really? Laura, how did they manage to inscribe a wall underwater? Lorenzo, it was made 100 or 150 years ago, as the girl from the diving school told me, who is also a distant relative of mine. Lorenzo, and then there's the rest, the breath, the heartbeats, the light. Laura, what are you talking about? Lorenzo, when I managed to take the statuette, the water around me lit up, and I heard a kind of breath and heartbeat, as if a creature were awakening. Laura, non pensi che potrebbe essere una suggestione. E di metri di profondità si possono anche percepire cose inesistenti. Lorenzo, possible. I hope you're right. Maybe I shouldn't believe this whole story. Or maybe I should just convince myself that it's all a hallucination, so I don't think about it anymore. You think about the strange diving mask. You wonder why you were able to stay in apnea for so long. You think about the strange diving mask. Lorenzo, more than a hallucination, it could have been a whole scheme. Laura, what do you mean? Lorenzo, what happened to you in America? You're so strange. Lorenzo, little by little, I'll tell you everything. Lorenzo, the girl organizing the dive made me wear very strange glasses and a diving mask. Lorenzo, they had yellow lenses and a larger frame than usual, in which there might have been some hidden mechanism. Laura, and why would they do such a thing? Lorenzo, perhaps to make me retrieve the statuette, which was of enormous importance to them. Laura, and why would they have to simulate the breath and heartbeat? Lorenzo, perhaps because they wanted me to think I was in supernatural situations. They wanted to scare me to death. Laura, MHH. But then, sorry, didn't you have your sunglasses? Lorenzo, mysteriously disappeared in the hotel, before leaving for the dive. And found in the evening. Laura, poor dear, you were so happy to do a couple of days of diving. Lorenzo, wait to hear the rest. It takes you 40 minutes to get back home. Once you arrive, you put the key in the lock. The door opens with the first click. Lorenzo, you closed it without turning the key. Laura, MHH. I would say I closed it properly, turning the key all the way. Strange. You enter the house. Lorenzo, come. You enter the house and head towards the study. The window is open, and there is a dark, raw wooden box on the desk. Lorenzo, here it is. Now I remember the day when my dad gave it to me. I must have been 15 or 16. Lorenzo, after that, he never talked to me about mom again. And if I asked questions, he would change the subject. Laura, and what did he tell you about the contents of this box? Lorenzo, not much. He was in a terrible mood. After lunch, one day he called me into the study. There was the box, closed, on the desk. Lorenzo, he told me it was very important to my mother. I had to keep it as a memory because he wanted to forget. Laura, he didn't tell you anything else? He never talked about your mother again. Lorenzo, nothing. And he didn't want to talk about my mother anymore. I tried several times, but he reacted badly, so I stopped too. You continue to caress the inlays on the box. You notice that they represent a kind of octopus with large tentacles. Laura, Lorenzo, someone has been here. Lorenzo, why do you say that? I don't think anything is missing. Laura, I'm sure I locked the door with more than one turn of the key. Laura, the window was closed, and I distinctly remember leaving the box diagonally on the desk, not perfectly aligned as it is now. Lorenzo, now you're getting carried away. Nothing is missing. Laura, I don't want to think about absurd things either. Maybe you're right. It must be my imagination. Open the box. Inside there are some jewels, small stones with scratches. Lorenzo, look. They don't represent anything special, but they are made of the same green-stained stone as the statuette I found in the sea. Lorenzo, according to Tom, it's an extraterrestrial stone, a meteorite, containing antimony. Laura, and what is it? A precious stone? Lorenzo, it is the subject of the philosopher's stone and, according to ancient symbolism, represents the forces of evil. Lorenzo, I was unaware of its existence, but then I looked it up on Google. Laura laughs. Laura, from bad to worse. Lorenzo, indeed. Laura, the papers are all there, some are handwritten. They contain strange characters with comments in English. The map is the largest sheet, it looks ancient. Folded in four. The continents are clearly distinguishable, but drawn in an imprecise and different way from how they are today. There are long, thin lines on the oceans, which could be sea routes, and some small lines connecting lands now separated by the sea. At the bottom of the box, there is a smaller sheet. Laura takes it and realizes that it is a photograph, facing downwards, which she had not noticed. Laura, strange. I had looked in the box carefully, and I don't think there was this photo. Lorenzo, maybe, simply, you didn't notice. Please don't come up with mysterious hypotheses too. Laura, well, you're right, I think you influenced me with your stories. The photo shows a young, smiling couple. The woman is holding a baby and sitting on a couch. The man is your father. Laura hugs you. You look at the photo moved. Lorenzo, my dad. He never recovered. Poor man. Lorenzo, when I was little, he always talked about her. In the last 20 years of his life, he never mentioned the subject again. Lorenzo, maybe it was his way of healing from an obsession. Laura, and what did he tell you about this stuff? You take the map. Lorenzo, I have very confused memories. Lorenzo, according to legend, whoever possesses this map will be able to find images of a deity. Lorenzo, of vital importance to the followers of a religious sect originating from New Caledonia. Lorenzo, I vaguely remember that a couple of times Dad also mentioned a treasure, enormous and cursed riches, that my mother and grandmother talked about. Lorenzo, obviously, Dad didn't believe a word of this whole story. Lorenzo, he used to say it to mean that Mom's American family was a bunch of crazies. Lorenzo, I think it's the same ritual that Tom Angeli talked about, the archaeologist who invited me to Boston and who is a distant relative of mine. Laura, the one you told me about? Your mother's distant cousin? Lorenzo, yes, that's right. Tom is looking for this map. He has an idea that it might be left in Dad's hands. Laura, did you tell him that you had the box? Lorenzo, not at all. Lorenzo, Tom seemed obsessed, I saw some malice in his obsession, and so, instinctively, I told him that I knew nothing about it. Laura, MMMH. Laura, in my opinion, you got too influenced by the events of Innsmouth and infected me too. Laura, perhaps telling Ellie and Tom everything would allow us to put this behind us. You think carefully about Laura's words and allow yourself to be convinced. You delude yourself for a moment that you can forget all the events that have happened in recent weeks. Part of you is not convinced of this, but the love for your girlfriend is stronger. Lorenzo, on second thought, I should tell them that we found the box. You are right. Lorenzo, I want to get this off my chest and start over, I've had enough of it. Lorenzo, tomorrow I will call Ellie and Tom and tell them everything. Laura, I'm glad you made this decision. Laura, I know that you are still confused and want answers, but I am sure that by getting rid of this secret you will feel better. Laura, I just want you to be okay, nothing else. Laura, you will see that we will be able to forget everything. You wake up early and decide to call Tom and Ellie right away. You want to get this out of your mind as soon as possible. Lorenzo, hi Tom, how are you doing? Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, good morning and welcome. Yes, everything is okay. Did the trip go well? Lorenzo, yes, thank you. Everything was calm. The flight was on time. Ellie, hi, Lorenzo. I'm here too. Lorenzo, hi, Ellie, good to hear from you again. Lorenzo, so, I searched through my father's things and found an old wooden box, which might contain interesting things for you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, great. What's in the box? Show the various objects. Lorenzo, there's this map, about 20 jewels, and a photo. This one, which is probably just a memory. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, did your father leave any other family stuff? Professor Tom J. Angeli, the photo was probably taken by your grandmother, who was passionate about photography. Can you send me the map and the jewels? Lorenzo, certainly. I'll send them to you tomorrow. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, search through the old family things. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we are looking for the 2 missing statuettes, which we are certain are somewhere in the sea. They have enormous archaeological value. Lorenzo, why are you certain they are in the sea? Professor Tom J. Angeli, because, according to believers, that's where they must be preserved. Lorenzo, could the map be the right starting point? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I don't think so. I should look at it carefully, but I don't think so. Professor Tom J. Angeli, that map indicates the route of sea voyages made by our ancestors and the other Innsmouth boys. I've seen others like it. Professor Tom J. Angeli, several years ago, from 1850 onwards, there are others around Innsmouth. Lorenzo, all right. I'll look in the basement among Dad's other stuff. Professor Tom J. Angeli, thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you are doing for the family. We are truly happy to have found you again. Unfortunately, it didn't go as you hoped. Tom and Ellie want more information. You feel sorry for Laura, but you know she will understand. You understand that the only way to end this story is to go through with it, even though you still dislike Tom. You decide to go to sleep. It has been a long and tiring day and you need to rest. It is early in the morning. The sound of the phone wakes you up. Lorenzo, hello. Isabella, hello Lorenzo. How are you? Was the return trip okay? Sorry to bother you. I have no intention of intruding into your life. Isabella, I've been out of it for 37 years, and it's not fair for me to expect to get back in after so long. You say nothing, almost confirming what you heard. Inside, you feel a bit of resentment towards that woman, mixed with a kind of compassion. Isabella, I have thought long and hard about whether to call you or not. But I think you need to know. Isabella, quando ti lasciai ero una ragazza, ti amavo profondamente e ma allo stesso tempo la vita di madre e di moglie mi passava. Isabella, your father was a very decent man, but I felt he was an obstacle to my freedom. Isabella, I confided in my mother, who was an even freer spirit. Isabella, our family is like this: sea people, travelers, even a bit adventurous, in love with mystery and discovery. Isabella, we Elliots are a special, very close-knit family. Isabella, when your grandmother and I lived in Italy, we were in constant contact with the American relatives. Isabella, we were forced to return to America because your grandmother did not agree with the dangerous choices that young people were making and wanted to protect her son, my only brother. Isabella, that's how we decided to disappear. We didn't tell anyone because we knew they would have stopped us. Isabella, your grandfather and your father were possessive men, or maybe just in love with their wives. Isabella, but my intention was not to leave permanently. I thought of coming back. I didn't want to leave you forever. Isabella, once arrived in America, I called Giorgio, your father. He treated me well, he was understanding. We spoke 3 or 4 times a week. Isabella, but he didn't want me to have direct contact with you because he said you would have suffered. I felt guilty, and so I respected his will. Isabella, for a few years, I followed you from afar. Giorgio would inform me about your growth, school, he would send me your photos. Isabella, but I never spoke to you. Until you were 7 years old, he told me he didn't want to hear from me anymore. Isabella, he needed to get rid of me, definitively. He thought I wouldn't come back, and staying in touch made him suffer. Isabella, I understood his point of view and did what he asked. I have to say that the contacts with him have become more and more unpleasant. Isabella, he despised me because I had escaped my responsibilities, but he couldn't get rid of my memory. Isabella, this happened the same year as the tragedy. Lorenzo, what tragedy? Isabella, my brother, your uncle. He died at sea, crashed on the rocks by a wave. Isabella, I'm telling you the truth, Lorenzo, I still have all your photos, from 3 to 7 years old, and everything your father sent me. If you want, I can show them to you. Lorenzo, I believe you. It's not necessary. Now I apologize, but I need to reflect. Maybe we'll talk another time. I have to say goodbye. Bye. Isabella, of course. I understand you. Goodbye. Before you go, can I tell you something? Lorenzo, yes. Tell me. Isabella, I told you these things because they are true, and it's right that you know them. However, as a mother, I behaved shamefully. Isabella, the fact is that at that time I attached great importance to my family matters. Isabella, today I realized that I lost the most important thing in my life. And I remember your father with tenderness and respect. You remain still reflecting for a long time. Your father kept the truth from you, thinking he was protecting you. Would your life have been better knowing that your mother still loved you, even though she had left? You go to your studio to gather ideas. Someone knocks on the door. It's Laura. Someone knocks on the door. It's Laura. She came to help you find the items Tom is looking for. Lorenzo, let's go to the basement. I put all the papers and objects that Dad kept on his desk in a trunk. Lorenzo, I want to see if I find something interesting. Laura, let's go and see. You live in the apartment that your father left you. It's not very big, so many objects were left in the basement, on the semi-basement floor of the building. It's quite large. Laura, look, your childhood toys, your first bicycle. Lorenzo, Dad would throw away all his things when he didn't need them anymore. But he jealously kept mine. Lorenzo, he was an unhappy but deeply affectionate man. That's the trunk. Laura, he must have been a wonderful father. Size. Lorenzo, here we are. These are the objects and his papers. Lorenzo, when he left, honestly, I put everything away without looking carefully. You start opening the envelopes with the cards. But you don't find anything important. Laura, look here. This is you as a child, and this must be your mother. In this envelope, there are only old family photographs. Lorenzo, show me. Yes. You start scrolling through the photographs one by one. At least 10 depict Isabella holding her baby. You start to remember. It's like seeing many photos of yourself with your mother has finally opened a book of memories of when you were very young, 2 or 3 years old. Lorenzo, we were in the garden, all around a big, rough wooden table. The grandparents, the old uncles, Dad, and I always in Mom's arms. Lorenzo, everyone kissed me when they approached me. My mother was very affectionate with me. Lorenzo, my grandmother was a lively woman, always cheerful. Mom was very similar to her. Grandpa was more serious. Dad was smiling. Lorenzo, I had a toy in my hand, like a fish, and a pendant around my neck. Lorenzo, the pendant. Lorenzo, let's go back home. I remembered something. Laura, what? Lorenzo, when I was little, I had a pendant around my neck. It was a leather lace with a medallion depicting a fish. But on the back, it had some writing. Lorenzo, now I remember it well because I kept it for several years. Lorenzo, Dad said it was a memento of Mom, and she would have wanted me to always wear it. Lorenzo, I took it off around 10 years old because I was teased at school. It must be in one of my drawers. At the bottom of a drawer, among other forgotten objects, you find the pendant. On the back, the metal has a series of engraved characters. Incomprehensible. Lorenzo, the usual characters. Who knows what they mean? Lorenzo, it's a sequence of about 10 different characters. All of Innsmouth is full of them. Lorenzo, that boy on the beach in Innsmouth. Lorenzo, said that these medallions with the sacred fish on one side and the characters on the other are parts of a map. Lorenzo, to find some treasure and bring luck to those who wear them. You're in Rome, walking through the crowded streets of the center. You feel uneasy, as if someone is following you. You look behind and see a mysterious figure. It reminds you of one of the bikers you saw in Innsmouth. Lorenzo, it's impossible. What is one of those guys doing here? It's not that common to see someone like him in Italy. Lorenzo, I must shake this guy off before he does something dangerous. You quicken your pace, trying to blend into the crowd. You hear the man's footsteps behind you getting faster. You slip into a narrow alley in Trastevere, hoping to lose your chaser. The biker realizes he's been spotted and starts chasing you more determinedly. You try to lose him through the alleys, your heart pounding. You turn into another alley, but the biker is almost upon you. You hear his steps getting closer until you reach him, knocking him to the ground with a shoulder. The biker lunges at you. You manage to see his deformed face up close. It is a horrible sight. The biker's face is distinctly different from that of a normal human being. You struggle with all your strength, managing to free yourself from the biker's grip. You start running again, quickly crossing the main road. The mysterious figure, in the heat of the chase, crosses without looking. A car comes and hits him violently. The biker falls to the ground, taking his last breath. Frightened and with your heart in your throat, you quickly move away. You return home, still in shock from what just happened. You close the door behind you and lean against it, trying to calm down. Lorenzo, who was that man? Why did he follow me to Rome? I need to find out what's happening, but for now, I just need to try to stay safe. You're at home, locked in your study. Your heart is still pounding after the incident with the biker. You pick up the phone and call Ellie. Lorenzo, I have to face this situation. I can't keep running away. Ellie, hello. Lorenzo. Lorenzo, Ellie, I know you sent someone after me. I know you want something from me. Ellie, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lorenzo, don't pretend you don't know. I know you want the map of letters and numbers to open the crypt under Plum Island. Ellie, Lorenzo, please, it's not what you think. Lorenzo, now I'll decide how this story will end. Save. 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 You hand over the code to Ellie. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie personally and open the crypt for Ellie and Tom. The secret of the crypt dies with you. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie personally and open the crypt for Ellie and Tom. The secret of the crypt dies with you. Lorenzo, Ellie, You'll never find me again. The secret of the crypt dies with me. Ellie, Lorenzo, wait. You can't do this. Lorenzo, it's over, Ellie. Goodbye. You end the call and prepare to disappear. You will never allow the secret of the crypt to fall into the wrong hands. You think about the photographs and memories of your childhood, your father, and how much he suffered from the absence of your mother. You decide to call her. Lorenzo, hello, Isabella. Isabella, Lorenzo. What a nice surprise. Lorenzo, am I bothering you? Isabella, no, not at all. I'm still at home and I'm free this morning. Lorenzo, I wanted to ask you if you remember some things. These days I've been going through the old things left by Dad. Lorenzo, it had been many years since anyone touched them. I found a bunch of photos from when we were in Liguria. Isabella, yes, your grandmother was obsessed with photos. She took hundreds of them. Lorenzo, indeed, she's never in any of them. Now it makes sense why, she was the photographer. Isabella, among my mother's many quirks was her habit of photographing everything and everyone, but she never wanted to appear in the photos herself. Lorenzo, was she eccentric? Isabella, I don't know if that's the right word. But she was definitely very unique. I'd say original. Isabella, physically, I resembled her a lot, but our personalities were quite different. Isabella, she was extremely cultured, read everything, and any opportunity was good for swimming in the sea, even in the rain. She would stay in the water for hours. Isabella, she was also the keeper of the family secrets, just as her mother had been, she was the guardian. Isabella, among the Elliots, there's a custom that only one person should know certain secrets, because they could be very dangerous if misused. Lorenzo, does the guardian protect the secrets that Tom is looking for? Isabella, yes. Mom, in her role as guardian, thought that the rules and rituals of the ancient cult had to be respected, just as all true believers have always done. It was also what our great-great-grandparents had decided, to leave to the sea what is better left in the sea. Isabella, your grandmother despised greed, which she believed was the main cause of people's ruin. She was detached from material goods. Isabella, she loved the sea, life, and her loved ones. And she loved you very much, her only grandson. Lorenzo, among the papers and photos, I remembered that at the bottom of a drawer I kept an old pendant, made with a leather cord and a metal medallion. Lorenzo, on one side there's a stylized fish, on the other some incomprehensible signs. Lorenzo, Dad told me that Grandma had made it as a lucky charm and that she wanted me to always wear it. Isabella, lo hai trovato. Conservallo gelosamente. Per tua nonna aveva un valore enorme. Isabella, she had placed it around your neck when you were very little, before you were 1 year old. Isabella, she had done it to protect her only grandson, because for her that medallion brought luck. Or misfortune, if used wrongly. Isabella, she had decided not to respect a promise she had made to her mother, to not give that medallion to anyone. Isabella, your grandmother thought that her love for you was worth more than that promise. Isabella, Lorenzo, never tell Tom about that pendant. Lorenzo, Ellie tried to convince me to give her the code, but I refused. Lorenzo, this secret will die with me. Isabella, you did well. Mom always said that the greed destroys what we believe in the most. To her, greed was a sacrilege. Isabella, that pendant allows you to find objects that, like the statue, should remain in the sea. Isabella, and you took a huge risk by retrieving the statue from the bottom of the sea. After you recovered it, the weather worsened, right? Lorenzo, yes, the sky darkened and it rained. Lorenzo, the girl who took me diving cancelled the excursion planned for the next day. She seemed worried. Isabella, Lorenzo, I'm sorry, but I have to go now. I'm glad you called me. I'll do the same soon. Lorenzo, sure. I'd be happy to. Tom contacts Emma. Professor Tom J. Angeli, hello, hi. How are you? Emma, good, thanks. And you? Professor Tom J. Angeli, unfortunately, Ellie couldn't convince Lorenzo to give her the code. I'll still come to Innsmouth tomorrow, this story must end. Emma, Tom, are you sure? Emma, how do you plan to open the crypt? Professor Tom J. Angeli, don't worry Emma, I remember some characters of the sequence. Tom knows very well that it's a risk, but he can't back out after promising the fishmen to open the crypt. Emma, I'll prepare the boat, then. Can you be here by 9? You know how unpredictable the weather is here. Should I prepare wetsuits and tanks? Professor Tom J. Angeli, yes, we need the equipment. Also get a hammer and a knife. I think we'll need them. It'll be a long job. Emma, good. See you tomorrow. The next day Tom is at the diving school. Emma is already preparing the boat and the equipment. Professor Tom J. Angeli, good morning, dear. All good? Emma, hi, Tom. I'm almost ready. Get on board. Emma releases the mooring, starts the engine, and exits the harbor at low speed. After 500 meters, she accelerates and heads towards the islets. In a few minutes, they arrive at their destination. Emma, do you have reliable information? Professor Tom J. Angeli, yes, I know where to carve. Emma, good. We've been searching for it for many years. Professor Tom J. Angeli, indeed. Let's hope this is the right time. Tom and Emma dive with tanks. They go to the caves, to look for the illustrated wall that you also found. They know it like the back of their hand due to the many dives they have done there in the past. On the wall, there are several fish storied, but each is surrounded by different signs. Professor Tom J. Angeli, there, Emma, stop the engines here. Let's drop the anchor at there. I'll prepare the tanks. Emma, okay. Yes, that's fine, the bottom is shallow and sandy, and the anchor won't get stuck. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I'll go first. Join me as soon as you can. Emma, all right. Tom, using his hand, tries to find the point where to dig with the knife. The stone is slippery because it's covered with algae. Eventually, he finds a notch. With a knife, he traces the borders of the stone. After a while, he uses the tip of the knife to move the stone a little. Little by little, he frees it, carving the symbols he remembers by memory. Meanwhile, Emma is behind him. The man tries in every possible way, but he still doesn't know 3 of the signs. Suddenly, figures shrouded in shadow approach. They have beastly features. Tom signals to Emma to run away. Emma, what's happening? Emma, I won't leave you alone. Tom insists. He's worried and frightened. The reflection of the seabed illuminates the faces of the mysterious entities. They are monstrous marine creatures. Quickly, the group of monsters surround Tom. As his screams echo through the cave, the monsters devour him in a few seconds. Emma is petrified with terror, but she gathers the courage to move away cautiously. The sky is a purplish hue, and a rumble announces a storm. Emma boards the motorboat and speeds away, trying to leave her fear behind. The rogue wave crashes into the harbor docks after 5 minutes. Many boats are violently smashed against the piers. An hour later, at the harbor, they realize that Tom and Emma have not returned and are missing at sea. Some decide to go look for them. They said they were going to the Plum Islands. The sea is calm now. Within a few minutes, they're near the islands. Moving at low speed, they start circling around them. They see Emma almost immediately. She managed to anchor the motorboat to a rock, but she's in shock. Between 2 rocks, 50 meters away, a diving suit floats. It's all that's left of Tom. With effort, Emma reaches the surface. After a few minutes, Ellie arrives at the port. She heard the news from neighbors. Despite being devastated by the loss of her husband, Ellie reaches Emma and warmly embraces her. Ellie, oh, Emma. Ellie, I feel so guilty. Ellie, I should have never let Tom go. Ellie, what happened? Are you okay? Emma struggles to describe what she witnessed. Her eyes have seen the abyss and madness. With a voice broken by fear, she begins her story. Emma, yes, I'm physically fine. Fortunately, I managed to save myself. Emma, a group of sea creatures surrounded us. Uncle managed to help me escape, just before being devoured. Emma, those eyes, large and shining. I'll never forget them. Ellie carefully considers her response. Her niece has confirmed what she already suspected. The fishmen discovered that Tom didn't know Lorenzo's code. They had promised her husband great goods in exchange for opening the crypt, but he tried to deceive them and was killed. Ellie decides to keep the story to herself. She must protect her niece at all costs. Ellie, Emma, stay calm. Ellie, those monsters you saw are just a visual hallucination. Ellie, as an experienced diver, you know well the effects of hypoxia. Ellie, Tom must have lost control of his oxygen tank and drowned. Ellie, my poor husband. Ellie, he surely tried to remove his diving suit to reach the surface, but it was all in vain. Emma isn't convinced by her aunt's words. It seems like she's hiding something. Emma, it didn't go like that. Emma, I'm sure they weren't hallucinations. I know well the effects of lack of oxygen, and the illusions it causes are less tangible. Emma, and how do you explain those marks on the diving suit? Ellie, probably a school of fish tore it apart thinking they had found prey. Ellie, I know you're in shock, Emma, but what you're telling me is beyond any logic. Ellie, I'll take you home now. A few days of rest and you'll see that the real memories will resurface. Emma begins to doubt what she saw. She thinks her aunt might be right. After all, such creatures don't exist in nature. Despite her instinct suggesting that there's something strange about this story, she decides to listen to her aunt. It's definitely more reassuring for her to believe Ellie's version, less imaginative and more credible. Emma, all right aunt, I hope you're right. Emma, let's go home. Ellie breathes a sigh of relief. At least for now, it seems that Emma has believed her. Priya would definitely know how to implant false memories in Emma, but now it seems unnecessary. You're in your office at the university. You can't focus, the news of Tom Angeli's death has shocked you. Since Ellie told you everything, you have a strange feeling, as if she hasn't told you the truth. Tom was the victim of a terrible accident. While he was opening the crypt, he ran out of oxygen in his tank. He tried to get rid of his diving suit to surface faster, but it wasn't enough. Ellie's words still echo in your head. You sense something off in her story, even if you don't understand why. Why would Ellie have lied to you? What really happened to Tom? Your thoughts are interrupted by the phone ringing. Isabella, hello. Lorenzo. How are you? It's Isabella. Am I bothering you? It's 6 in the evening there. I thought it was a good time to call you. Lorenzo, all good, thank you. Are you doing well too? Isabella, yes, of course. I also called to ask if you could send me all of your grandmother's belongings, those that your father handed over to you. Isabella, I think she would have been very pleased if I kept the photos she took and left in Italy. Lorenzo, no problem. I might keep some, from when we were together, you, me, and Dad. Isabella, sure. Look carefully in the box. There should also be some old negatives. I'd like to have them. Isabella, so I can duplicate the photographs you decide to keep for yourself. Isabella, I know Ellie told you about Tom. We're all devastated in the family. A real tragedy. Lorenzo, yes, it's terrible. Ellie told me he died at sea, while he was opening the crypt under Plum Island. Lorenzo, even though he didn't have the code, Tom tried in every possible way to open it. Lorenzo, I don't understand all this obsession with this research. Isabella, it's a very old story. About 150 years ago our ancestor, the first Elliot of Innsmouth, created a shipping company with a group of friends. Isabella, for nearly 30 years they sailed to every corner of the globe. Isabella, those were glorious times. They would set sail a couple of times a year and return after a few months, loaded with all kinds of goods. On one of these trips, they came across an ancient ritual and some large emeralds that, according to the ritual, must remain in the sea. Isabella, partly they divided the loot as soon as they returned, partly they kept it together, hidden in a spot known only to 4 or 5 of them. Isabella. After so many years of traveling, you can imagine how much wealth was accumulated and hidden in Innsmouth, both at sea and on land. Isabella, and no one has ever found it. Isabella, Tom died trying to find the hidden treasures around the islands. Isabella, poor Tom. The men in our family always die at sea. Isabella, some rumors claim that the treasure is just a facade and that there's a terrible secret hidden in the crypt. Don't take it too seriously. Lorenzo, I've already heard about these stories. Thanks for sharing, though I must admit I'm really intrigued by these other rumors. What are they about? Isabella, my pleasure. Unfortunately, I can't tell you more, I'm sorry, but again, these are just legends that have no basis. Isabella, shall we change the subject? I must say I don't like talking about this story. Lorenzo, sure, no problem. Isabella, what are you doing this weekend? After all this turmoil, a bit of relaxation would be good for you. Lorenzo, yeah, you're absolutely right. Lorenzo, I think I'll spend a couple of days at my girlfriend's house. Tomorrow night, Laura has already booked a table at the restaurant, it's our favorite. Isabella, great, that's just what you need. I'd like to meet her someday. Goodbye for now. Please let me know when you send the stuff. Lorenzo, yes. Bye and see you soon. You're having dinner with your girlfriend. After 2 days of relax, you feel it's time to confide in her. You're having dinner with your girlfriend. After 2 days of relax, you feel it's time to confide in her. Once again, the mysteries of Innsmouth are calling you, and you feel caught up in a story bigger than yourself. Laura, what's happening, Lorenzo? Laura, you seem upset. Lorenzo, I've been reflecting on these last few days. Lorenzo, returning to Rome, I thought I had managed to forget what happened in Innsmouth, but Tom's death has reignited the mystery. Laura, what do you mean? Laura, I thought it was just a terrible accident, am I right? Laura, the local news reported that while exploring the crypt under the Plum Islands, Tom lost control of his oxygen and drowned. Lorenzo, Ellie also told me this, but something inside me suggests that this is not the truth. Laura, what makes you think that? Lorenzo, my mother told me the other day about a version that differs from the classic story of the Plum Island treasure. Lorenzo, maybe Tom, not having the code, got involved with someone dangerous and was killed for it. Laura, someone who? Laura, Lorenzo, I think you're letting this story affect you too much. Laura, you see conspiracies and secrets everywhere. Laura, if you want my advice, I'd say you should take a few more days off before going back to work. Laura, you risk letting this obsession consume you. Laura, please, promise me that you'll leave all this behind. It hurts me to see you like this. Lorenzo, love, I know you're worried about me, but I feel the time to leave the events of Innsmouth behind me hasn't come yet. Lorenzo, I believe I'm meant for more than just being a bystander. Lorenzo, my role in this story hasn't been revealed yet, but I know it won't be long before I uncover the whole truth. Laura, as you wish, I won't force you to do anything rash. Laura, I just want to tell you that you'll always have my full support. Laura, you don't have to face all this alone. Laura's words move you, even though you know she can do nothing to change your situation. You thank her with a smile, she reciprocates. With a single glance, you let her know that it's time to go. Tomorrow it's going to be a challenging day. You return home and head to the study where you left all your father's belongings, the items in the wooden box and those you found in the cardboard box in the basement. You find the jewelry, the pendant, the map, and the photographs. You look tenderly at the first one found in the box, with you and your parents smiling on the couch. You quickly flip through all the photos. You as a child and Isabella are almost always there. At the bottom of the cardboard box there's a small envelope, full of negatives. There are many strips, probably hundreds. They were clearly taken in different times, because some are older, maybe from the 1930s or 1940s. You start looking at all the negatives in the light, one by one. They're old photos of Innsmouth. On the harbor there's a blue building, some sort of warehouse. You don't remember seeing it. In fact, you're sure it's no longer there, perhaps it has been demolished. Today there's a parking lot in its place. Another photo shows an industrial plant. You haven't seen this one either. 4 of the film strips are reproductions of old pieces of paper. Each with many mysterious characters and some drawings of monstrous creatures. Then you spot a group of photos left at the bottom. You're speechless. They show the interior of a warehouse filled with a massive amount of stacked artifacts. Ancient objects of every kind, archaeological relics, gold ingots, and many jewels. So the rumors you heard in Innsmouth were true. Somewhere, they've hidden precious items collected from many journeys across the seas. Perhaps Isabella is looking for this treasure. That's why she wants you to send her everything. You pick up the photos. You enjoy looking at the happy moments of your family again. You feel an indescribable tenderness as you handle the photos where your father, your mother, and you as a child were together, happy. For the first time you look at them closely and slowly, paying attention to the details. The way your mother smiles at you and your father, the decor of their house, the beach, the sea. You decide to continue looking for clues among the photos. Who do you want to investigate? Save slot 2, save slot 2. Investigate Tom. Investigate your mother. Investigate your mother. Lorenzo, this must be Grandpa. The uncles. Me, Dad, and Mom. Lorenzo, at home, in the garden, at the sea. And Grandma? She never appears in any of the photos. You keep flipping through the photos, examining them as carefully as you can. Then your eyes settle on a detail. You examine it closely. Lorenzo, this is insane, but there's no other explanation. As crazy as it sounds. Overwhelmed, with a trembling hand, you instinctively call Isabella. Lorenzo, hello. Isabella, yes. Lorenzo, it's me. I found the negatives of the photos. Isabella, oh good, I'm glad. They're old memories that your grandmother cherished very much. There should also be photos taken by her mother, they're really old. Isabella, in addition to these, you should also find a lot of negatives of photos from Innsmouth. They mean a lot to me. Lorenzo, basta parlar di questi casi. Ci sei veramente. Isabella, Lorenzo, why are you asking me this? I'm your mother. Lorenzo, I want the truth. I want it now. Otherwise, I'll destroy everything I've found. Isabella, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Lorenzo, I'm saying that you're not my mother. I've looked at the photographs carefully. Lorenzo, in almost all of them, Dad, Mom, and I are sitting. There's one where my mother is hugging Dad on the beach, standing. Lorenzo, Dad wasn't very tall, about 1.7 meters, and Mom was at least 10 centimeters shorter than him. Lorenzo, you, on the other hand, are tall, at least 1.7 meters, maybe more. Who the hell are you? Isabella sighs. Isabella, you're right, Lorenzo. I'm not your mother, but believe me, I never meant to deceive you. Isabella, I only wanted those negatives to destroy them, to break the curse that weighs on our family, once and for all. Lorenzo, ci sei. Helen, I'm Helen, your grandmother. Your mother died a few years after we left Italy. If she hadn't died, she would have come back to you. Helen, she told me every day. She dreamed of you every night, called your father on the phone, like I mentioned before, and was consumed with guilt. She desperately needed to hold you again. Helen, she went out to sea with her brother to protect him since I couldn't stop him from his reckless decision to search for the mysterious treasure. Helen, it has been 33 years since that cursed day. Helen, it was June 10, 1989, and they died at the spot where you found the statuette. A freak wave destroyed their boat. Helen, the pile of stones at the bottom of the sea commemorates their death. I was the one who had the statuette and the pendants placed among the stones, in memory of my children. Helen, it's my fault, I lost my daughter in a desperate attempt to save my son. I should have left her in Italy with you and your father. Helen, since then, I've kept myself away from the other Elliots. I don't want to hear about this cursed story anymore. Helen, I lost my children while they were still young. And yet I'm still alive. Lorenzo, I'm not so sure you're the only one to blame. Lorenzo, I suspect that Tom is involved too, although I don't know how. Helen, I also suspected his involvement as soon as the tragedy happened. Helen, I thought that Tom's greed might have influenced Arthur, pushing him to go after that damned treasure. Helen, unfortunately, however, I've never found evidence of this. Helen, maybe my son was simply influenced by the legends of our family. Lorenzo, getting back to your lies, I wanted to know why you decided to lie to me. Lorenzo, you could have told me right away that you were my grandmother, you would have spared me this last shock. Helen, you're right, and I ask for your forgiveness. Helen, Tom asked me to pretend because he claimed it was necessary to awaken your deep, hidden memories about your childhood. Helen, he hadn't told me he had found you and invited you to Boston. He called me the same day we met. Helen, I thought I would tell you the truth later, but in reality, I would have never been able to. I wouldn't have been able to disappoint you even more. Lorenzo, but you. How is it possible that you're still alive? How old are you? Helen, I don't know. I don't even remember anymore. I've been alive for far too long, like many of the elders of Innsmouth. Helen, you know, Lorenzo, I'm the last of the Elliots who knows some deep and ancient secrets. Helen, you're angry with me, I know, but it's important that you understand one thing, you're destined for something truly great. Helen, after all my lies, I understand your mistrust, but believe me, it's important that you accept all of this. Lorenzo, I. Lorenzo, yes, you're right, I'm very angry and disappointed. Lorenzo, but despite the pain and anger, I know I must listen to you. Lorenzo, for days I've felt something strange in me, like an urgent need to understand the whole story. Helen, you should know that we Elliots have been passing down some very ancient truths related to the history of Innsmouth for generations. Helen, for millennia we have jealously protected a great secret hidden within the crypt. Helen, I hinted at something recently, but I didn't want to go into detail. I wanted to wait until you were ready. Lorenzo, did Tom Angeli want to discover the truth? Lorenzo, what is hidden beneath Plum Island? Helen, yes, even though he didn't know the whole story. Helen, he believed that the crypt hid treasures, but he was very wrong. Helen, beneath Plum Island lies an entity that has been imprisoned for centuries. Lorenzo, what? What kind of entity is it? Helen, unfortunately, I can't tell you more. Helen, for several years now, no one has been able to open the crypt. Helen, at least until you appeared. Helen, Tom wanted you to give him the code for this reason. Helen, by dictating the sequence you would have shared with him part of this genetic memory that allows the crypt to open. Helen, without your help, he couldn't do anything. Lorenzo, Should I return to Plum Island, then? Lorenzo, am I destined to open the crypt? Helen, your power should not confuse you, precisely because you have this gift, you must protect it jealously. Helen, the mission doesn't involve opening the crypt but rather continuing to guard it, as I have and as many others before me have. Helen, it's best that that entity remains hidden beneath the sea. Helen, are you ready to become the new guardian of Innsmouth? Save. Save slot. You agree to become the new guardian. You refuse to become the new guardian. You agree to become the new guardian. You agree to become the new guardian. Lorenzo, I can't tell you why, but the answer is yes. Once again, a voice in your head anticipates your words. You feel like a puppet controlled by an invisible puppeteer. Helen, well, with you I'm certain that the secret of Innsmouth will remain safe. Helen, please, be strong. Helen, the call of the abyss can be irresistible. What did your grandma mean? Don't think too much about it and go to sleep, it's been a busy day. You fall into a deep sleep. You find yourself in Innsmouth, in the bed of your hotel room. You know full well that it's a dream, but you feel the need to go on. Suddenly, the room starts to move, as it had happened a few months before. The door begins to tremble and you hear the monstrous footsteps again. This time, however, they don't seem to stop. Suddenly, you see it clearly, it's a colossal creature, both human and fish-like at the same time, that scrutinizes you with two luminescent eyes. Its roar is terrifying, but for some strange reason, you can clearly distinguish some words. Free me. The end. 1.0.0 Load. Load selected. Load slot 3, Thursday, November 7th. You refuse to become the new guardian. You refuse to become the new guardian. Lorenzo, I'm sorry, but I don't feel up to it. Lorenzo, despite feeling a strong call inside me, I want to distance myself from all this. Helen, I can't blame you. Helen, it's a difficult task that not everyone accepts willingly. Helen, what will you do with the code? Lorenzo, I intend to destroy it. Lorenzo, I'm sure you'll find someone else for this mission. Helen, okay, if you change your mind you know where to find me. Helen, please, be strong. Helen, the call of the abyss can be irresistible. Helen, especially for someone who isn't very steady. What did your grandma mean? Don't you think too much about it and go to sleep, it's been a busy day. You fall into a deep sleep. You find yourself in Innsmouth, in the bed of your hotel room. You know full well that it's a dream, but you feel the need to go on. Suddenly, the room starts to move, as it had happened a few months before. The door begins to tremble and you hear the monstrous footsteps again. This time, however, they don't seem to stop. Suddenly, you see it clearly, it's a colossal creature, both human and fish-like at the same time, scrutinizing you with two luminescent eyes. Its roar is terrifying, but for some strange reason, you can clearly distinguish some words. Free me. You're in your house in Rome. Apparently, the encounter with the creature was just a dream, though it left you with an unsettling feeling. Suddenly, you hear the creature's roar in your head again. You focus on one thing: the only way to stop that abyssal voice is to take the code and open the crypt. You try to ignore this feeling in every way possible, but you just can't. You leave the house and head to the airport. Dagon's mental control has just begun. The end. 1.0.0 Load. Load selected. Load slot 2, Thursday. Investigate Tom. Lorenzo, these old photos. There's the whole family. Except for Grandma. Auto forward. Lorenzo, these. You go through about 20 photos until you find one with a lot of people. It looks like a birthday. You look at everyone carefully. Lorenzo, but this is Tom. He's holding my hand. Lorenzo, so it's true that we had already met, even though I was 2 or 3 years old. I felt it, that I knew him. I was right. You flip the photo over and read 2 lines written by hand in beautiful feminine handwriting. June 1989. The whole family gathered for the visit of our great friend, Tom Orne. Lorenzo, Tom Orne. Ma allora. Il lontano era di quel Orne disperso nella famosa spedizione in Nuova Caledonia. Lorenzo, e perci allora si faceva chiamare Angeli. Lorenzo, maybe he wanted to hide that he was the descendant of that Orne. Lorenzo, it's the last photo of my mother when she was young. Lorenzo, what if they had left around that time? Lorenzo, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that Tom is somehow connected to their departure and to the death of my Uncle Arthur. Overwhelmed, with a trembling hand, you instinctively call Isabella. Lorenzo, hello. Isabella, yes. Lorenzo, it's me. I found the negatives of the photos. Isabella, oh good, I'm glad. They're old memories that your grandmother cherished very much. There should also be photos taken by her mother, they're really old. Isabella, in addition to these, you should also find a lot of negatives of photos from Innsmouth. They mean a lot to me. Lorenzo, yes, about those negatives. Lorenzo, among the photos, I noticed one in particular that caught my attention. Lorenzo, it's dated June 1989, right when you and Grandma disappeared. Lorenzo, but that's not even the strangest part. Lorenzo, Tom is in the negative too, and something tells me that this isn't a coincidence. Isabella, well, if I'm not mistaken, that photo was taken precisely during one of his visits to the family. Isabella, so, him being there wasn't by chance. Lorenzo, that's not what I meant. Lorenzo, I have a feeling that Tom is responsible for your departure and Uncle Arthur's death. Lorenzo, I don't have any proof, but I believe that this is the truth. Isabella, aye. Isabella, all these mysteries. Isabella, I can't hide it from you anymore. Lorenzo, what are you hiding from me, Mom? Lorenzo, no more secrets, please. Helen, I'm Helen, your grandmother. Your mother died a few years after we left Italy. If she hadn't died, she would have come back to you. Helen, she told me every day. She dreamed of you every night, called your father on the phone, like I mentioned before, and was consumed with guilt. She desperately needed to hold you again. Helen, she went out to sea with her brother to protect him since I couldn't stop him from his reckless decision to search for the mysterious treasure. Auto forward. Helen, she went. Helen, it has been 33 years since that cursed day. Skip. Lorenzo, I've already told you that in my opinion Tom Angeli, or rather, Tom Orne, has something to do with it. Helen, I also suspected his involvement as soon as the tragedy happened. Helen, I thought that Tom's greed might have Skip. Save. Save slot 4, empty slot. Save slot. You refuse to become the new guardian. You agree to become the new guardian. You agree to become the new guardian. Skip. 1.0.0. Load. Load selected. Load slot 4, Thursday no. You refuse to become the new guardian. You refuse. 1.0.0. Load. Load selected. Load slot. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie personally and open the crypt for Ellie. You hand over the code to Ellie. You hand over the code to Ellie. Lorenzo, Ellie, listen. I'll send you the code. I don't want to deal with all of this anymore. Ellie, really? Lorenzo, thank you. You won't regret this decision. Immediately, you photograph both sides of the medal and send them to Tom via message. After a few minutes he calls you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, where did you find it? Lorenzo, among my forgotten things. I used to wear it as a child. Professor Tom J. Angeli, did Isabella give it to you? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I always thought she knew the sequence by heart. She always denied it. Lorenzo, the whole family is grateful to you. You have been of enormous help. Professor Tom J. Angeli, these symbols are of fundamental importance to us. Professor Tom J. Angeli, please, do not talk to anyone about this story. Lorenzo, okay, I'll keep the secret. You still don't like Tom, but you wanted to get rid of this burden at all costs. Professor Tom J. Angeli, thank you, Lorenzo. Best regards, and I hope to stay in touch. Lorenzo, I would be happy to. After the call, you feel like you've made a mistake, as if you've put something very dangerous in the wrong hands. You think about the photographs and memories of your childhood, your father, and how much he suffered from the absence of your mother. You decide to call her. Lorenzo, hello, Isabella. Isabella, Lorenzo. What a nice surprise. Lorenzo, am I bothering you? Isabella, no, not at all. I'm still at home and I'm free this morning. Lorenzo, I wanted to ask you if you remember some things. These days I've been going through the old things left by Dad. Lorenzo, it had been many years since anyone touched them. I found a bunch of photos from when we were in Liguria. Isabella, yes, your grandmother was obsessed with photos. She took hundreds of them. Lorenzo, indeed, she's never in any of them. Now it makes sense why, she was the photographer. Isabella, among my mother's many quirks was her habit of photographing everything and everyone, but she never wanted to appear in the photos herself. Lorenzo, was she eccentric? Isabella, I don't know if that's the right word. But she was definitely very unique. I'd say original. Isabella, physically, I resembled her a lot, but our personalities were quite different. Isabella, she was extremely cultured, read everything, and any opportunity was good for swimming in the sea, even in the rain. She would stay in the water for hours. Isabella, she was also the keeper of the family secrets, just as her mother had been, she was the guardian. Isabella, among the Elliots, there's a custom that only one person should know certain secrets, because they could be very dangerous if misused. Lorenzo, does the guardian protect the secrets that Tom is looking for? Isabella, yes. Mom, in her role as guardian, thought that the rules and rituals of the ancient cult had to be respected, just as all true believers have always done. It was also what our great-great-grandparents had decided, to leave to the sea what is better left in the sea. Isabella, your grandmother despised greed, which she believed was the main cause of people's ruin. She was detached from material goods. Isabella, she loved the sea, life, and her loved ones. And she loved you very much, her only grandson. Lorenzo, among the papers and photos, I remembered that at the bottom of a drawer I kept an old pendant, made with a leather cord and a metal medallion. Lorenzo, on one side there is a stylized fish, on the other some incomprehensible signs. Lorenzo, Dad told me that Grandma had made it as a lucky charm and that she wanted me to always wear it. Isabella, lo hai trovato. Conservalo gelosamente. Per tua nonna aveva un valore enorme. Isabella, she had placed it around your neck when you were very little, before you were 1 year old. Isabella, she had done it to protect her only grandson, because for her that medallion brought luck. Or misfortune, if used wrongly. Isabella, she had decided not to respect a promise she had made to her mother, to not give that medallion to anyone, for any reason. Isabella, your grandmother thought that her love for you was worth more than that promise. Isabella, Lorenzo, never tell Tom about that pendant. Lorenzo, unfortunately, I have already done it. It's too late. I sent him the photos via phone. Isabella, my God. Mother always said that the greed destroys what we believe in most. For her, greed was a sacrilege. Isabella, that pendant allows you to find objects that, like the statue, must remain in the sea. Isabella, and you took a huge risk by retrieving the statue from the bottom of the sea. After you retrieved it, the weather worsened, am I right? Lorenzo, yes, the sky darkened and it rained. Lorenzo, the girl who took me diving cancelled the excursion planned for the next day. She seemed worried. Isabella, Lorenzo, I'm sorry, I have to leave you now. I'm glad you called me. I'll call you soon too. Lorenzo, sure. I'll look forward to it. Tom contacts Emma. Professor Tom J. Angeli, hello, hi. How, Emma, good, thanks. And you? Professor Tom J. Angeli, great. I finally made it. Lorenzo found the medallion with the sequence among his old stuff. He photographed it and sent it. Tomorrow I'm coming to Innsmouth. We need to go to the Plum Islands. Emma, what extraordinary news. Are you sure it's the right one? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I think so. In fact, I'm certain. I have the sequence of characters. And I remember quite well the spot where they're carved. Emma, I'll prepare the boat. Can you make it here by 9? You know how unpredictable the weather is here. Should I prepare wetsuits and tanks? Professor Tom J. Angeli, yes, we need the equipment. Also get a hammer and a knife. I think we'll need them. It'll be a long job. Emma, good. See you tomorrow. The next day Tom is at the diving school. Emma is already preparing the boat and equipment. Professor Tom J. Angeli, good morning, dear. All good. Emma, hi, Tom. I'm almost ready. Get on board. Emma releases the mooring, starts the engine, and exits the harbor at low speed. After 500 meters, she accelerates and heads towards the islets. In a few minutes, they arrive at their destination. Emma, do you have reliable information? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I hope so. I think so. Emma, good. We've been searching for it for many years. Professor Tom J. Angeli, indeed. Let's hope this is the right time. Tom and Emma dive with tanks. They go to the caves, to look for the illustrated wall that you also found. They know it like the back of their hand due to the many dives they have done there in the past. Tom recognizes the symbols imprinted on the pendant. On the wall there are several fish carvings, but each is surrounded by different signs. Professor Tom J. Angeli, there, Emma, stop the engines here. Let's drop the anchor at there. I'll prepare the tanks. Emma, okay. Yes, that's fine, the bottom is shallow and sandy, and the anchor won't get stuck. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I'll go first. Join me as soon as you can. Emma, all right. Tom finds the sequence of characters almost immediately. With his hand, he tries to find the point to dig with the knife. The stone is slippery because it's covered with algae. At a certain point, he finds a groove. With the knife, he traces the borders of the stone. After a while, he uses the tip of the knife to make the stone move a little. Little by little he frees it. Meanwhile, Emma is behind him. Tom manages to insert the knife into the groove he created. He uses the knife to lever. Through the opening just created by the blade, he sees something incredible. Tom's eyes light up with a burning and blinding euphoria. Suddenly, shadowy figures with beastly features approach. Tom signals Emma to escape. Emma, what's happening? Emma, I won't leave you alone. Tom insists. He's worried and frightened. The reflection of the seabed illuminates the faces of the mysterious entities. They're monstrous marine creatures. Auto forward. Tom insists. Quickly, the group of monsters surround Tom. As his screams echo through the cave, the monsters devour him in a few seconds. Emma is petrified with terror, but she gathers the courage to move away cautiously. The sky is a purplish hue, and a rumble announces a storm. Emma boards the motorboat and speeds away, trying to leave her fear behind. The rogue wave crashes into the harbor docks after 5 minutes. Many boats are violently smashed against the piers. An hour later, at the harbor, they realize that Tom and Emma have not returned and are missing at sea. Some decide to go look for them. They said they were going to the Plum Islands. The sea is calm now. Within a few minutes, they're near the islands. Moving at low speed, they start circling around them. They see Emma almost immediately. She managed to anchor the motorboat to a rock, but she's in shock. Between two rocks, 50 meters away, a diving suit floats. It's all that's left of Tom. With effort, Emma reaches the surface. After a few minutes, Ellie arrives at the port. She heard the news from neighbors. Despite being devastated by the loss of her husband, Ellie reaches Emma and warmly embraces her. Ellie, oh, Emma. Ellie, I feel so guilty. Ellie, I should have never let Tom go. Ellie, what happened? Are you okay? Emma struggles to describe what she witnessed. Her eyes have seen the abyss and madness. With a voice broken by fear, she begins her story. Emma, yes, I'm physically fine. Fortunately, I managed to save myself. Emma, a group of sea creatures surrounded us. Uncle managed to help me escape, just before being devoured. Emma, those eyes, large and shining. I'll never forget them. Ellie carefully considers her response. Her niece has confirmed what she already suspected: the fishmen didn't honor their part of the deal. They had promised Tom great goods in exchange for opening the crypt, but it was a bluff. Those creatures preferred to get rid of the only witness to the great underwater secret. Ellie decides to keep this story to herself. She must protect her niece at all costs. Ellie, Emma, stay calm. Ellie, those monsters you saw are just a visual hallucination. Ellie, as an experienced diver, you know well the effects of hypoxia. Ellie, Tom must have lost control of the oxygen in his tank and drowned. Ellie, my poor husband. Ellie, he surely tried to remove his diving suit to reach the surface, but it was all in vain. Emma isn't convinced by her aunt's words. It seems like she's hiding something. Emma, it didn't go like that. Emma, I'm sure they weren't hallucinations. I know well the effects of lack of oxygen, and the illusions it causes are less tangible. Emma, and how do you explain those marks on the diving suit? Ellie, probably a school of fish tore it apart thinking they had found prey. Ellie, I know you're in shock, Emma, but what you're telling me is beyond all logic. Ellie, I'll take you home now. A few days of rest and you'll see that the real memories will resurface. Emma begins to doubt what she saw. She thinks her aunt might be right. After all, such creatures don't exist in nature. Despite her instincts suggesting that there's something strange about this story, she decides to listen to her aunt. It's certainly more reassuring for her to believe Ellie's version, less imaginative and more credible. Emma, all right aunt, I hope you're right. Emma, let's go home. Ellie breathes a sigh of relief. At least for now, it seems that Emma has believed her. Priya would definitely know how to implant false memories in Emma, but now it seems unnecessary. You're in your office at the university. You can't focus, the news of Tom Angeli's death has shocked you. Since Ellie told you everything, you have a strange feeling, as if she hasn't told you the truth. Tom was the victim of a terrible accident. While he was opening the crypt, he ran out of oxygen in his tank. He tried to get rid of his diving suit to surface faster, but it wasn't enough. Ellie's words still echo in your head. You sense something off in her story, even if you don't understand why. Why would Ellie lie to you? What really happened to Tom? Your thoughts are interrupted by the phone ringing. Isabella, hello. Lorenzo. How are you? It's Isabella. Am I bothering you? It's 6 in the evening there. I thought it was a good time to call you. Lorenzo, all good, thank you. Are you doing well too? Isabella, yes, of course. I also called to ask if you could send me all of your grandmother's belongings, those that your father handed over to you. Isabella, I think she would have been very pleased if I kept the photos she took and left in Italy. Lorenzo, no problem. I might keep some, from when we were together, you, me, and Dad. Isabella, sure. Look carefully in the box. There should also be some old negatives. I'd like to have them. Isabella, so I can duplicate the photographs you decide to keep for yourself. Isabella, I know Ellie told you about Tom. We're all devastated in the family. A real tragedy. Lorenzo, yes, it's terrible. Ellie told me he died at sea, while he was opening the crypt under Plum Island. Lorenzo, until the last moment I was undecided whether to give him the code. I sensed a certain obsession with this research. Isabella, it's a very old story. About 150 years ago our ancestor, the first Elliot of Innsmouth, created a shipping company with a group of friends. Isabella, for nearly 30 years they sailed to every corner of the globe. Isabella, those were glorious times. They would set sail a couple of times a year and return after a few months, loaded with all kinds of goods. On one of these trips, they came across an ancient ritual and some large emeralds that, according to the ritual, must remain in the sea. Isabella, partly they divided the loot as soon as they returned, partly they kept it together, hidden in a spot known only to 4 or 5 of them. Isabella. After so many years of traveling, you can imagine how much wealth was accumulated and hidden in Innsmouth, both at sea and on land. Isabella, and no one has ever found it. Isabella, Tom died trying to find the hidden treasures around the islands. Isabella, poor Tom. The men in our family always die at sea. Isabella, Some rumors claim that the treasure is just a facade and that there's a terrible secret hidden in the crypt. Don't take it too seriously. Auto forward. Isabella. Lorenzo, I've already heard about these stories. Thanks for sharing, though I must admit I'm really intrigued by these other rumors. What are they about? Isabella, my pleasure. Unfortunately, I can't tell you more, I'm sorry, but again, these are just legends that have no basis. Isabella, shall we change the subject? I must say I don't like talking about this story. Lorenzo, sure, no problem. Lorenzo, sure, no problem. Isabella, what are you doing this weekend? After all this turmoil, a bit of relaxation would be good for you. Lorenzo, oh yes, you're absolutely right. Lorenzo, I think I'll spend a couple of days at my girlfriend's house. Tomorrow night, Laura has already booked a table at the restaurant, it's our favorite. Isabella, great, that's just what you need. I'd like to meet her someday. Goodbye for now. Please let me know when you send the stuff. Lorenzo, yes. Bye and see you soon. You're having dinner with your girlfriend. After 2 days, once again, the mysteries of Innsmouth are calling you, and you feel. Laura, what's happening? Laura, you seem upset. Lorenzo, I've been reflecting on these last few days. Lorenzo, returning to Rome, I thought I had managed to forget what happened. Laura, what do you mean? Laura, I thought it was just a terrible accident, am I right? Laura, the local news reported that while exploring the crypt under the Plum Islands, Tom lost control of his oxygen. Lorenzo, Ellie also told me this, but something inside me suggests that this is not the truth. Laura, what makes you think that? Lorenzo, my mother told me the other day about a version that differs from the classic story of the Plum Island treasure. Lorenzo, perhaps Tom was deceived because of his greed and killed because he possessed a dangerous secret. Laura, Lorenzo, I think you're letting this story affect you too much. Laura, you see conspiracies and secrets everywhere. Laura, if you want my advice, I'd say you should take a few more days off before going back to work. Laura, you risk letting this obsession consume you. Laura, please, promise me that you'll leave all this behind, it hurts me to see you like this. Lorenzo, love, I know you're worried about me, but I feel the time to leave the events of Innsmouth behind me hasn't come yet. Lorenzo, I believe I'm meant for more than just being a bystander. Lorenzo, my role in this story hasn't been revealed yet, but I know it won't be long before I uncover the whole truth. Laura, as you wish, I won't force you to do anything rash. Laura, I just want to tell you that you'll always have my full support. Laura, you don't have to face all this alone. Laura's words move you, even though you know she can do nothing to change your situation. You thank her with a smile, she reciprocates. With a single glance, you let her know that it's time to go. Tomorrow it's going to be a challenging day. You return home and head to the study where you left all your father's belongings, the items in the wooden box and those you found in the cardboard box in the basement. You find the jewelry, the pendant, the map, and the photographs. You look tenderly at the first one found in the box, with you and your parents smiling on the couch. You quickly flip through all the photos. You as a child and Isabella are almost always there. At the bottom of the cardboard box there's a small envelope, full of negatives. There are many strips, probably hundreds. They were clearly taken in different times, because some are older, maybe from the 1930s or 1940s. You start to look at all the negatives in the light, one by one. They're old photos of Innsmouth. On the harbor there's a blue building, some sort of warehouse. In fact, you're sure it's no longer there, perhaps it has been demolished. Today there's a parking lot in its place. Another photo shows an industrial plant. You haven't seen this one either. 4 films are instead reproductions of old pieces of paper, each with many mysterious characters and some drawings of monstrous creatures. Then you spot a group of photos left at the bottom. You're speechless. They show the interior of a warehouse filled with a massive amount of stacked artifacts. Ancient objects of every kind, archaeological relics, gold ingots, and many jewels. So the rumors you heard in Innsmouth were true. Somewhere, they've hidden precious items collected from many journeys across the seas. Perhaps Isabella is looking for this treasure. That's why she wants you to send her everything. You pick up the photos. You enjoy looking at the happy moments of your family again. You feel an indescribable tenderness as you handle the photos where your father, your mother, and you as a child were together, happy. For the first time you look at them closely and slowly, paying attention to the details. The way your mother smiles at you and your father, the decor of their house, the beach, the sea. You decide to continue looking for clues among the photos. Who do you want to investigate? Save. Save slot 5, save slot. Investigate your mother. Lorenzo, this must be Grandpa. Lorenzo, at home, in the garden, at the sea. And Grandma? She never appears in any of the photos. You keep flipping through the photos, examining them as carefully as you can. Then your eyes settle on a detail. Lorenzo, this is insane, but there's no other explanation. As crazy as it sounds. Overwhelmed, with a trembling hand, you instinctively call Isabella. Lorenzo, hello. Isabella, yes. Lorenzo, it's me. I found the negatives of the photos. Isabella, oh good, I'm glad. They're old memories that your grandmother cherished very much. There should also be photos taken by her mother, they're really old. Isabella, in addition to those, you should also find a lot of negatives of photos from Innsmouth. They mean a lot to me. Lorenzo, basta parlar di questi cas. Chi veramente. Isabella, Lorenzo, why are you asking me this? I'm your mother. Lorenzo, I want the truth. I want it. Lorenzo, I want the truth. I want it now. Otherwise, I'll destroy everything I've found. Isabella, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Lorenzo, I'm saying that you're not my mother. I've looked at the photographs carefully. Lorenzo, in almost all of them, Dad. Lorenzo, Dad wasn't very. Lorenzo. Isabella sighs. Isabella, you're right. Isabella. Lorenzo, Helen. Helen. Helen, it has been 33 years since that cursed day. Helen, it was June 10, 1989, and they died at the spot where you found the statuette. Helen, the pile of stones at the bottom of the sea commemorates their death. I was the one who had the statuette and the pendants placed among the stones, in memory of my children. Helen, it's my fault, I lost my daughter in a desperate attempt to save my son. Helen, since then. Helen, I lost my children. Lorenzo, I'm not so sure you're the only one to blame. Lorenzo, I suspect that Tom is involved too, although I don't know how. Helen, I also suspected his involvement as soon as the tragedy happened. Helen, I thought that Tom's greed might have influenced Arthur, pushing him to go after that damned treasure. Helen, unfortunately, however, I've never found evidence of this. Helen, maybe my son was simply influenced by the legends of our family. Lorenzo, getting back to your lies, I wanted to know why you decided to lie to me. Lorenzo, you could have told me right away that you were my grandmother, you would have spared me this last shock. Helen, you're right, and I ask for your forgiveness. Helen, Tom asked me to pretend because he claimed it was necessary to awaken your deep, hidden memories about your childhood. Helen, he hadn't told me that he had found you and invited you to Boston. Helen, I thought I would tell you, Lorenzo, but you. How is it possible that you're still alive? How old are you? Helen, I don't know. Helen, you know. Helen, you're angry with me. Helen, after all my life. Lorenzo, yeah, Lorenzo, but despite the pain and anger. Lorenzo, for days. Helen, you should. Helen, for Helen, Lorenzo, Lorenzo, what is hidden beneath Plum Island? Helen, yes, even though he didn't know the whole story. Helen, he believed that the crypt hid treasures, but something very different awaited him. Helen, an entity, probably, imprisoned for centuries. Helen, however, someone didn't want this secret to be revealed to an unworthy person, which is why Tom died. Lorenzo, what? What kind of entity is it? Helen, unfortunately, I can't tell you more. Helen, for several years no one has been able to open the crypt. Helen, at least until you appeared. Lorenzo, how can you be so sure? Lorenzo, it was Tom who opened the crypt, not me. Actually, you know the answer perfectly well. Helen, yes, it was Tom, but you transmitted to him the power to open it. Helen, by passing the code to him, it was as if you shared with him part of this genetic memory that enables the opening. Helen, without you, he would have never succeeded in his endeavor. Lorenzo, do I need to return to Plum Island? Lorenzo, am I destined to open the crypt? Helen, your power should not confuse you, precisely because you have this gift, you must protect it jealously. Helen, the mission doesn't involve opening the crypt, but rather continuing to guard it as I have and as many others before me have. Helen, it's best that that entity remains hidden beneath the sea. Helen, are you ready to become the new guardian of Innsmouth? Once again, a voice in your head anticipates your words. You feel like a puppet controlled by an invisible puppeteer. Lorenzo, I can't tell you why, but the answer is yes. Helen, well, with you I'm certain that the secret of Innsmouth will remain safe. Helen, please, be strong. Helen, the call of the abyss can be irresistible. What did your grandma mean? Don't you think too much about it and go to sleep, it's been a busy day. You fall into a deep sleep. You find yourself in Innsmouth, in the bed of your hotel room. You know full well that it's a dream, but you feel the need to go on. Suddenly, the room starts to move, as it had happened a few months before. The door begins to tremble and you hear the monstrous footsteps again. This time, however, they don't seem to stop. Suddenly, you see it clearly, it's a colossal creature, both human and fish-like at the same time, that scrutinizes you with two luminescent eyes. Its roar is terrifying, but for some strange reason, you can clearly distinguish some words. Free me. The end. 1.0.0 Load. Load selected. Load. Load slot 1. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie personally and open the crypt for Ellie and Tom. You hand over the code to Ellie. The secret of the crypt dies with you. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie personally and open the crypt for Ellie and Tom. Lorenzo, Ellie, I'll see you at Plum Island. I'll open the crypt for you. Ellie, okay, Lorenzo. It's better for everyone. See you there. You prepare to meet Ellie and Tom. You know it's risky, but you need to see with your own eyes what that crypt hides. After quickly completing the boarding procedures, you board the plane to Boston. You can't contain your anxiety and excitement. Lorenzo, finally, I'll get to the bottom of this story. Lorenzo, before heading to Plum Island, though, Tom owes me some explanations. Lorenzo, what really happened on the day Uncle Arthur died? Lorenzo, someone is not telling me the truth, some things don't add up. Still immersed in your thoughts, you fall into a deep sleep. Soon, your sleep becomes restless. You have a vivid dream that provides an alternate perspective on the terrible maritime accident involving your family. You see your mother and your uncle setting off for Plum Island and the boat sinking into the abyss. The sound of the waves gives way to that of an organ. Suddenly you see a crowded church, 2 coffins in the middle of the nave, and your grandmother offering flowers. You wake up with tears in your eyes, the dream has shaken you. Lorenzo, Mom told me a completely different story. Lorenzo, what if she's pretending to be Isabella? As you're wrapped in new doubts and questions, the captain's voice announces the plane's landing. You descend the boarding stairs, weighed down by the anxiety you try to hold back before meeting Tom. Tom and Emma are waiting for you outside the gate as you two agreed on the phone. The two seem to share the same expression, a mix of madness and trepidation. As soon as they see you, they smile and come towards you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, hello Lorenzo, it's good to see you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, you made the right decision, you'll see that you won't regret it. Lorenzo, we'll see, Tom. Lorenzo, I have a few things to ask you. Professor Tom J. Angeli, sure, you can ask me anything you want in the car. Professor Tom J. Angeli, let's not waste any more time, the boat is already ready at Innsmouth. Emma, hello Lorenzo, yes, I've already prepared everything. Emma, the marine weather forecast is good for now, though a storm is expected in a few hours. Emma, we're not in a hurry, but just in case, it might be best not to waste too much time. Emma, marine weather conditions can change rapidly. You start driving, eager to reach Innsmouth. The first minutes of the journey pass in silence. You reflect for a long time before asking your questions to Tom. Suddenly, you break that strange silence. Lorenzo, Tom, once and for all, I want the truth about the accident that involved my uncle. Lorenzo, what really happened? Professor Tom J. Angeli, okay, I'll tell you everything I know. Professor Tom J. Angeli, it's right to free you from all this pain. Professor Tom J. Angeli, that terrible morning, your Uncle Arthur, obsessed with the legend of Plum Island, decided to set out to sea in search of who knows what treasure. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I rushed to the port with your mother and grandmother. Professor Tom J. Angeli, we tried to convince him in every way, but nothing, your uncle decided to go alone. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I still remember Isabella trying to get on the boat, but he pushed her away violently. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Arthur seemed out of his mind. Professor Tom J. Angeli, for several hours we didn't know anything, until we saw the police heading to the pier. Professor Tom J. Angeli, some fishermen had found some shred of his clothes and alerted the authorities. Professor Tom J. Angeli, it was a terrible day, believe me. Professor Tom J. Angeli, this curse will end, however, I assure you, today we'll finally close this circle together. Lorenzo, are you really sure that my mother didn't leave that morning? Lorenzo, I ask you this with my heart in my hands. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo, have you lost your mind? Professor Tom J. Angeli, you already met your mother Isabella the other day. Professor Tom J. Angeli, how can you still have doubts? Tom's words seem sincere. You trust him and prefer to abandon all doubts, even if it's a lie, it's more reassuring than the truth. Emma, sorry to interrupt, but we've arrived. Emma, wait a few minutes while I check if everything is okay and start the boat. Emma, Tom, do you remember the exact point where the characters of the sequence need to be engraved? Save slots in. Emma, Tom, do you remember the exact point where the characters of the sequence need to be engraved? Emma, Professor Tom J. Angeli, yes, Emma, don't worry. Professor Tom J. Angeli, as soon as we arrive at Plum Island, I'll show Lorenzo where to use the blade. Emma, well, we are ready then. Emma, you'll find the equipment on the boat, the hammer and the knife are below deck, while the wetsuits and tanks are here to the side. Emma, whenever you're ready, we can leave. Professor Tom J. Angeli, I'm ready. Professor Tom J. Angeli, are you ready, Lorenzo? Lorenzo, yes, I was born ready. Lorenzo, I can't wait to put an end to this story. Emma releases the mooring, starts the engine, and exits the harbor at low speed. After 500 meters, she accelerates and heads towards the islets. In a few minutes, they arrive at their destination. Emma, do you have reliable information? Professor Tom J. Angeli, I hope so. I think so. Emma, good. We've been searching for many years. Professor Tom J. Angeli, yes. Let's hope this is the right time. Despite Tom not being sure about the outcome of the mission, you're not influenced by his uncertainty. You know perfectly well that this is the only chance to get to the bottom of this story and you'll do everything in your power not to let it slip away. Tom and Emma dive with the tanks. They enter the caves, looking for the illustrated wall that you had also found. They know it like the back of their hand due to the many dives they have done there in the past. Tom recognizes the symbols imprinted on the pendant. On the wall, there are several depictions of fish, but each is surrounded. Save slot 5, Thursday, November 7th, 20. Tom recognizes the symbols imprinted on the pendant. On the wall, there are several depictions of fish, but each is surrounded by different signs. Professor Tom J. Angeli, there, Emma, stop the engines here. Let's drop the anchor at there. I'll prepare the tanks. Emma, okay. Yes, it's fine, the bottom is shallow and sandy, and the anchor won't get stuck. Professor Tom J. Angeli, Lorenzo and I will go first. You join us as soon as you can. Emma, all right. Tom points out the spot where you should dig with the knife, showing you the right direction and orientation. The stone is slippery because it's covered with algae, and after a few attempts, you find the groove. Finally, you insert the knife and leverage it. Through the opening just created by the blade, you see a blinding light, while Tom's eyes light up with a fiery and overwhelming euphoria. Suddenly, shadowy figures approach. They have beastly features. Tom gestures for Emma to run away. Emma, what's happening? Emma, I won't leave you alone. Tom insists. He's worried and frightened. The reflection from the seabed illuminates the mysterious entities. They are monstrous marine creatures. Quickly, the group of monsters surround Tom, completely ignoring your presence. As his screams echo through in the cave, the monsters devour him in seconds. You're in shock and fear for your life, but the creatures seem not to want to harm you. On the contrary, it becomes evident that they want to help you open the gap you previously created. The mysterious entities push you towards the abyssal door and help you fully clear the passage. You enter the hole and feel yourself being pulled into another dimension. Emma, after witnessing the whole scene, is petrified with terror, but she gathers the courage to move away cautiously. The sky is a purplish hue, and a rumble announces a storm. Emma boards the motorboat and speeds away, trying to leave her fear behind. The rogue wave crashes on the docks of the harbor after 5 minutes. Many boats are violently smashed against the piers. An hour later, at the harbor, they realize that Tom, Emma, and Lorenzo have not returned and are missing at sea. Some decide to go look for them. They said they were going to the Plum Islands. The sea is calm now. Within minutes, they're near the islands. Moving at low speed, they start to circle around them. They see Emma almost immediately. She managed to anchor the motorboat to a rock, but she's in shock. Between two rocks, 50 meters away, a diving suit floats. It's all that's left of Tom. With effort, Emma reaches the surface. After a few minutes, Ellie, who heard the news from neighbors, and Isabella, who was told by the latter that Lorenzo had left with Tom, arrive at the port. Despite being devastated by the loss of her husband, Ellie reaches Emma and warmly embraces her. Isabella, however, has a strange expression. She doesn't seem concerned about Lorenzo's absence and appears to know more than she's letting on. Ellie, oh, Emma. Ellie, I feel so guilty. Ellie, I should have never allowed Tom and Lorenzo to leave. Ellie, what happened? Are you okay? Emma struggles to describe what she witnessed. Her eyes have seen the abyss and madness. With a voice broken by fear, she begins her story. Emma, yes, I'm physically fine. Fortunately, I managed to save myself. Emma, a group of sea creatures surrounded us. Uncle managed to help me escape, just before being devoured. Emma, those monsters, I'll never forget them. Before Ellie can respond, Isabella interrupts, asking about Lorenzo. If it's as she thinks, the boy is facing the most difficult challenge of his life. Isabella, Emma, when did you last see Lorenzo? Is he still alive? Isabella, why hasn't his body been found yet? Emma prepares to tell another unbelievable story. She saw Lorenzo disappear into the sea opening, pushed by those creatures. She doesn't understand what it all means, but prefers to tell things as they are. Emma, I don't know if Lorenzo is still alive. Emma, I only know that those monsters spared him and pushed him towards the opening of the crypt. Emma, I saw him disappear through the passage. Isabella's suspicion is confirmed. She sighs, hoping that Lorenzo will make the right choice. The fate of the world is in his hands. Will he accept his role as guardian, or will he be tempted by the god of the abyss? To avoid arousing suspicion and to keep the secret, she remains silent, pretending to be in shock. Ellie carefully considers the answer. Her niece has confirmed what she already suspected: the fishmen did not honor their part of the agreement. They had promised Tom great goods in exchange for opening the crypt, but it was a bluff. Those creatures preferred to get rid of the only witness to the great underwater secret. There's just one thing that doesn't add up: why was Lorenzo spared? Could he be the chosen one? Ellie decides to keep these doubts and this story to herself. She must protect her niece at all costs. Ellie, Emma, stay calm. Ellie, those monsters you saw are just a visual hallucination. Ellie, as an experienced diver, you know well the effects of hypoxia. Ellie, Tom must have lost control of the oxygen in his tank and drowned. Ellie, my poor husband. Ellie, he surely tried to remove his suit to reach the surface, but it was all in vain. Emma is not convinced by her aunt's words. It seems like she's hiding something. Emma, it didn't go like that. Emma, I'm sure they weren't hallucinations. I know well the effects of lack of oxygen, and the illusions it causes are less tangible. Emma, and how do you explain those marks on the diving suit? Ellie, probably a school of fish tore it apart thinking they had found prey. Ellie, I know you're in shock, Emma, but what you're telling me is beyond any logic. Ellie, now I'll take you home. A few days of rest and you'll see that the real memories will resurface. Emma begins to doubt what she saw. She thinks her aunt might be right. After all, such creatures don't exist in nature. However, she doesn't understand why Isabella showed anything but skepticism when she heard her story. Despite her instinct suggesting that there's something strange about this story, she decides to listen to her aunt. It's definitely more reassuring for her to believe Ellie's version, less imaginative and more credible. Emma, all right aunt, I hope you're right. Emma, let's go home. Ellie breathes a sigh of relief. At least for now, it seems that Emma has believed her. Priya would definitely know how to implant false memories in Emma, but now it seems unnecessary. Lorenzo, where am I? Lorenzo, is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Lorenzo, maybe I never really left for Innsmouth and I'm just dreaming in my bed in Rome. Lorenzo, after all, it wouldn't be the first time. Lorenzo, yet everything seems so real. Lorenzo, it seems like those creatures have taken me to some kind of cave. Lorenzo, but for what purpose? I don't understand. Lorenzo, all I know is that a strange energy is keeping me trapped in this place. Lorenzo, I must keep going and not be afraid. Lorenzo, there must be a reason why fate has led me to this cave. As you explore the cave, you start to hear a persistent gurgling sound. You can't explain it, but the noise is so persuasive and hypnotic that it compels you to seek its source. After several hours of wandering through the labyrinthine tunnels of the cave, you finally find the source of the sounds. It's a water chasm that seems to have no bottom. As soon as you touch the abyss with your hand, you hear monstrous footsteps on the other side. It's strange, but they seem familiar. Lorenzo, this can't be. Lorenzo, maybe they're the same ones I heard in one of my dreams. An abyssal roar begins to call you and you can't pull back. You should be running out of that cave, but instead, you decide to reach your arm into the chasm. Suddenly, you feel nothing. You've fallen into an infinite abyss beyond time and space. Minutes pass, maybe hours, maybe eons. You hear that terrible monstrous sound again, this time closer. Suddenly, a spectral glow illuminates your surroundings. You find yourself inside an underwater prison. In front of you stands a colossal marine entity, held back by thick chains that extend to the bottom of a large tank. Save. Save slot. Are you sure you? Save slot 6. Save slot 1. In front of you stands a colossal marine entity, held back by thick chains that extend to the bottom of a large tank. It looks like a gigantic fish, with two deep and terrifying blue eyes and sharp jaws. However, the monster doesn't seem hostile towards you. On the contrary, the creature begs you to free it. It utters no words, but its piercing gaze and bellow are enough to make you understand its intentions. As if suddenly seized by a rapture, you address the entity. Lorenzo, W, who are you? Lorenzo, W, what do you really want from me? Lorenzo, why should I release you? The abyssal creature remains impassive, leaving an eerie silence. You don't know what to do. Releasing this creature could be dangerous, but what would happen if you refused? In the creature's gaze, you glimpse a glorious future, but at the same time, you wonder why this marine divinity is imprisoned in such a remote place. Save. Save. Are you save slot 1. You refuse the request and leave. You release the creature. You refuse the request and leave. You refuse the request and leave. As the creature continues to roar, your medallion lights up. It reminds you that you have chosen the path of humanity's salvation, but at what cost? Everything vanishes in an instant, and you find yourself back on the streets of Innsmouth. You feel old and tired. You hallucinate and talk about lost aquatic realms, mysterious symbols, and a certain Dagon, the ruler of the marine abyss. The townspeople ignore you, thinking you're mad. Madness pervades every single cell of your brain, but you feel happy. Evil has been defeated once again, but how long will someone be willing to sacrifice for the greater good? End. 1.0.0 Load selected. Load slot 6. You release the creature. You release the creature. You approach the monster, looking for a way to break its chains. After a quick glance, the monster begins to emit a blinding glow. Visions of boundless aquatic realms, lost immortal beings, and cosmic creatures flood your mind. After moments of chaos, you regain clarity, but with a new awareness. You're no longer a human, but a creature that has waited for years to awaken from the depths of the ocean. Fishmen, octopuses, sharks, and all the sea's inhabitants bow to you. The reign of Dagon has begun, and it's only the start of the ancients' dominion. End. 1.0.0 Load. Load selected. File page 5 selected. Load slot 3. You look for a rational explanation. You look for a rational explanation. Lorenzo, Lorenzo, maybe I could start analyzing the facts. Lorenzo, from the beginning, Tom Angeli seemed like a weird guy. Lorenzo, ever since he dragged me here to Innsmouth, all the weirdness and strange coincidences started. Lorenzo, I could find out where he lives with his wife, maybe their house hides more than a few secrets. Lorenzo, by following Ellie out of her Boston office, I could find out where their home is. Lorenzo, perfect, it's decided the trip to Rome is postponed. You're in Boston, watching Ellie as she walks away from the office. You decide to follow her from a distance, trying not to be noticed. Ellie gets into her car and you do the same, keeping a safe distance. The drive to Ipswich begins and your thoughts crowd your mind. Lorenzo, why did Ellie and Tom bring me here? What do they want from me? I need to find out the truth. Lorenzo, there's something strange about all this, and those artifacts. I need to know more. The journey continues along the coast, passing through green and wooded landscapes. You try to stay calm, but your mind is in turmoil. Lorenzo, Ipswich is about 20 kilometers from Boston, it's not that far, but it feels like another world. Lorenzo, Ellie and Tom seem to know much more than they let on. What are they hiding? You arrive in Ipswich and see Ellie turn onto a small road leading to a villa by the river. You watch her park and enter the house. Lorenzo, this must be their house. It looks quiet, but I'm sure it hides some secrets. Lorenzo, I can't risk being seen now. I'll come back tomorrow, when they are at the office. You decide to look for a place to spend the night. You find a small motel in Ipswich, a modest but cozy place. Lorenzo, this hotel will be fine for tonight. Tomorrow I'll have all day to explore the villa. You enter your room, simple but clean. You sit on the bed, reflecting on what you've seen and what you'll face the next day. Lorenzo, better be cautious, I can't afford any mistakes. The night passes slowly, you try to sleep, despite the incessant thoughts. Finally, dawn arrives and you're ready to return to the villa. You cautiously approach Ellie and Tom's small villa, located near the Ipswich River. You've confirmed that the house is empty, thanks to some info you gathered earlier. You find a window open at the back and, with a gentle push, you manage to sneak in quietly. You're in an elegant living room decorated in Rococo style with modern touches. The atmosphere is sophisticated and everything looks spotless. Where do you want to go? Save. File. Save. 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 Where do you want to go? Go up. You head upstairs, trying to make no noise. You reach a hallway with several closed doors. Enter the first room. The first room is an elegantly furnished bedroom. A large bed with an elaborate headboard and an antique wardrobe catch your eye. Open the wardrobe. The wardrobe contains expensive and neatly arranged clothes. Nothing suspicious. Leave the. Enter the third room. Enter the second room. Look out. You look out the upstairs window and see Tom Angeli near the river. Tom seems to be talking to a horrifying creature with a fish head that emerges from the water. After a few moments, the creature submerges again. Shaken, you decide to leave the house as quickly as possible. Still shaken by what you've seen, you hurry to leave the house. You climb out the same window you entered and quickly move away, your mind overwhelmed by terror. You decide to book the first available flight to get back home. You need to think about everything that's happened. The flight is very punctual, boarding is a breeze, and in no time, you're on board, sitting in your assigned seat. Skip. You wonder why you were able to stay in apnea for so long. Lorenzo, do you know how long I stayed in apnea? Over 6 minutes. And when I came back up, I wasn't tired. Laura, incredible. And without training. Lorenzo, exactly. It's impossible, in fact. How could it have happened? Laura, maybe you made a mistake in taking the time. Lorenzo, I had the stopwatch that I always use. It works perfectly. I even checked after the dive. Skip. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie Lorenzo. Skip. You refuse the request and leave. You. Skip. 1.0.0. Load. Load select. Load. Load slot 1, go upstairs. Explore the living room. Examine the books on the fireplace. The books on the fireplace are old leather-bound volumes. Some appear to be history texts, others mythology. Nothing particularly suspicious. Look out the window. Leave the living room. Where do you want to go? Head to the kitchen. The kitchen is modern and well equipped. Stainless steel appliances contrast with the Rococo-style furniture. On the table, there are some magazines and a now cold cup of coffee. The magazines are mostly about home decor and travel. Nothing relevant seems to stand out. Open the fridge. The fridge is well stocked with food and drinks, but nothing that particularly catches your eye. Where do you go up? You head upstairs, trying to make no noise. You reach a hallway with several closed doors. Enter the first room. The first room is skip. Open the wardrobe. The wardrobe. Skip. Enter the second room. The second room appears to be a study, dominated by a large desk and shelves full of books. Examine the desk. On the desk, there's a copy of the Boston Globe. You immediately notice a brief article describing you, highlighting your involvement with the Rome police in a major investigation. You remember the interview from a few months ago and realize that your relatives used that article to track you down and set up a trap. Suddenly, you hear noises coming from outside the house. You look out the upstairs window and see Tom Angeli near the river. Back. Examine the books on the shelves. The books on the shelves are mostly texts on archaeology and anthropology. One of them appears particularly old and written in an incomprehensible language. Leave the room. Look out. Enter the third room. The third room is a library with a large central table. On it, there are various artifacts made of glowing green stone, similar to the idol you had found under the sea. Examine the artifacts. The artifacts seem ancient and valuable, carved with symbols you vaguely recognize as belonging to lost civilizations. Look out the window. You look out the upstairs window. Skip. Lorenzo, skip. Lorenzo, skip. Investigate your You agree to 1.0.0 Load selected. File page 6 selected. File page 5 selected. Load slot 4, Thursday. Observe the fish and the symbols. You think you're hallucinating. Howard Lovecraft, that snake-like thing moved. I'm sure of it. Howard Lovecraft, the tail was straight before, and now it's twisted, and that octopus man too. Howard Lovecraft, what a strange painting. A winged man with the head of an octopus. Howard Lovecraft, it's staring at me, and panting, is it alive? Among the many painted figures, an anthropomorphic figure seems to be staring at you. It's a man with wings on his feet and back, and a multitude of tentacles on his head. An anthropomorph. Despite the terror, you're drawn to that image. You feel an irresistible need to keep looking at it, while the monster watches you. Howard Lovecraft, I hoped I had overcome the crises, and that the hallucinations were gone. You can't hold back. In the midst of a panic attack, with your heart racing, you run off towards the hotel. As you run, you hear the flapping of wings following you, but you don't have the courage to look up. Something tries to hold you back, tapping on your shoulder. It feels like a tentacle. You manage to escape. You arrive at the hotel with your heart in your throat. You're safe. You enter the room and get ready to go to bed. You're quite tired and your health doesn't allow you to exert too much effort. Skip. Howard Lovecraft, I'm about to have a panic attack. Howard Lovecraft, there, at the window. The curtain's moving. Are those tentacles? The image of that octopus man painting keeps flashing in your mind obsessively, and in that moment, you're sure of one thing. It represents pure evil, merciless. Howard Lovecraft, it's all his doing. He's coming to get me. And there's nothing I can do about it. After a few minutes, skip. Think about walking out of Innsmouth. Howard Lovecraft, I need to leave this room, right now. I can't stay here another minute. Howard Lovecraft, where should I go? The sky is full of electricity, yet it's clear. I've never seen so many stars in my life. Howard Lovecraft, should I take a walk through Innsmouth? But what if I come across the paintings of the octopus man? Howard Lovecraft, better go get some sea air, it will do me good. There's no skip. You see Helen waving at you from afar. Howard Lovecraft, I no longer have the medallion. Did I lose it? Did someone snatch it during the chaos? You look towards the crowd, in the direction of the big bonfire and the sea. You think you see Helen. Howard Lovecraft, it's her and she's waving at me. What a nice girl, and she was so kind to me. Howard Lovecraft, hello Helen, thanks for everything. After participating, skip. Youth, Lorenzo. You'll hand yourself over to Ellie personally and open the crypt for Ellie and Tom. You hand over the code to Ellie. You'll hand yourself over. Lorenzo. You release the creature. You release the creature. You approach the monster, looking for a way to break its chains. After a quick glance, the monster begins to emit a blinding glow. Visions of boundless aquatic realms, lost immortal beings, and cosmic creatures flood your mind. After moments of chaos, you regain clarity, but with a new awareness. You are no longer a human, but a creature that has waited for years to awaken from the depths of the ocean. Fishmen, octopuses, sharks, and all the sea's inhabitants bow to you. The reign of Dagon has begun, and it's only the start of the ancients' dominion. End.
1.0.0 Quit.